𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 of Kalevala, the Land of the Heroes, by Elias Lönnrot, translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844 to 1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, the homecoming of the bride and bridegroom. Argument. The bride, the bridegroom, and their company are received at the home of Ilmarinen. The company are hospitably entertained with food and drink, and Väinämöinen sings the praises of the host, the hostess, the inviter, the bridesmaid, and the other wedding guests. On the way back, Väinämöinen's sledge breaks down, but he repairs it and drives home. Long already 'twas expected, long expected and awaited, that the new bride soon would enter the abode of Ilmarinen. And the eyes with rheum were dropping of the old folks at the windows, and the young folks' knees were failing as about the door they waited, and the children's feet were freezing by the wall as they were standing. Mid-aged folks their shoes were spoiling, as upon the beach they wandered. And at length upon a morning, just about the time of sunrise, from the wood they heard a rattling as the sledge came rushing onward. Loka then, the kindest hostess, Kaleva's most handsome matron, uttered then the words which follow: "'Tis my son's sledge now approaching, as from Pohjola he cometh, and he brings the youthful damsel. Straight he journeys to this country, to the homestead hastens onward, to the house his father gave him, which his parents had constructed." Therefore thus did Ilmarinen hasten forward to the homestead, to the house his father gave him, which his parents had constructed. Hazel grouse were twittering blithely on the collar formed of saplings, and the cuckoos all were calling on the sledge's sides while sitting, and the squirrels leaped and frolicked on the shafts of maple fashioned. Loka then, the kindest hostess, Kaleva's most beauteous matron, uttered then the words which follow, and in words like these expressed her: "For the new moon waits the village, and the young await the sunrise. Children search where grow the berries, and the water waits the tarred boat. For no half moon have I waited, nor the sun have I awaited, but I waited for my brother and stepdaughter. Gazed at morning, gazed at evening, knew not what had happened to them, if a child he had been rearing, or a lean one he had fattened, that he came not any sooner, though he faithfully had promised, soon to turn his footsteps homeward, ere defaced had been his footprints. Ever gazed I forth at morning, and throughout the day I pondered, if my brother was not coming, nor his sledge was speeding onward, swiftly to this little homestead, to this very narrow dwelling. Though the horse were but a straw one, and the sledge were but 2 runners, yet a sledge I still would call it, and a sledge would still esteem it, if it homeward brought my brother and another fair one with him. Thus throughout my life I wished it, this throughout the day I looked for, till my head bowed down with gazing, and my hair bulged up in ridges, and my bright eyes were contracted, hoping for my brother's coming swiftly to this little household, to this very narrow dwelling. And at length my son is coming, and in truth is coming swiftly, with a lovely form beside him, and a rose-cheeked girl beside him. Bridegroom, O my dearest brother, now the white front horse unharness, do thou lead the noble courser to his own familiar pasture, to the oats but lately garnered. Then bestow thy greetings on us, greet us here and greet the others, all the people of the village. When thou hast bestowed thy greetings, thou must tell us all thy story. Did thy journey lack adventures? Hadst thou health upon thy journey? To thy mother-in-law when faring, to thy father-in-law's dear homestead, there to woo and win the maiden, beating down the gates of battle, and the maiden's castle storming, breaking down the walls uplifted, stepping on her mother's threshold, sitting at her father's table? But I see without my asking, and perceive without inquiry, he has prospered on his journey, with his journey well contented. He has wooed and won the gosling, beaten down the gates of battle, broken down the boarded castle, and the walls of linden shattered. When her mother's house he entered, and her father's home he entered. In his care is now the duckling, in his arms behold the dovekin, at his side the modest damsel shining in her radiant beauty. Who has brought the lie unto us, and the ill report invented, that the bridegroom came back lonely, and his horse had sped for nothing? For the bridegroom comes not lonely, nor his horse has sped for nothing. Perhaps the horse has brought back something, for his white mane he is shaking, for the noble horse is sweating, and the foal with foam is whitened, from his journey with the dovekin, when he drew the blushing damsel. In the sledge stand up, O fair one, on its floor, O gift most noble. Do thou raise thyself unaided, and do thou arise unlifted, if the young man tries to lift thee, and the proud one seeks to raise thee. From the sledge do thou upraise thee, from the sledge do thou release thee. Walk upon this flowery pathway, on the path of liver colour, which the swine have trod quite even, and the hogs have trampled level, over which have passed the lambkins, and the horse's mane swept over. Step thou with the step of gosling, strut thou with the feet of duckling, in the yard that's washed so cleanly, on the smooth and level grass plot, where the father rules the household, and the mother holds dominion, to the workplace of the brother, and the sister's blue-flowered meadow. Set thy foot upon the threshold, then upon the porch's flooring. On the honeyed floor advance thou, next the inner rooms to enter, underneath these famous rafters, underneath this roof so lovely. It was in this very winter, in the summer just passed over, sang the floor composed of duck bones, that thyself should stand upon it, and the golden roof resounded, that thou soon shouldst walk beneath it, and the windows were rejoicing for thy sitting at the windows. It was in this very winter, in the summer just passed over, often rattled the door handles, for the ringed hands that should close them, and the stairs were likewise creaking, for the fair one robed so grandly, and the doors stood always open, and their opener thus awaited. It was in this very winter, in the summer just passed over, that the room around has turned it unto those the room who dusted, and the whole has made it ready for the sweepers when they swept it, and the very barns were chirping to the sweepers as they swept them. It was in this very winter, in the summer just passed over, that the yard in secret turned it to the gatherer of the splinters, and the storehouses bowed downward for the wanderer who should enter. Rafters bowed and beams bent downward to receive the young wife's wardrobe. It was in this very winter, in the summer just passed over, that the pathways had been sighing for the sweeper of the pathways, and the cowsheds nearer drawing to the cleanser of the cowsheds. Songs and dances were abandoned, till should sing and dance our duckling. On this very day already, and upon the day before it, early has the cow been lowing, and her morning hay expecting, and the foal has loud been neighing, that his truss of hay be cast him, and the lamb of spring has bleated, that its food its mistress bring it. On this very day already, and upon the day before it, sat the old folks at the windows, on the beach there ran the children, by the wall there stood the women, on the porch door youths were waiting, waiting for the youthful mistress, and the bride they all awaited. Hail to all within the household, likewise hail to all the heroes. Hail, O barn, and all within thee, barn and all the guests within thee. Hail, O hall, and all within thee, birch bark roof and all thy people. Hail, O room, and all within thee, 100 boards with all thy children. Hail, O moon, to thee, O monarch, and the bridal train so youthful. Never was there here aforetime, never yesterday nor ever, was a bridal train so splendid, never were such handsome people. Bridegroom, O my dearest brother, let the red cloths now be loosened, laid aside the veils all silken. Let us see thy cherished Martin, whom for 5 long years thou wooest, and for 8 years thou hast longed for. Hast thou brought whom thou hast wished for? Hast thou brought with thee the cuckoo? From the land a fair one chosen, or a rosy water maiden? But I see without my asking, comprehend without inquiry. Thou hast really brought the cuckoo, hast the blue duck in thy keeping. Greenest of the topmost branches thou hast brought from out the greenwood, freshest of the cherry branches from the freshest cherry thickets. On the floor there sat an infant, from the floor spoke out the infant. O my brother, what thou bringest is a tar stump void of beauty, half as long as a tar barrel, and as tall as is a bobbin. Shame, O shame, unhappy bridegroom! All thy life thou hast desired, vowed to choose from 100 maidens, and among 1,000 maidens. Bring the noblest of the 100 from 1,000 unattractive. From the swamp you bring a lapwing, from the hedge you bring a magpie, from the field you bring a scarecrow, from the fallow field a blackbird. What has she as yet accomplished in the summer just passed over, if the gloves she was not weaving, nor begun to make the stockings? Empty to the house she cometh, to our household brings no presents. Mice are squeaking in the baskets, long-eared mice are in the coppers. Loka, most accomplished hostess, Kaleva's most handsome matron, heard these wondrous observations, and replied in words which follow. Wretched child, what art thou saying? To thy own disgrace thou speakest. Thou mayst wonders hear of others, others mayst perchance disparage, but thou mayst not shame this damsel, nor the people of this household. Bad the words that thou hast uttered, bad the words that thou hast spoken, with the mouth of calf of night time, with the head of day-old puppy. Handsome is this noble damsel, noblest she of all the country, even like a ripening cranberry, or a strawberry on the mountain, like the cuckoo in the tree-top, little bird in mountain ash-tree, in the birch a feathered songster, white-breast bird upon the maple. Ne'er from Saxony came ever, nor in Vero could they fashion such a girl of perfect beauty, such a duck without an equal, with a countenance so lovely and so noble in her stature, and with arms of such a whiteness, and with slender neck so grateful. Neither comes the damsel dowerless, furs enough she brought us hither, blankets too as gifts she brought us, cloths as well she carried with her. Much already has this damsel wrought by working with her spindle, on her own reel has she wound it, with her fingers much has finished. Cloths of very brilliant lustre has she folded up in winter, in the spring days has she bleached them, in the summer months has dried them. Splendid sheets the beds to spread on, cushions soft for heads to rest on, silken neckcloths of the finest, woolen mantles of the brightest. Noble damsel, fairest damsel, with thy beautiful complexion, in the house wilt thou be honoured, as in father's house the daughter. All thy life shalt thou be honoured, as in husband's house the mistress. Never will we cause thee trouble, never trouble bring upon thee. To the swamp thou wast not carried, nor from the ditch side they brought thee. From the cornfields rich they brought thee, but to better fields they led thee. And they took thee from the alehouse to a home where ale is better. Noble girl and fairest damsel, one thing only will I ask thee. Didst thou notice on thy journey shocks of corn that stood uplifted, ears of rye in shocks uplifted, all belonging to this homestead, from the ploughing of thy husband? He has ploughed, and he has sown it. Dearest girl and youthful damsel, this is what I now will tell thee. Thou hast willed our house to enter. Be contented with the household. Here 'tis good to be the mistress, good to be a fair-faced daughter, sitting here among the milk pans, butter dishes at thy service. This is pleasant for a damsel, pleasant for a fair-faced dovekin. Broad the planking of the bathroom, broad within the rooms the benches. Here the master's like thy father, and the mistress like thy mother, and the sons are like thy brothers, and the daughters like thy sisters. If the longing e'er should seize thee, and the wish should overtake thee, for the fish thy father captured, or for grouse to ask thy brother, from thy brother-in-law ask nothing, from thy father-in-law ask nothing. Best it is to ask thy husband, ask him to obtain them for thee. There are not within the forest any four-legged beasts that wander, neither birds in air that flutter, two-winged birds with rushing pinions. Neither in the shining waters swarm the best of all the fishes, which thy husband cannot capture. He can catch and bring them to thee. Here 'tis good to be a damsel, here to be a fair-faced dovekin. Need is none to work the stone mill, need is none to work the mortar. Here the wheat is ground by water, and the rye by foaming torrents. And the stream cleans all utensils, and the lake foam cleanses all things. O thou lovely little village, fairest spot in all the country, grass below and cornfields over, in the midst between the village. Fair the shore below the village, by the shore is gleaming water, where the ducks delight in swimming, and the waterfowl are sporting. Drink they gave the bridal party, food and drink they gave in plenty. Meat provided in abundance, loaves provided of the finest. And they gave them ale of barley, spicy drink from wheat concocted. Roast they gave them in abundance, food and drink in all abundance. In the dishes red they brought it, in the handsomest of dishes. Cakes were there in pieces broken, likewise there were lumps of butter. Powans too to be divided, salmon too to cut to pieces. With the knives composed of silver, and with smaller knives all golden. Ale unpurchased there was flowing, mead for which you could not bargain. Ale flowed from the ends of rafters, honey from the taps was oozing. Ale around the lips was foaming, mead the mood of all enlivened. Who among them should be cuckoo, who should sing a strain most fitting? Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, he the great primeval minstrel. He himself commenced his singings, set about composing verses, and he spoke the words which follow, and expressed himself in this wise. O my own beloved brethren, O most eloquent companions, O my comrades ready talkers, listen now to what I tell you. Rarely kiss the geese each other, rarely sisters gaze on sisters, rarely side by side stand brothers. Side by side stand mothers' children in these desert lands so barren, in the wretched northern regions. Shall we give ourselves to singing, set about composing verses? None can sing except the singer, none can call save vernal cuckoo. None can paint except Sinetar, none can weave save 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔸𝔁. Lapland's children they are singing, and the hay-shod ones are chanting. As the elk's rare flesh they feast on, or the meat of smaller reindeer. Wherefore then should I not carol, wherefore should our children sing not, while upon the rye bread feasting, or when eating is concluded? Lapland's children they are singing, and the hay-shod ones are chanting, as they drink from water pitchers while they chew the bark of fir tree. Wherefore then should I not carol, wherefore should our children sing not, while the juice of corn we're drinking, and the best brewed ale of barley? Lapland's children they are singing, and the hay-shod ones are chanting, even by the sooty fire, as they lay the coals upon it. Wherefore then should I not carol? Wherefore should our children sing not, underneath these famous rafters, underneath a roof so splendid? Good it is for men to dwell here, good for women to reside here, all among the barrels ale filled, standing close beside the mead tubs, near the sound where swarm the powans, near the place for netting salmon, where the food is never failing and the drink is never stinted. Good it is for men to dwell here, good for women to reside here, here to eat by care untroubled, here to live without affliction, here to eat unvexed by trouble, and to live without a sorrow, long as lives our host among us, all the lifetime of our hostess. Which shall I first praise in singing? Shall it be the host or hostess? Always first they praise the heroes, therefore first I praise the master. He who first prepared the marshland, and along the shore who wandered, and he brought great stumps of fir trees, and he trimmed the crowns of fir trees, took them to a good position, firmly built them all together. For his race a great house builded, and he built a splendid homestead, walls constructed from the forest, rafters from the fearful mountains, laths from out the woods provided, boards from berry-bearing heathlands, bark from cherry-bearing uplands, moss from off the quaking marshes. And the house is well constructed, and the roof securely fastened. Here 100 men were gathered, on the house roof stood 1,000, when this house was first constructed, and the flooring duly fitted. Be assured our host so worthy, in the building of this homestead, oft his hair exposed to tempest, and his hair was much disordered. Often has our host so noble on the rocks his gloves left lying, lost his hat among the fir trees, in the marsh has sunk his stockings. Often has our host so noble in the early morning hours, when no others had arisen, and unheard by all the village, left the cheerful fire behind him, watched for birds and wattled wigwam, and the thorns his head were combing, dew his handsome eyes was washing. Thus receives our host so noble in his home his friends around him. Filled the benches are with singers, and with joyous guests the windows, and the floor with talking people, porches too with people shouting, near the walls with people standing, near the fence with people walking. Through the yard are folks parading, children on the ground are creeping. Now I first have praised the master, I will praise our gracious hostess, she who has prepared the banquet, and has filled the table for us. Large the loaves that she has baked us, and she stirred us up thick porridge, with her hands that move so quickly, with her soft and tenfold fingers. And she let the bread rise slowly, and the guests with speed she feasted. Pork she gave them in abundance, gave them cakes piled up in dishes, and the knives were duly sharpened, and the pointed blades pressed downward, as the salmon were divided, and the pike were split asunder. Often has our noble mistress, she the most accomplished housewife, risen up before the cock-crow, and before the hen's son hastened, that she might prepare the needful, that the work might all be finished, that the beer might be concocted, and the ale be ready for us. Well indeed our noble hostess, and this most accomplished housewife. Best of ale for us concocted, and the finest drink set flowing. 'Tis composed of malted barley, and of malt the very sweetest. And with wood she has not turned it, with a stake she has not moved it, only with her hands has raised it, only with her arms has turned it. In the bathroom filled with vapour, on the boarding scoured so cleanly. Nor did she, our noble hostess, and this most accomplished mistress, let the germs mature them fully, while on ground the malt was lying. Off she went into the bathroom, went alone at dead of midnight, fearing not the wolf should harm her, nor the wild beasts of the forest. Now that we have praised the hostess, let us also praise the inviter, who was chosen as inviter and upon the road to guide us, best inviter of the village, best of guides in all the village. There we look on our inviter, clad in coat from foreign countries. Round his arms 'tis tightly fitted, neatly round his waist 'tis fitted. There we look on our inviter, in a narrow cloak attired. On the sand the skirts are sweeping, on the ground the train is sweeping. Of his shirt we see a little, only see a very little, as if 𝔅𝔀𝔍𝑅's self had wove it, and the tin adorned one wrought it. Here we look on our inviter, belted with a belt of woolen, woven by the sun's fair daughter, by her beauteous fingers broidered, in the times ere fire existed, and when all unknown was fire. Here we look on our inviter, with his feet in silken stockings, and with silk are bound his stockings, and his garters are of satin, and with gold are all embroidered, and are all adorned with silver. Here we look on our inviter, best of Saxon shoes he's wearing, like the swans upon the river, or the ducks that swim beside them, or the geese among the thickets, birds of passage in the forests. Here we look on our inviter, with his golden locks all curling, and his golden beard is plaited. On his head a lofty helmet, up among the clouds it rises, through the forest's glancing summit. Such a one you could not purchase for 100 marks or 1,000. Now that I have praised the inviter, I will also praise the bridesmaid. Whence has come to us the bridesmaid? Whence was she the happiest chosen? Thence has come to us the bridesmaid, thence was she the happiest chosen. Where is Tanica's strong fortress, from without the new built castle? No, she came from other regions, not at all from such a region. Thence has come to us the bridesmaid, thence was she the happiest chosen, brought to us across the water, and across the open ocean. No, she came from other regions, not at all from such a region. Grew like strawberry in the country, on the heaths where cranberries flourish, on the field of beauteous herbage, on the heath of golden flowerets. Thence has come to us the bridesmaid, thence was she the happiest chosen. And the bridesmaid's mouth is pretty as the spindle used in Suomi, and the bridesmaid's eyes are sparkling as the stars that shine in heaven. Gleaming are the damsel's temples, as upon the lake the moonlight. Here we look upon our bridesmaid, round her neck a chain all golden, on her head a golden headdress, on her hands are golden bracelets, golden rings upon her fingers, in her ears are golden earrings, loops of gold upon her temples, and her brows are bead adorned. And I thought the moon was shining when her golden clasp was gleaming, and I thought the sun was shining when I saw her collar gleaming, and I thought a ship was sailing when I saw her headdress moving. Now that I have praised the bridesmaid, I will glance at all the people. Very handsome are the people, stately are the aged people, and the younger people pretty, and the householders are handsome. I have gazed at all the people, and I knew them all already. But before it never happened, nor in future times will happen, that we meet so fine a household, or we meet such handsome people, where the old folks are so stately, and the younger people pretty. Clothed in white are all the people, like the forest in the hoarfrost, under like the golden dawning, over like the morning twilight. Easy to obtain was silver, gold among the guests was scattered. In the grass were littered purses, in the lanes were bags of money, for the guests who were invited, for the guests most greatly honoured. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, of the song the mighty pillar, after this his sledge ascended, homeward drove upon his journey, and he sang his songs for ever. sang enchanted spells of magic, sang a song and sang a second. But as he the third was singing, clashed against a rock the runners, crashed the shafts against a tree stump, and the sledge broke off his chanting, and the runners stopped his singing, and the shafts in fragments shattered, and the boards broke all asunder. Spoke the aged Väinämöinen in the very words which follow: "Are there none among the youthful of the rising generation, or perchance among the aged of the sinking generation, who to Tuonela can wander, and can go to Mana's country, thence to fetch me Tuoni's auger, bring me Mana's mighty auger, that a new sledge I may fashion, or repair my sledge that's broken?" "But," said all the younger people, and the aged people answered, "There are none among the youthful, none at all among the aged, none of race so highly noble, none is such a mighty hero, as to Tuonela to travel, journey to the land of Mana, thence to bring you Tuoni's auger, and from Mana's home to bring it, that a new sledge you may fashion, or repair the sledge that's broken." Then the aged Väinämöinen, he the great primeval minstrel, went again to Tuoni's country, journeyed to the home of Mana, fetched from Tuonela the auger, brought from Mana's home the auger. Then the aged Väinämöinen sang a blue wood up before him. In the forest rose an oak tree, and a splendid mountain ash tree, and from these a sledge he fashioned, and he shaped his runners from them, and for shafts prepared them likewise, and the frame he thus constructed, made a sledge to suit his purpose, and a new sledge he constructed. In the shafts the horse he harnessed, yoked before the sledge the chestnut. In the sledge himself he seated, and upon the seat he sat him. And without the whip the courser sped by beaded whip unharassed, to his long accustomed fodder, to the food that waited for him. And he brought old Väinämöinen, he the great primeval minstrel, to his own door widely open, to the threshold brought him safely. End of Runo 25. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 26 of Kalevala, The Land of the Heroes by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844 to 1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 26. Lemminkainen's journey to Pohjola. Argument. Lemminkainen, greatly offended that he was not invited to the wedding, resolves to go to Pohjola, although his mother dissuades him from it, and warns him of the many dangers that he will have to encounter. He sets forth and succeeds in passing all the dangerous places by his skill in magic. Ahti dwelt among an island, by the bay near Kauko's headland, and his fields he tilled industrious, and the fields he trenched with ploughing, and his ears were of the finest, and his hearing of the keenest. Heard he shouting in the village, from the lake came sounds of hammering, on the ice the sound of footsteps, on the heath a sledge was rattling. Therefore in his mind he fancied, in his brain the notion entered, that at Pohjola was wedding, and a drinking bout in secret. Mouth and head awry then twisting, and his black beard all disordered, in his rage the blood departed from the cheeks of him unhappy. And at once he left his ploughing, mid the field he left the ploughshare. On the spot his horse he mounted, and he rode directly homeward, to his dearest mother's dwelling, to his dear and aged mother. And he said as he approached her, and he called as he was coming, "O my mother, aged woman, bring thou food, and bring it quickly, that the hungry man may eat it, and the moody man devour it, while they warm the bathroom for me, and the bathroom set in order. that the man may wash and cleanse him, and adorn him like a hero." Then did Lemminkainen's mother bring him food, and bring it quickly, that the hungry man might eat it, and the moody man devour it, while they put the bath in order, and arranged the bathroom for him. Then the lively Lemminkainen quickly ate the food she gave him, hurried then into the bathroom, hastened quickly to the bathroom. There it was the finch now washed him, there the bullfinch washed and cleansed him, washed his head to flaxen whiteness, and his throat to shining whiteness. From the bath the room he entered, and he spoke the words which follow: "O my mother, aged woman, seek the storehouse on the mountain, bring me thence my shirt, the fine one, likewise bring the finest clothing, that I now may put it on me, and may fitly clothe me in it." But his mother asked him quickly, asked him thus the aged woman: "Whither goes my son, my dearest? Dost thou go to hunt the lynxes, or to chase the elk on snowshoes, or perchance to shoot a squirrel?" Answered lively Lemminkainen, said the handsome 𝑍𝑢𝑘𝑢𝑚𝑖𝑙I, "O my mother who hast borne me, not to hunt the lynx I wander, nor to chase the elk on snowshoes, neither go I squirrel shooting, but I seek the feast at Pohja, and the secret drinking party. Therefore fetch my shirt, the fine one, bring me too the finest clothing, that I hasten to the wedding, and may wander to the banquet." But his mother would forbid him, vainly would his wife dissuade him. Two whose like were not created, and three daughters of creation, sought to hold back Lemminkainen, back from Pohjola's great banquet. To her son then said the mother, and her child advised the old one, "Do not go, my son, my dearest, O my dearest son, my Kauko, go not to the feast at Pohja, to that mansion's drinking party, for indeed they did not ask you, and 'tis plain they do not want you." Then the lively Lemminkainen answered in the words which follow: "Only bad men go for asking, uninvited good men dance there. There are always invitations, always a sufficient summons, in the sword with blade of sharpness, and the edge so brightly flashing." Still did Lemminkainen's mother do her utmost to restrain him. "Go not, son, to sure destruction, unto Pohjola's great banquet. Full of terrors is thy journey, on thy way are mighty wonders. Thrice indeed doth death await thee, thrice the man with death is threatened." Answered lively Lemminkainen, said the handsome 𝑍𝑢𝑘𝑢𝑚𝑖LI, "Death is only for the women, everywhere they see destruction. But a hero need not fear it, nor need take extreme precautions. But let this be as it may be, tell me that my ears may hear it, tell me the first death that waits me, tell the first and tell the last one." Then said Lemminkainen's mother, answered then the aged woman, "I will tell the deaths that wait you, not as you would have me tell them. Of the first death I will tell you, and this death is first among them. When a little way you've travelled on the first day of your journey, you will reach a fiery river, flaming right across your pathway. In the stream a cataract fiery, in the fall a fiery island, on the isle a peak all fiery, on the peak a fiery eagle, one who whets his beak at night time, and his claws in daytime sharpens, for the strangers who are coming and the people who approach him." Answered lively Lemminkainen, said the handsome 𝑍𝑢𝑘𝑢𝑚𝑖LI, "This is perhaps a death for women, but 'tis not a death for heroes, for I know a plan already, and a splendid scheme to follow. I'll create by songs of magic both a man and horse of alder. They shall walk along beside me, and shall wander on before me, while I, like a duck am diving, like a scoter duck am diving, 'neath the soaring eagle's talons, talons of the mighty eagle. O my mother, who hast borne me, tell me now of death the second." Then said Lemminkainen's mother, Such the second death that waits you. When a little way you've journeyed, on the second day of travel, you will reach a trench of fire, right across the path extending, ever to the east extending, northwest endlessly extending, full of stones to redness heated, full of blocks of stone all glowing, and 100 there have ventured, and 1,000 there have perished. Hundreds with their swords have perished, and 1,000 steel-clad heroes. Answered lively Lemminkainen, said the handsome 𝑍𝑢𝑘𝑢𝑚𝑖𝑙I, such a death no man will perish, nor is this a death for heroes. For I know a trick already, know a trick and see a refuge, and a man of snow I'll sing me, make of frozen snow a hero, push him in the raging fire, push him in the glowing torment, bathe him in the glowing bathroom with a bath whisk made of copper. I myself behind him pressing, pushing through the fire a pathway, that my beard unburnt remaineth, and my locks escape a singeing. O my mother who hast borne me, of the third death tell me truly." Then said Lemminkainen's mother, "Such the third death that awaits you. When you've gone a little further, and another day have travelled, unto Pohjola's dread gateway, where the pathway is the narrowest, then a wolf will rush upon you, and a bear for his companion. There in Pohjola's dread gateway, where the pathway is the narrowest, hundreds have been there devoured, heroes have by thousands perished. Wherefore should they not devour thee, kill thee likewise unprotected?" Answered lively Lemminkainen, said the handsome 𝑍𝑢𝑘𝑢𝑚𝑖𝑙I, "Perhaps a young ewe might be eaten, or a lamb be torn to pieces. Not a man, how weak soever, not the sleepiest of the heroes. With a hero's belt I'm girded, and I wear a hero's armour, fixed with buckles of a hero, so be sure I shall not hasten unto Untamo's dread wolf's jaws, in the throat of that cursed creature. 'Gainst the wolf I know a refuge, 'gainst the bear I know a method. For the wolf's mouth sing a muzzle, for the bear sing iron fetters. Or to very chaff will chop them, or to merest dust will sift them. Thus I'll clear the path before me, reach the ending of my journey." Then said Lemminkainen's mother, "Even yet your goal you reach not. There are still upon your pathway, on your road tremendous marvels. 3 terrific dangers wait you, 3 more deaths await the hero, and there even yet await you, on the spot the worst of marvels. When a little way you've travelled up to Pohjola's enclosure, there a fence is reared of iron, and a fence of steel erected, from the ground to heaven ascending, from the heavens to earth descending. Spears they are which form the hedge stakes, and for wattles creeping serpents. Thus the fence with snakes is wattled, and among them there are lizards, and their tails are always waving, and their thick heads always swelling, and their round heads always hissing, heads turned out and tails turned inwards. On the ground are other serpents, on the path are snakes and adders, and above their tongues are hissing, and below their tails are waving. One of all the most terrific lies before the gate across it. Longer is he than a roof tree, than the roof props is he thicker, and above his tongue is hissing, and above his mouth is hissing, lifted not against another, threatening thee, O luckless hero." Answered lively Lemminkainen, said the handsome 𝑍𝑢𝑘𝑢𝑚𝑖𝑙I, "Such a death is perhaps for children, but 'tis not a death for heroes, for I can enchant the fire, and can quench a glowing furnace, and can ban away the serpents, twist the snakes between my fingers. Only yesterday it happened that I ploughed a field of adders. On the ground the snakes were twisting, and my hands were all uncovered. With my nails I seized the vipers, in my hands I took the serpents. 10 I killed among the vipers, and the serpents black by hundreds. Still my nails are stained with snake blood, and my hands with slime of serpents. Therefore will I not permit me, and by no means will I journey, as a mouthful for the serpents, to the sharp fangs of the adders. I myself will crush the monsters, crush the nasty things to pieces, and will sing away the vipers, drive the serpents from my pathway. Enter then the yard of Pohja, and into the house will force me." Then said Lemminkainen's mother, "O my son, forbear to venture Into Pohjola's dread castle, House of Sariola, all timbered, For the men with swords are girded, Heroes all equipped for battle, Men with drink of hops excited, Very furious from their drinking. They will sing thee, most unhappy, To the swords of all the keenest. Better men their songs have vanquished, Mighty ones been overpowered." Answered lively Lemminkainen, said the handsome Kaukomieli, "Well, but I have dwelt already There in Pohjola's dread fortress. Not a Lapp with spells shall chain me, Forth no son of Turja drive me. I'll enchant the Lapp by singing, Drive away the son of Turja, And in twain will sing his shoulders, From his chin his speech I'll sever, Tear his shirt apart by singing, And I'll break in two his breastbone." Then said Lemminkainen's mother, "O alas, my son unhappy, Dost thou think of former exploits, Bragg'st thou of thy former journey? True it is thou hast resided There in Pohjola's dread fortress, But they sent thee all a-swimming, Floating overgrown with pondweed, O'er the raging cataract driven, Down the stream in rushing waters. Thou hast known the falls of Tuoni, Manala's dread stream hast measured, There wouldst thou to-day be swimming, But for thine unhappy mother. Listen now to what I tell thee. When to Pohjola thou comest, All the slope with stakes is bristling, And the yard with poles is bristling, All with heads of men surmounted, And one stake alone is vacant, And to fill the stake remaining, Will they cut thy head from off thee." Answered lively Lemminkainen, said the handsome Kaukomieli, "Let a weakling ponder o'er it, Let the worthless find such ending. After 5 or 6 years' warfare, 7 long summers spent in battle, Not a hero would concern him, Nor retire a step before it. Therefore bring me now my mail shirt, And my well tried battle armour. I my father's sword will fetch me, And my father's sword blade look to. In the cold it long was lying, In a dark place long was hidden. There has it been ever weeping For a hero who should wield it." Thereupon he took his mail shirt, Took his well tried battle armour, And his father's trusty weapon, Sword his father always wielded, And against the ground he thrust it, On the floor the point he rested, With his hand the sword he bended, Like the fresh crown of the cherry, Or the juniper when growing. Said the lively Lemminkainen, "Hard 'twill be in Pohja's castle, Rooms of Sariola the misty, Such a sword as this to gaze on, Such a sword blade to encounter." From the wall his bow he lifted, From the peg he took a strong bow, And he spoke the words which follow, And expressed himself in this wise: "I would hold the man deserving, And regard him as a hero, Who to bend this bow was able, And could bend it and could string it, There in Pohjola's great castle, Rooms of Sariola the misty." Then the lively Lemminkainen, He the handsome Kaukomieli, Put his shirt of mail upon him, Clad himself in arms of battle, And his slave he thus commanded, And he spoke the words which follow: "O my servant bought with money, Workman whom I got for money, Harness now my horse of battle, Harness me my fiery war horse, That unto the feast I journey, Drinking bout at house of Lempo." Then the prudent slave obedient Hastened quickly to the courtyard, And the foal at once he harnessed, And prepared the fiery red one. And he said on his returning, "I have done what you commanded. and the horse have harnessed for you, and the best of foals have harnessed." Then the lively Lemminkainen thought him ready for his journey, right hand urging, left restraining, and his sinewy fingers smarting, now would start and then reflected, started then in reckless fashion. Then her son his mother counselled, warned her child, the aged woman, "At the door beneath the rafters, at the place where stand the kettles, O my only son, my dearest, O my child of all the strongest, when thou comest to the carousal, and thou comest where thou wishest, drink thou half a goblet only, drink the measure to the middle, and the other half return thou, give the worst half to a worse one. In the goblet rests a serpent, and a worm within the measure." Yet again her son she cautioned, to her child again gave warning, "At the last field's furthest limit, at the last of all the gateways, when thou comest to the carousal, and thou comest where thou wishest, sit upon a half seat only, step thou with a half step only, and the other half return thou, give the worst half to a worse one. Thus wilt thou a man be reckoned, and a most illustrious hero, and through armies push thy pathway, and will crush them down beneath thee, in the press of mighty heroes, in the throng of men of valour." Then departed Lemminkainen, when the horse in sledge was harnessed, with his ready whip he struck him, with his beaded whip he smote him, and the fiery steed sprang forward, onward sped the rapid courser. When a short way he had journeyed, for about an hour had travelled, there he saw a flock of blackfowl, in the air the grouse flew upward, and the flock ascended rushing from before the speeding courser. On the ice there lay some feathers cast by grouse upon the roadway. These collected Lemminkainen, and he put them in his pocket, for he knew not what might happen or might chance upon his journey. In a house are all things useful, can at need be turned to something. Then he drove a little further, on his road a little further, when to neigh began the courser, pricked his long ears up in terror. Then the lively Lemminkainen, he the handsome 𝔅𝔀𝐽𝐿𝐼, in the sledge at once leaned forward, bending down to gaze about him. There he saw, as said his mother, as his own old mother warned him, how there flowed a fiery river right across the horse's pathway, in the stream a cataract fiery, in the fall a fiery island, on the isle a peak all fiery, on the peak a fiery eagle. In his throat the fire was seething, and his mouth with flame was glowing, and his plumage fire was flashing, and the sparks around were scattering. Kauko from afar he noticed, from afar saw Lemminkainen. "Whither wilt thou go, O Kauko? Whither goes the son of Lempi?" Answered lively Lemminkainen, said the handsome 𝔅𝔀𝐽𝐿𝐼, "Unto Pohja's feast I journey, the carousal held in secret. Turn thee on one side a little, from the youth's path do thou turn thee. Let the traveller make his journey, do not hinder Lemminkainen. Therefore move aside a little, let him now pursue his journey." Thereupon the eagle answered, hissing from his throat a fire, "I will let the traveller pass me, will not hinder Lemminkainen, through my mouth will let him hasten, let him thus pursue his journey. Thither shall thy path direct thee, fortunate shall be thy journey to the banquet thou art seeking, where thou all thy life mayst rest thee." Little troubled Lemminkainen, and he let it not concern him. But he felt into his pocket, and his pouch he opened quickly, took the feathers of the blackfowl, leisurely he rubbed the feathers, and between his palms he rubbed them, 'twixt his fingers 10 in number, and a flock of grouse created, and a flock of capercailzies. In the eagle's beak he thrust them, to his greedy throat he gave them, to the eagle's throat all fiery, in the firebird's beak he thrust them. Thus he freed himself from danger, and escaped the first day's danger. With his whip he struck the courser, With the beaded whip he struck him, and the horse sped quickly onward, and the steed sprang lightly forward. Then he drove a little further, but a little way had travelled, when the horse again was shying, and again the steed was neighing. From the sledge again he raised him, and he strove to gaze around him. And he saw, as said his mother, as his aged mother warned him, right in front a trench of fire, right across the path extending, ever to the east extending, northwest endlessly extending, full of stones to redness heated, full of blocks of stone all glowing. Little troubled Lemminkainen, but he raised a prayer to Ukko. Ukko, thou of gods the highest, Ukko, thou our heavenly Father, send thou now a cloud from northwest, send thou from the west a second, and a third to east establish. In the northeast let them gather, push their borders all together, drive them edge to edge together. Let the snow fall staff deep round me, deep as is the length of spear shaft, on these stones to redness heated, blocks of stone all fiery glowing. Ukko then of gods the highest, he the aged heavenly Father, sent a cloud from out the northwest, from the west he sent a second, in the east a cloud let them gather in the northeast. And he heaped them all together, and he closed the gaps between them. Let the snow fall staff deep downward, deep as is the length of spear shaft, on the stones to redness heated, blocks of stone all fiery glowing. From the snow a pond was fashioned, and a lake with icy waters. Then the lively Lemminkainen sang a bridge of ice together, stretching right across the snow pond, from the one bank to the other. O'er the fiery trench passed safely, passed the second day in safety. With his whip he urged the courser, cracked the whip all bead embroidered, and began to travel quickly as the courser trotted onward. Quick he ran a verst a second, for a short space well proceeded, when he suddenly stopped standing, would not stir from his position. Then the lively Lemminkainen started up to gaze around him. In the gate the wolf was standing, and the bear before the passage, there in Pohjola's dread gateway, at the end of a long passage. Then the lively Lemminkainen, he the handsome 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫 them. And he took some ewe's wool from it, and until 'twas soft he rubbed it, and between his palms he rubbed it, 'twixt his fingers 10 in number. On his palms then gently breathing, ewes ran bleating forth between them. Quite a flock of sheep he fashioned, and a flock of lambs among them. And the wolf rushed straight upon them, and the bear rushed after likewise, while the lively Lemminkainen further drove upon his journey. Yet a little space he journeyed, unto Pohjola's enclosure. There a fence was raised of iron, fenced with steel the whole enclosure. In the ground 100 fathoms, in the sky 1,000 fathoms. Spears they were which formed the hedge stakes, and for wattles creeping serpents. Thus the fence with snakes was wattled, and among them there were lizards, and their tails were always waving, and their thick heads always swelling. Rows of heads erected always, heads turned out and tails turned inwards. Then the lively Lemminkainen gave himself to his reflections. This is what my mother told me, this is what my mother dreaded. Here I find a fence tremendous, reared aloft from earth to heaven. Down below there creeps a viper, deeper yet the fence is sunken. Up aloft a bird is flying, but the fence is builded higher. Natheless was not Lemminkainen greatly troubled or uneasy. From the sheath he drew his knife out, from the sheath an iron weapon, and he hewed the fence to pieces, and in twain he clove the hedge stakes. Thus he breached the fence of iron, and he drove away the serpents from the space between 5 hedge stakes, likewise from the space 'twixt 7, and himself pursued his journey onto Pohjola's dark portal. In the path a snake was twisting, just in front across the doorway, even longer than the roof tree, thicker than the hall's great pillars. And the snake had eyes 100, and the snake had tongues 1,000, and his eyes than sieves were larger, and his tongues were long as spear shafts, and his fangs were like rake handles. 7 boats' length his back extended. Then the lively Lemminkainen would not instantly move onward to the snake with eyes 100, and the snake with tongues 1,000. Spoke the lively Lemminkainen, said the handsome 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, serpent black and subterranean, worm whose hue is that of Tuoni, thou amidst the grass who lurkest at the roots of Lempo's foliage, gliding all among the hillocks, creeping all among the tree roots, who has brought thee from the stubble, from the grass roots has aroused thee, creeping here on ground all open, creeping there upon the pathway? Who has sent thee from thy nettles, who has ordered and provoked thee, that thy head thou liftest threatening, and thy neck thou stiffly raisest? Was thy father or thy mother, or the eldest of thy brothers, or the youngest of thy sisters, or some other near relation? Close thy mouth, thy head conceal thou, hide thou quick thy tongue within it, coil thyself together tightly, roll thyself into a circle. Give me way, though but a half way, let the traveller make his journey, or begone from out the pathway. Creep, thou vile one, in the bushes, in the holes among the heathland, and among the moss conceal thee, glide away like ball of worsted, like a withered stick of aspen. Hide thy head among the grass roots, hide thyself among the hillocks. 'Neath the turf thy mouth conceal thou, make thy dwelling in a hillock. If you lift your head from out it, Ukko surely will destroy it, with his nails all steely pointed, with a mighty hail of iron. Thus was Lemminkainen talking, but the serpent heeded nothing, and continued always hissing, darting out its tongue for ever. And its mouth was always hissing at the head of Lemminkainen. Then the lively Lemminkainen of an ancient spell bethought him, which the old crone once had taught him, which his mother once had taught him. Said the lively Lemminkainen, spoke the handsome 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫 Still you will swell up with anguish when an ill day comes upon you. Thou wilt burst in two, O vile one, O thou toad, in three will burst thou, if I should seek out your mother, and should search for your ancestress. Well I know thy birth, vile creature, whence thou comest, earthly horror. For 𝔅𝔀𝔍𝑖𝑡𝑎r was your mother, and the sea fiend was your parent. 𝔅𝔀𝑜𝑡𝑎r she spat in water, in the waves she left the spittle. By the wind 'twas rocked thereafter, tossed upon the water current. Thus for 6 years it was shaken, thus for 7 whole summers drifted, on the ocean's shining surface, and upon the swelling billows. Thus for long the water stretched it, by the sun 'twas warmed and softened. To the land the billows drove it, on the beach a wave upcast it. Walked 3 daughters of creation on the beach of stormy ocean. On the beach the waves that bounded, on the beach they saw the spittle, and they spoke the words which follow. What might perhaps of this be fashioned, if a life by the Creator, and if eyes were granted to it? This was heard by the Creator, and he spoke the words which follow. Evil only comes from evil, and a toad from toad's foul vomit. If I gave a life unto it, and if eyes were granted to it. But the words were heard by Hiisi, one for mischief always ready, and he set about creating. Hiisi gave a life unto it, of the slime of toad disgusting. From 𝔅𝔀𝑜𝑡𝑎r's filthy spittle, formed from this a twisting serpent, to a black snake he transformed it. Whence the life he gave unto it? Life he brought from Hiisi's coal heap. Whence was then its heart created? out of 𝔅𝔀𝔍𝑖tar's own heartstrings. Whence the brains for this foul creature? From a mighty torrent's foaming. Whence its sense obtained the monster? From a furious cataract's foaming. Whence a head, this foul enchantment? From the bean, a bean all rotten. Whence were then its eyes created? From a seed of flax of Lempo. Whence were the toad's ears created? From the leaves of Lempo's birch tree. Whence was then its mouth constructed? 𝔅𝔀𝑇ar's own mouth supplied it. Whence the tongue in mouth so evil? From the spear of Kaitolainen. Teeth for such an evil creature? From the beard of Tuoni's barley. Whence its filthy gums created? From the gums of Kalma's maiden. Whence was then its back constructed? Of the coals of fire of Hiisi. Whence its wriggling tail constructed? From the plates of Pahalainen. Whence its entrails were constructed? These were drawn from Death's own girdle. This thy origin, O serpent, this thy honour as reported. Black snake from the world infernal, serpent of the hue of Tuoni, hue of earth and hue of heather, all the colours of the rainbow. Go from out the wanderer's pathway, from before the travelling hero. Yield the pathway to the traveller, make a way for Lemminkainen to the feast at Pohjaholden, where they hold the great carousal. Then the snake obeyed his orders, and the 100-eyed drew backward, and the great snake twisted sideways, turning in a new direction, giving thus the traveller pathway, making way for Lemminkainen, to the feast at Pohjaholden and the secret held carousal. End of Runo 26. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Runo 27 of Kalevala, The Land of the Heroes by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844 to 1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 27. The Duel at Pohjola. Argument. Lemminkainen comes to Pohjola and behaves with the greatest insolence. The lord of Pohjola grows angry, and as he can do nothing against Lemminkainen by magic, he challenges him to a duel. In the course of the duel, Lemminkainen strikes off the head of the lord of Pohjola, and to avenge this, the mistress of Pohjola raises an army against him. Now that I have brought my 𝔅𝔀𝐍𝍍𝐿, carried Ahto Saarelainen, often past death's jaw expanded, past the very tongue of Kalma, to the banquet held at Pohja, and to the concealed carousal, now must I relate in detail, and my tongue relate in fullness, how the lively Lemminkainen, he the handsome 𝔅𝔀𝐍𝐿, to the homestead came of Pohja, holes of Sariola the misty, uninvited to the banquet, to the drinking bout unbidden. Thus the lively Lemminkainen, ruddy youth and arrant scoundrel, in the room at once came forward, walking to the very middle. 'Neath him swayed the floor of linden, and the room of firwood rattled. Spoke the lively Lemminkainen, and he said the words which follow. Greetings to ye on my coming, greetings also to the greeter. Hearken, Pohjola's great master, have you here within this dwelling barley for the horse's fodder, beer to offer to the hero? There sat Pohjola's great master at the end of the long table, and from thence he made his answer, in the very words which follow. Perhaps there is within this dwelling standing room for your fine courser. Nor would I indeed forbid you in the room a quiet corner, or to stand within the doorway, in the doorway 'neath the rafters, in the space between two kettles, there where 3 large hoes are standing. Then the lively 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫 And he spoke the words which follow. Lempo may perchance be willing thus to stand within the doorway, where he might with soot be dirtied, while the soot falls all around him. But at no time did my father, never did my aged father ever stand in such a station in the doorway, 'neath the rafters. There was always room sufficient for his horse within the stable, and a clean room for the hero, and a place to put his gloves in, pegs whereon to hang his mittens, walls where swords may rest in order. Why should I not also find it as my father always found it? After this he strode on further, to the end of the long table at the bench end, then he sat him. At the end of bench of firwood, and the bench it cracked beneath him, and the bench of firwood tottered. Said the lively Lemminkainen, seems to me that I'm unwelcome, as no ale is offered to me, to the guest who just has entered. 𝔅𝔀𝐍𝍍𝔍𝔀𝔅, the noble mistress, answered in the words which follow. O thou boy, O Lemminkainen, not as guest thou com'st among us, but upon my head to trample, and to make it bow before you, for our ale is still in barley, still in malt the drink delicious, and the wheat bread still unbaken, and unboiled the meat remaineth. Yesternight you should have entered, or perchance have come tomorrow. Then the lively Lemminkainen twisted mouth, and turned his head round, tore his black beard in his anger, and he spoke the words which follow. Eaten is the feast already, finished feast, and drunk the bride ale, and the ale has been divided, to the men the mead been given, and the cans away been carried, and the pint pots laid in storage. Pohjola's illustrious mistress, long-toothed mistress of Pimentola, thou hast held the wedding badly, and in doggish fashion held it. Baked the bread in loaves enormous, thou hast brewed the beer of barley. 6 times sent thy invitations, 9 times hast thou sent a summons. Thou hast asked the poor, the spectres, asked the scum and asked the wastrels, asked the leanest of the loafers, laborers with one garment only. All folks else thou hast invited, me rejected, uninvited. Wherefore should I thus be treated, when I sent myself the barley? Others brought it by the spoonful, others poured it out by dishfuls, but I poured it out in bushels, by the half-ton out I poured it, of my own the best of barley, corn which I had sown aforetime. 'Tis not now that Lemminkainen is a guest of great distinction, for no ale is offered to me, nor the pot set on the fire. In the pot is nothing cooking, not a pound of pork you give me, neither food nor drink you give me. Now my weary journey's ended. 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝑃𝐻𝑡𝑎𝑟, the noble mistress, uttered then the words which follow. O my little waiting maiden, O my ever-ready servant, put into the pot some dinner, bring some ale to give the stranger. Then the girl, the child so wretched, washed the worst of all the dishes, and the spoons she then was wiping, and the ladles she was scouring. Then into the pot put dinner, bones of meat and heads of fishes, very ancient stalks of turnips, crusts of bread of stony hardness, and a pint of ale she brought him, and a can of filthy victuals, gave it lively Lemminkainen, that he should drink out the refuse, and she spoke the words which follow. If you are indeed a hero, can you drink the ale I bring you, nor upset the can that holds it? Lemminkainen, youth so lively, looked at once into the pint pot, and below a worm was creeping, in the midst there crept a serpent, on the edge were serpents creeping, lizards also there were gliding. Said the lively Lemminkainen, loudly grumbled 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝑃𝐻𝑡𝑎𝑟, off to Tuonela the bearer, quick to Manala the handmaid, ere the moon again has risen, or this very day is ended. Afterwards these words he added, O thou beer, thou drink so nasty, in an evil hour concocted, evil only lurks within thee. Notwithstanding I will drink it, on the ground will cast the refuse, with my nameless finger lift it, with my left thumb will I lift it. Then he felt into his pocket, and within his pouch was searching, took an angle from his pocket, iron hooks from out his satchel, dropped it down into the pint pot, in the ale began to angle, hooked the snakes upon his fish hooks, on his hooks the evil vipers. Up he drew of toads 100, and of dusky snakes 1,000. Down upon the ground he threw them all upon the planking. Thereupon a sharp knife taking, from the sheath he quickly drew it, cut the heads from off the serpents, broke the necks of all the serpents. Then he drank the ale with gusto, drank the black mead with enjoyment, and he spoke the words which follow. As a guest I am not honored, since no ale was brought unto me, which was better worth my drinking, offered me by hands more careful, in a larger vessel brought me. Since no sheep was slaughtered for me, no gigantic steer was slaughtered, in the whole no ox they brought me from the house of hoofed cattle. Then did Pohjola's great master answer in the words which follow, Wherefore have you then come hither? Who invited you among us? Answered lively Lemminkainen, said the handsome 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, Good is perhaps the guest invited, better still if uninvited. Hearken then, thou son of Pohja, Pohjola's illustrious master. Give me ale for cash directly, reach me here some drink for money. Then did Pohjola's great master angry grow and greatly furious, very furious and indignant, sang a pond upon the flooring, in the front of Lemminkainen, and he said the words which follow. Here's a river you may drink of, here's a pond that you may splash in. Little troubled Lemminkainen, and he spoke the words which follow. I'm no calf by women driven, nor a bull with tail behind me, that I drink of river water, or from filthy ponds the water. Then himself began to conjure, and himself commenced his singing, sang upon the floor a bullock, mighty ox with horns all golden. And he soon drank up the puddle, drank the river up with pleasure. But the mighty son of Pohja by his spells a wolf created, and upon the floor he sang him to devour the fleshy bullock. Lemminkainen, youth so lively, sang a white hare to his presence, and upon the floor 'twas leaping, near the wolf jaws widely opened. But the mighty son of Pohja sang a dog with pointed muzzle, and the dog the hare devoured, rent the squint eye into fragments. Lemminkainen, youth so lively, on the rafters sang a squirrel, and it frolicked on the rafters, and the dog was barking at it. But the mighty son of Pohja sang a golden-breasted marten, and the marten seized the squirrel on the rafter's end while sitting. Lemminkainen, youth so lively, sang a fox of ruddy color, and it killed the gold-breast marten, and destroyed the handsome-haired one. But the mighty son of Pohja by his spells a hen created, and upon the ground 'twas walking just before the fox's muzzle. Lemminkainen, youth so lively, thereupon a hawk created, quickly with its claws it seized it, and it tore the hen to pieces. Then said Pohjola's great master in the very words which follow, Better will not be the banquet, nor the guest provision lessened, house for work, the road for strangers, unrefreshed from the carousal. Quit this place, O scamp of Hisi, haste away from all folks' knowledge. To thy home, O toad the basest, forth, O scoundrel, to thy country. Answered lively Lemminkainen, said the handsome 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, None would let himself be banished, not a man how bad soever, from this place be ever driven, forced to fly from such a station. Then did Pohjola's great master snatch his sword from wall where hanging, grasped in haste the sharpened weapon, and he spoke the words which follow. O thou 𝔅𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀 together, match the glitter of the sword blades, whether my sword is the better, or is 𝔅𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀 me, for on bones it has been shattered, and on skulls completely broken. But let this be as it may be, if no better feast is ready. Let us struggle and determine which of our two swords is favored. Ne'er in former times my father in a duel has been worsted. Why should then his son be different, or his child be like a baby? Sword he took and bared his sword blade, and he drew his sharp-edged weapon, drew it from the leather scabbard hanging at his belt of lambskin. Then they measured and inspected which of their two swords was longer, and a very little longer was the sword of Pohja's master, as upon the nail the blackness or a half joint of a finger. Spoke then 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔀𝐻𝔀𝐻𝔀𝐻𝔀𝐻, said the handsome �𝑍𝑒𝑘𝔀𝑉𝐻𝑜𝑚𝐴𝐿𝑖, as your sword is rather longer, let the first attack be yours. Then did Pohjola's great master aim a blow and tried to strike him, aimed his sword but never struck it. On the head of 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 once indeed he struck the rafters, and the beams resounded loudly, and across the beam was shattered, and the arch in twain was broken. Then spoke 𝔅𝔀𝑒𝑠𝑎𝑟𝑎𝑙𝑎𝑖𝑛, said the handsome 𝑘aukomealy, well, what mischief did the rafters, and what harm the beam effected, that you thus attack the rafters, and have made the arch to rattle? Hear me, son of Pohja's country, Pohjola's illustrious master. Awkward 'tis in room to combat, trouble would it give the women, if the clean room should be damaged, and with blood defiled the flooring. Let us go into the courtyard, in the field outside to battle, on the grass outside to combat. In the yard the blood looks better, in the yard it looks more lovely, on the snow it looks much better. Out into the yard they wandered, and they found therein a cowhide, and they spread it in the courtyard, and they took their stand upon it. Then said 𝔅𝔀𝑒𝑠𝑎𝑟𝑎𝑙𝑎𝑖𝑛, hearken, O thou son of Pohja, as your sword is rather longer, and your sword is more terrific, perhaps indeed you need to use it, just before your own departure, or before your neck is broken. Strike away, O son of Pohja. Fenced away the son of Pohja, struck a blow and struck a second, and he struck a third blow after, but he could not strike him fairly, could not scratch the flesh upon him, from his skin a single bristle. Then spoke 𝔅𝔀𝑒𝑠𝑎𝑟𝑎𝑙𝑎𝑖𝑛, said the handsome 𝑘aukomealy, give me leave to try a little, for at last my time is coming. Natheless Pohjola's great master did not pay the least attention, striking on without reflection, ever striking, never hitting. From his sword blade flashed red fire, and its edge was always gleaming. In the hands of 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫 mighty son of Pohja. Said the handsome Lemminkainen, "Hearken, Pohjola's great master. True it is, thy neck so wretched is as red as dawn of morning." Thereupon the son of Pohja, he the mighty lord of Pohja, bent his eyes that he might witness how his own neck had been reddened. Then the lively Lemminkainen hurriedly a stroke delivered. With his sword he struck the hero, quickly with the sword he struck him. Full and fair he struck the hero, struck his head from off his shoulders, and the skull from neck he severed, as from off the stalk a turnip, or an ear of corn is severed. From a fish a fin divided. In the yard the head went rolling, and the skull in the enclosure, as when it is struck by arrow falls the capercaillie from treetop. In the ground stood stakes 100, in the yard there stood 1,000. On the stakes were heads 100, only one stake still was headless. Then the lively 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫 the stake he set it. Then did 𝔅𝔀𝔍𝔁𝔂𝔁, he the handsome 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔂𝔁𝔂, once again the house re-enter, and he spoke the words which follow. Wicked maid, now bring me water, that I wash my hands and cleanse them, from the blood of wicked master, from the gore of man of evil. Furious was the crone of Pohya, wild with wrath and indignation, and at once she sang up swordsmen, heroes well equipped for battle. Up she sang 100 swordsmen, sang 1,000 weapon-bearers, Lemminkainen's head to capture from the neck of 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔂𝔁. Now the time seemed really coming, fitting time for his departure. Terror came at length upon him, and too hard the task before him. From the house the youthful Lemminkainen quick departed, from the feast prepared at Pohya, from the unannounced carousal. End of Runo 27. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 28 of Kalevala, The Land of the Heroes by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844 to 1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 28. Lemminkainen and his mother. Argument. Lemminkainen escapes with all speed from Pohjola, comes home and asks his mother where he can hide himself from the people of Pohjola, who will soon attack him in his home 100 to 1. His mother reproaches him for his expedition to Pohjola, suggests various places of concealment, and at length advises him to go far across the lakes to a distant island, where his father once lived in peace during a year of great war. Then did 𝔅𝔀𝔁𝔂𝔁𝔂, he the lively Lemminkainen, haste to reach a place for hiding, hasten quickly to remove him from the gloomy land of Pohya, from the gloomy house of Sara. From the room he rushed like snowfall, to the yard like snake he hurried, that he might escape the evil from the crime he had committed. When he came into the courtyard, then he gazed around and pondered, seeking for the horse he left there, but he nowhere saw him standing. In the field a stone was standing, on the waste a clump of willows. Who will come to give him counsel? Who will now advise and help him, that his head come not in danger, and his hair remain uninjured, nor his handsome hair be draggled in the courtyard foul of Pohya? In the village heard he shouting, uproar too from other homesteads. Lights were shining in the village, eyes were on the open windows. Then must lively Lemminkainen, then must 𝔅𝔀𝔁𝔂𝔁𝔂 alter now his shape completely, and transform without delaying, and must soar aloft as eagle, up to heaven to soar attempting. But the sun his face was scorching, and the moon shone on his temples. Then the lively Lemminkainen sent aloft a prayer to Ukko. Ukko, Jumala most gracious, thou the wisest in the heavens, of the thunder clouds the leader, of the scattered clouds the ruler. Let it now be gloomy weather, and a little cloudlet give me, so that under its protection I may hasten homeward quickly, homeward to my dearest mother, unto the revered old woman. As he flew upon his journey, as he chanced to look behind him, there he saw a hawk, a grey one, and its eyes were fiery glowing, as it were the son of Pohya, like the former lord of Pohya. And the grey hawk called unto him, Ahti, O my dearest brother, think you on our former combat, head to head in equal contest? Then said 𝔅𝔀𝔁𝔂𝔁𝔂, said the handsome 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔂𝐁, O my hawk, my bird so charming, turn thyself and hasten homeward, to the place from which you started, to the gloomy land of Pohya, Hard it is to catch the eagle, clutch the strong-winged bird with talons. Then he hurried quickly homeward, homeward to his dearest mother, and his face was full of trouble, and his heart with care o'erladen. Then his mother came to meet him, as along the path he hurried. As he past the fence was walking, and his mother first bespoke him, "O my son, my youngest, thou the strongest of my children, why returnest thou so sadly home from Pohyola's dark regions? Hast thou harmed thyself by drinking at the drinking bout of Pohya? If the goblet made thee suffer, here a better one awaits thee, which thy father won in battle, which he fought for in the contest." Said the lively Lemminkainen, "O my mother, who hast borne me, if the goblet made me suffer, I would overcome the masters, overcome 100 heroes, and would face 1,000 heroes." Then said Lemminkainen's mother, "Wherefore art thou then in trouble? If the horse has overcome you, wherefore let the horse annoy you? If the horse has overcome you, you should buy yourself a better, with your father's lifelong savings, which the aged man provided." Said the lively Lemminkainen, "O my mother, who hast borne me, if I quarrelled with the courser, or the foal had overreached me, I myself have shamed the masters, overcome the horses' drivers, foals and drivers I have vanquished, and the heroes with their coursers." Then said Lemminkainen's mother, "Wherefore art thou then in trouble? Wherefore is thy heart so troubled, as from Pohyola thou comest? Have the women laughed about you, or the maidens ridiculed you? If the women laughed about you, or the maidens ridiculed you, there are maidens to be jeered at, other women to be laughed at." Said the lively Lemminkainen, "O my mother, who hast borne me, if the women laughed about me, or the maidens ridiculed me, I would laugh at all their menfolk, and would wink at all the maidens. I would shame 100 women, and 1,000 brides would make them." Then said Lemminkainen's mother, "What has chanced, my son, my darling? Hast thou perhaps encountered something, as to Pohyola thou wentest? Hast thou eaten perhaps too freely, eaten much, too much have drunken? Or at night perchance when resting, have you seen a dream of evil?" Then the lively Lemminkainen answered in the words which follow: "Perhaps old women may remember what in sleep they saw in vision. Though my nightly dreams I think on, yet are those of daytime better. O my mother, aged woman, fill my bag with fresh provisions. With a good supply of flour and a lump of salt add likewise. For thy son must travel further, journey to another country. Journey from this house beloved, journey from this lovely dwelling. For the men their swords are whetting, and the lance tips they are sharpening." Then his mother interrupted, asking him his cause of trouble. "Wherefore whet the men their sword blades? Wherefore sharpen they the lance tips?" Answered lively Lemminkainen, said the handsome �𝑅𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿 sharpen, on the head of me unhappy, on my neck to bring destruction. From a quarrel rose a duel, there in Pohjola's enclosure. I have slain the son of Pohja, slain the very lord of Pohja. Then rose Pohjola to battle, close behind me comes the tumult, raging all for my destruction, to surround a single warrior. Then his mother gave him answer, to her child the old crone answered, I myself already told you, and I had already warned you, and forbidden you most strictly, not to Pohjola to venture. Had you stayed at home in quiet, living in your mother's dwelling, safely in your parents' homestead, in the home of her who bore thee, then no war had ever risen, nor appeared a cause of contest. Whither now, my son unhappy? Canst thou flee, unhappy creature? Go to hide thee from destruction, flying from thy wicked action, lest thy wretched head be captured, and thy handsome neck be severed, that thy hair remain uninjured, nor thy glossy hair downtrodden. Said the lively Lemminkainen, no such refuge do I know of, where a safe retreat awaits me, where I from my crime can hide me. O my mother who hast borne me, where do you advise my hiding? Answered Lemminkainen's mother, and she spoke the words which follow. No, I know not where to hide you or to send you. As a pine upon the mountain, juniper in distant places, there might still misfortune find thee, evil fate might rise against thee. Often is the mountain pine tree cut to pieces into torches, and the juniper on heathland into posts is often cloven. As a birch tree in the valley, or an alder in the greenwood, there might still misfortune find thee, evil fate might rise against thee. Often is the valley birch tree chopped to pieces into faggots. Often is the alder thicket cut away to make a clearing. As a berry on the mountain, or upon the heath a cranberry, or upon the plain a strawberry, or in other spots a bilberry, there might still misfortune find thee, evil fate might rise against thee, for the girls might come to pluck thee, tin-adorned ones might uproot thee. In the lake as pike when hiding, Poen in slow-flowing river, there misfortune still might find thee, and at last destruction reach thee. If there came a youthful fisher, he might cast his net in water, and the young in net might take thee, and the old with net might capture. Didst thou roam as wolf in forest, or a bear in rugged country? There might still misfortune find thee, evil fate might rise against thee. If a sooty tramp was passing, he perchance might spear the growler, or the wolves bring to destruction, and the forest bears might slaughter. Then the lively Lemminkainen answered in the words which follow, I myself know evil places, worst of all do I esteem them. There where any death might seize me, and at last destruction reach me. O my mother who hast reared me, mother who thy milk hast given, whither wouldst thou bid me hide me? Whither should I now conceal me? Death's wide jaws are just before me, at my beard destruction standing. Every day for me it waiteth, till my ruin is accomplished. Then said Lemminkainen's mother, and she spoke the words which follow, I can tell the best of places, tell you one the best of any, where to hide yourself completely, and your crime conceal forever. For I know a little country, know a very little refuge, wasted not and safe from battle, and untrodden by the swordsman. Swear me now by oaths eternal, binding, free from all deception, in the course of 60 summers, never more to go to battle, neither for the love of silver, nor perchance if gold was needed. Then said lively Lemminkainen, now I swear by oaths the strongest, never in the first of summers, nor in any other summer, mix myself in mighty battles, in the clashing of the sword blades. Wounds are still upon my shoulders, in my breast deep wounds still rankle, from my former battle pleasures, in the midst of all the tumult, in the midst of mighty battles, where the heroes all contended. Then did Lemminkainen's mother answer in the words which follow, Take the boat your father left you, and betake yourself to hiding. Traverse 9 lakes in succession, half the 10th one must thou traverse, to an island on its surface, where the cliffs arise from water. There in former times your father hid and kept himself in safety, in the furious fights of summer, in the hardest years of battle. There you'll find a pleasant dwelling, and a charming place to linger. Hide thyself a year, a second. In the 3rd year come thou homeward, to your father's well-known homestead, to the dwelling of your parents. End of Runo 28. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 29 of Kalevala, The Land of the Heroes by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844 to 1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥. Lemminkainen's adventures on the island. Argument. Lemminkainen sails across the lakes in his boat, and comes safely to the island. There he lives pleasantly among the girls and women till the return of the men from warfare, who conspire against him. Lemminkainen flies from the island, much to the grief both of the girls and himself. His boat is wrecked in a violent storm, but he escapes by swimming to land, makes a new boat, and arrives safely on the shores of his own country. He finds his old house burned, and the whole surroundings laid waste, when he begins to weep and lament, especially for the loss of his mother. His mother, however, is still alive, having taken refuge in a thick forest, where Lemminkainen finds her to his great joy. She relates how the army of Pohjola came and burned down the house. Lemminkainen promises to build a finer house after he has revenged himself upon the people of Pohjola, and describes his pleasant life in the island of refuge. Lemminkainen, youth so lively, he the handsome 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐽𝐿𝐿, took provisions in his satchel, in his wallet summer butter for a year to last him, for another pork sufficient. Then he travelled off to hide him, started in the greatest hurry, and he said the words which follow. Now I go, and I'm escaping, for the space of 3 whole summers, and for 5 years in succession. Be the land to snakes abandoned, let the lynxes snarl in greenwood, in the fields the reindeer wander, in the brakes the geese conceal them. Fare thee well, my dearest mother, if the people come from Pohja, from Pimentola the army, and about my head they ask you, say that I have fled before them and have taken my departure, and I have laid waste my clearing, that which I had reaped so lately. Then he pushed his boat in water, on the waves he launched his vessel, from the rollers steel he launched it, from the haven lined with copper. On the mast the sails he hoisted, and he spread the sails of linen. At the stern himself he seated, and prepared him for his journey, sitting by his birchwood rudder, with the stern oar deftly steering. Then he spoke the words which follow, and in words like these expressed him. Wind, inflate the sails above me. Wind of spring, drive on the vessel, drive with speed the wooden vessel. Onward drive the boat of pinewood forward to the nameless island, and the nameless promontory. So the wind, the bark drove onward, o'er the foaming lake 'twas driven, o'er the bright expanse of water, speeding o'er the open water, rocking while 2 moons were changing, till a 3rd was near its ending. At the cape were maidens sitting, there upon the blue lake's margin they were gazing and were casting glances o'er the azure billows. One was waiting for her brother, and another for her father, but the others all were waiting, waiting each one for a lover. In the distance spied they 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐽𝐿, sooner still the boat of 𝔅𝔀𝐻, like a little cloud in distance, just between the sky and water. And the island maids reflected, said the maidens of the island, what's this strange thing in the water? What this wonder on the billows? If a boat of our relations, sailing vessel of our island, hasten then, and speed thee homeward, to the harbor of the island, that we hear the tidings quickly, hear the news from foreign countries, if there's peace among the shore folks, or if war is waged among them. Still the wind, the sail inflated, and the billows drove the vessel. Then the lively Lemminkainen guided to the isle the vessel. To the island's end he drove it, where it ends in jutting headland. And he said on his arrival to the cape as he was coming, is there room upon this island, on the surface of the island, where the boat may land upon it, and to dry land I may bring it? Said the girls upon the island, and the island maidens answered, there is room upon this island, on the surface of the island, where the boat may land upon it, and to dry land you may bring it. There are harbors for the vessel, on the beach sufficient rollers, to receive 100 vessels, though the boats should come by thousands. Then the lively Lemminkainen on the land drew up his vessel, on the wooden rollers laid it, and he spoke the words which follow. Is there room upon this island, on the surface of the island, where a little man may hide him, and a weak man may take refuge from the din of furious battle, and the clash of steely sword blades? Said the girls upon the island, and the island maidens answered, There is room upon this island, on the surface of the island, where a little man may hide him, and a weak man may conceal him. Here are very many castles, stately castles to reside in, though there came 100 heroes and 1,000 men of valor. Said the lively Lemminkainen, and he spoke the words which follow. Is there room upon this island, on the surface of the island, where there stands a birch tree forest, and a stretch of other country, where I perhaps may make a clearing, work upon my goodly clearing? Said the girls upon the island, and the island maidens answered, There is not upon this island, on the surface of the island, not the space your back could rest on, land not of a bushel's measure, where you perhaps might make a clearing, work upon your goodly clearing. All the land is now divided, and the fields in plots are measured, and allotted are the fallows, grassland managed by the commune. Said the lively Lemminkainen, asked the handsome 𝔅𝔀𝐽𝐽𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, Is there room upon this island, on the surface of the island, space where I my songs may carol, space where I may sing my ballads? Words within my mouth are melting, and between my gums are sprouting. Said the girls upon the island, and the island maidens answered, There is room upon this island, on the surface of the island, space where you may sing your ballads and intone your splendid verses, while you sport amid the greenwood, while you dance among the meadows. Then the lively Lemminkainen hastened to commence his singing. In the court sang mountain ash trees, in the farmyard oaks grew upward. On the oaks were equal branches, and on every branch an acorn. Golden globes within the acorns, and upon the globes were cuckoos. When the cuckoos all were calling, from their mouths was gold distilling. From their beaks was copper flowing, likewise silver pouring onward, to the hills all golden shining, and among the silver mountains. Once again sang Lemminkainen, once again he sang and chanted. Gravel sang to pearls of beauty, all the stones to gleaming luster, all the stones to glowing redness, and the flowers to golden glory. Then again sang Lemminkainen, in the yard a well created, o'er the well a golden cover, and on this a golden bucket, that the lads might drink the water, and their sisters wash their faces. Ponds he sang upon the meadows, in the ponds blue ducks were floating, temples golden, heads of silver, and their claws were all of copper. Then the island maidens wondered, and the girls were all astounded, at the songs of Lemminkainen and the craft of that great hero. Said the lively Lemminkainen, spoke the handsome 𝔅𝔀𝐽𝐽𝐽𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫 If beneath a roof I sang it, at the end of the deal table, if a house you cannot give me, there to rest upon the planking, I will hum my tunes in forest, toss my songs among the bushes. Said the maidens of the island, answered after full reflection, there are houses you may enter, handsome halls that you may dwell in, safe from cold to sing your verses, in the open speak your magic. Then the lively ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 entered in a house directly, where he sang a row of pint pots at the end of the long table. All the pots with ale were brimming, and the cans with mead the finest, filled as full as one could fill them, dishes filled to overflowing. In the pots was beer in plenty, and the mead in covered tankards. Butter, too, in great abundance, pork was likewise there in plenty, for the feast of ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, and for 𝑐���𝑙𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐿's pleasure. 𝑐���𝑙𝐻𝐿 was of finest manners, nor to eat was he accustomed, only with a knife of silver, fitted with a golden handle. So he sang a knife of silver, and a golden hafted knife blade, and he ate till he was sated, drank the ale in full contentment. Then the lively 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 roamed about through every village, for the island maiden's pleasure, to delight the braidless damsels. And where'er his head was turning, there he found a mouth for kissing. Wheresoe'er his hand was outstretched, there he found a hand to clasp it. And at night he went to rest him, hiding in the darkest corner. There was not a single village where he did not find 10 homesteads. There was not a single homestead where he did not find 10 daughters. There was none among the daughters, none among the mother's children, by whose side he did not stretch him, on whose arm he did not rest him. Thus 1,000 brides he found there, rested by 100 widows. 2 and half a score remained not, 3 and a completed 100, whom he left untouched as maidens, or as widows unmolested. Thus the lively 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫 lived a life of great enjoyment, for the course of 3 whole summers in the island's pleasant hamlets, to the island maiden's rapture, the content of all the widows. One alone he did not trouble. 'Twas a poor and aged maiden, at the furthest promontory, in the 10th among the hamlets. As he pondered on his journey and resolved to wend him homeward, came the poor and aged maiden, and she spoke the words which follow. Handsome hero, wretched 𝔅𝔀𝐽𝐽, if you will not think upon me, then I wish that as you travel, may your boat on rocks be stranded. Rose he not before the cock-crow, nor before the hen's child rose he, from his sporting with the maiden, laughing with the wretched woman. Then upon a day it happened, and upon a certain evening, he resolved to rise and wander, waiting not for morn or cock-crow. Long before the time he rose up, sooner than the time intended, and he went around to wander, and to wander through the village, for his sporting with the damsels, to amuse the wretched women. As alone by night he wandered, through the villages he sauntered, to the isle's extremest headland, to the 10th among the hamlets. He beheld not any homestead, where 3 rooms he did not notice. There was not a room among them where he did not see 3 heroes, and he saw not any hero with a sword blade left unwhetted, sharpened thus to bring destruction on the head of 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫 Woe to me, the day is dawning, and the pleasant sun is rising, O'er a youth of all most wretched, o'er the neck of me unhappy. Lempo may perchance a hero with his shirt protect and cover, Perhaps will cover with his mantle, cast it round him for protection, Though 100 men attacked him and 1,000 pressed upon him. Unembraced he left the maidens, and he left them unmolested, And he turned him to his vessel, luckless to his boat he hurried, But he found it burned to ashes, utterly consumed to ashes. Mischief now he saw approaching, o'er his head ill days were brooding, So began to build a vessel and a new boat to construct him. Wood was failing to the craftsman, boards with which a boat to fashion, But he found of wood a little, begged some wretched bits of boarding, 5 small splinters of a spindle and 6 fragments of a bobbin. So from these a boat he fashioned, and a new boat he constructed. By his magic art he made it, with his secret knowledge made it. Hammered once one side he fashioned, hammered twice, called up the other, Hammered then a 3rd time only, and the boat was quite completed. Then he pushed the boat in water, on the waves he launched the vessel, And he spoke the words which follow, and expressed himself in this wise: Float like bladder on the waves like water lily. Eagle, give me now 3 feathers, eagle 3 and 2 from raven, For the wretched boat's protection, for the wretched vessel's bulwarks. Then he stepped upon the planking, at the stern he took his station, Head bowed down in deep depression, and his cap awry adjusted, Since by night he dare not tarry, nor by day could linger longer, For the island maiden's pleasure, sporting with the unbraided damsels. Spoke the lively Lemminkainen, said the handsome 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, Now the youth must take departure, and must travel from these dwellings, Joyless leave behind these damsels, dance no longer with the fair ones, Surely when I have departed and have left this land behind me, never will rejoice these damsels, nor unbraided girls be jesting, in their homes so full of sadness, in the courtyards now so dreary. Wept the island girls already, damsels at the cape lamented, wherefore goest thou, Lemminkainen, and departest, hero bridegroom? Dost thou go for maiden's coyness, or for scarcity of women? Spoke the lively Lemminkainen, said the handsome 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, 'Tis not for the maiden's coyness, nor the scarcity of women. I have had 100 women, and embraced 1,000 maidens. Thus departeth Lemminkainen. Quits you thus your hero bridegroom, since the great desire has seized me, longing for my native country, longing for my own land's strawberries, for the slopes where grow the raspberries, for the maidens on the headland, and the poultry of my farmyard? Then the lively Lemminkainen pushed into the waves the vessel, blew the wind, and then it blustered. Rising waves drove on the vessel o'er the blue lake's shining surface, and across the open water. On the beach there stood the sad ones, on the shingles the unhappy, and the island girls were weeping, and the golden maids lamenting. Wept for long the island maidens, damsels on the cape lamented. Long as they could see the masthead, and the iron work was gleaming. But they wept not for the masthead, nor bewailed the iron fittings. By the mast they wept the steersman, he who wrought the iron fittings. Lemminkainen too was weeping, long he wept and long was saddened, long as he could see the island or the outline of its mountains. But he wept not for the island, nor lamented for the mountains, but he wept the island damsels, for the mountain geese lamented. Then the lively Lemminkainen o'er the blue lake took his journey, and he voyaged one day, a second, and at length upon the third day rose a furious wind against him, and the whole horizon thundered. Rose a great wind from the northwest, and a strong wind from the northeast, struck one side and then the other, thus the vessel overturning. Then the lively Lemminkainen plunged his hands into the water, rowing forward with his fingers, while his feet he used for steering. Thus he swam by night and daytime, and with greatest skill he steered him. And a little cloud perceived he, in the west a cloud projecting, which to solid land was changing, and became a promontory. On the cape he found a homestead, where he found the mistress baking, and her daughters dough were kneading. O thou very gracious mistress, if you but perceived my hunger, thought upon my sad condition, you would hurry to the storehouse, to the alehouse like a snowstorm, and a can of ale would fetch me, and a strip of pork would fetch me. In the pan would broil it for me, and would pour some butter on it, that the weary man might eat it, and the fainting hero drink it. Nights and days have I been swimming out upon the broad lake's billows, with the wind as my protector, at the mercy of the lake waves. Thereupon the gracious mistress hastened to the mountain storehouse, sliced some butter in the storehouse, and a slice of pork provided. In the pan thereafter broiled it, that the hungry man might eat it. Then she fetched of ale a canful for the fainting hero's drinking, and she gave him a new vessel, and a boat completely finished, which to other lands should take him and convey him to his birthplace. Then the lively Lemminkainen started on his homeward journey, saw the lands and saw the beaches, here the islands, there the channels, saw the ancient landing stages, saw the former dwelling places, and he saw the pine-clad mountains, all the hills with fir trees covered. But he found no more his homestead, and the walls he found not standing. Where the house before was standing rustled now a cherry thicket. On the mound were pine trees growing, juniper beside the wellspring. Spoke the lively Lemminkainen, said the handsome 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔞𥬁, I have roamed among these forests, o'er the stones and plunged in river, and have played about the meadows, and have wandered through the cornfields. Who has spoiled my well-known homestead, and destroyed my charming dwelling? They have burned the house to ashes, and the winds disperse the ashes. Thereupon he fell to weeping, and he wept one day, a second. But he wept not for the homestead, nor lamented for the storehouse. But he wept the house's treasure, dearer to him than the storehouse. Then he saw a bird was flying, and a golden eagle hovering. And he then began to ask it, "O my dearest golden eagle, can you not perchance inform me? What has happened to my mother, to the fair one who has borne me, to my dear and much-loved mother?" Nothing knew the eagle of her, nor the stupid bird could tell him. Only knew that she had perished, said a raven she had fallen, and had died beneath the sword blades, neath the battle axes fallen. Answered lively Lemminkainen, said the handsome 𝔅𝔀𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔀𝔅, "O my fair one who hast borne me, O my dear and much-loved mother, hast thou perished who hast borne me? Hast thou gone, O tender mother? Now thy flesh in earth has rotted, fir trees o'er thy head are growing, juniper upon thy ankles, on thy fingertips are willows. Thus my wretched doom has found me, and an ill reward has reached me, that my sword I dared to measure, and I dared to raise my weapons, there in Pohjola's great castle, in the fields of Pimentola. But my own race now has perished, perished now is she who bore me." Then he looked and turned on all sides, and he saw a trace of footsteps, where the grass was lightly trampled, and the heath was slightly broken. Then he went the way they led him, and he found a little pathway. To the forest led the pathway, and he went in that direction. Thus he walked a verst, a second, hurried through a stretch of country, and in darkest shades of forest, in the most concealed recesses, there he saw a hidden bath-house, saw a little cottage hidden. In a cleft 2 rocks protected, in a nook between 3 fir trees. There he saw his tender mother, there beheld the aged woman. Then the lively Lemminkainen felt rejoiced beyond all measure, and he spoke the words which follow, and in words like these expressed him. "O my very dearest mother, O my mother who hast nursed me, thou art living still, O mother, watchful still, my aged mother. Yet I thought that thou hadst perished, and wast lost to me for ever, perished underneath the sword blades, or beneath the spears hadst fallen. And I wept my pretty eyes out, and my handsome cheeks were ruined." Then said Lemminkainen's mother, "True it is that I am living, but was forced to fly my dwelling, and to seek a place of hiding in this dark and gloomy forest, in the most concealed recesses, when came Pohjola to battle, murderous hosts from distant countries, seeking but for thee, unhappy, and our home they laid in ruins, and they burned the house to ashes, and they wasted all the holding." Said the lively Lemminkainen, "O my mother who hast borne me, do not give thyself to sadness, be not sad and be not troubled. We will now erect fresh buildings, better buildings than the others, and will wage a war with Pohja, overthrowing Lempo's people." Then did Lemminkainen's mother answer in the words which follow, "Long hast thou, my son, been absent, long, my 𝔅𝔀𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍 strangers, on a nameless promontory and upon an unknown island. Answered lively Lemminkainen, said the handsome 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔫, there to dwell was very pleasant, charming was it there to wander. There the trees are crimson shining, red the trees and blue the country, and the pine boughs shine like silver, and the flowers of heath all golden. And the mountains are of honey, and the rocks are made of hens' eggs. Flows the mead from withered pine trees, milk flows from the barren fir trees, butter flows from corner fences, from the posts the ale is flowing. There to dwell was very pleasant, lovely was it to reside there. Afterwards 'twas bad to live there, and unfit for me to live there. They were anxious for the maidens, and suspicious of the women, lest the miserable wenches and the fat and wicked creatures might by me be badly treated, visited too much at night time. But I hid me from the maidens, and the women's daughters guarded, just as hides the wolf from porkers, or the hawks from village poultry. End of Runo 29. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 30 of Kalevala, the Land of the Heroes by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844 to 1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 30. Lemminkainen and 𝔅𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀🔀. Argument. Lemminkainen goes to ask his former comrade in arms, 𝔅𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀🔀, to join him in an expedition against Pohjola. The mistress of Pohjola sends the frost against them, who freezes the boat in the sea and almost freezes the heroes themselves in the boat, but that Lemminkainen restrains it by powerful charms and invocations. Lemminkainen and his companion walk across the ice to the shore, wander about in the waste for a long time in a miserable plight, and at last make their way home. Ahti, youth forever youthful, Lemminkainen young and lively, very early in the morning, in the very earliest morning, sauntered downward to the boathouse. To the landing stage he wandered. There a wooden boat was weeping, boat with iron rowlocks grieving. Here am I for sailing ready, but O wretched one rejected. Ahti rose not forth to battle for the space of 60 summers, neither for the lust of silver, or if need of gold should drive him. Then the lively Lemminkainen struck his glove upon the vessel. With his colored glove he struck it, and he said the words which follow. Care thou not, O deck of pinewood, nor lament, O timber-sided. Thou once more shalt go to battle, and shalt mingle in the combat, shalt again be filled with warriors, ere tomorrow shall be ended. Then he went to seek his mother, and he said the words which follow. Do not weep for me, O mother, nor lament, thou aged woman, if I once again must wander, and again must go to battle. For my mind resolve has taken, and a plan my brain has seized on, to destroy the folk of Pohja and revenge me on the scoundrels. To restrain him sought his mother, and the aged woman warned him. Do not go, my son, my dearest, thus 'gainst Pohjola to combat. There perchance might death o'ercome thee, and destruction fall upon thee. Little troubled Lemminkainen, but he thought on his departure, and he started on his journey, and he spoke the words which follow. Can I find another hero? Find a man and find a swordsman, who will join in Ahti's battle, and with all his strength will aid me? Well is 𝔅𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀 known unto me, well with 𝔅𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀 I'm acquainted. He will be a second hero. He's a hero and a swordsman. He will join in Ahti's battle, and with all his strength will aid me. Through the villages he wandered, found his way to 𝔅𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀 coming. O my tierra, faithful comrade, of my friends most loved and dearest, thinkest thou on days departed, on the life we lived aforetime, when we wandered forth together to the fields of mighty battles? There was not a single village where 10 houses were not numbered. There was none among the houses where 10 heroes were not living. There was none among the heroes, not a man however valiant, none who did not fall before us, by us twain who was not slaughtered. At the window worked the father, and a spear shaft he was carving. By the threshold stood the mother, busy as she churned the butter. At the door the ruddy brothers, and they wrought a sledge's framework. At the bridge end stood the sisters, and the clothes they there were wringing. From the window spoke the father, and the mother from the threshold. From the door the ruddy brothers, from the bridge end spoke the sisters. Tierra cannot go to battle, nor may strike with spear in warfare. Other duties call for Tierra. He has made a lifelong compact, for a young wife has he taken as the mistress of his household. But untouched is she at present, uncaressed is still her bosom. By the stove was Tierra resting, by the stove side 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐿 rested. At the stove 1 foot he booted, and the other at the stove bench. At the gate his belt he tightened, in the open girt it round him. Then did 𝔅𝔀𝐻 grasp his spear shaft, not the largest of the largest, nor the smallest of the smallest, but a spear of mid-dimensions. On the blade a steed was standing, on the side a foal was trotting. At the joint a wolf was howling, at the haft a bear was growling. Thus his spear did 𝔅𝔻𝐻 brandish, and he brandished it to whirring, hurled it then to fathom deepness, in the stiff clay of the cornfield, in a bare spot of the meadow, in a flat spot free from hillocks. Then his spear was placed by 𝔅𝔻𝐻 with the other spears of Ahti, and he went and made him ready, swift to join in Ahti's battle. Then did Ahti Saarelainen push his boat into the water, like a snake in grass when creeping, even like a living serpent, and he sailed away to northwest on the lake that borders Pohja. Then did Pohjola's old mistress call the wicked frost to aid her, on the lake that borders Pohja, on the deep and open water. And she said the words which follow, thus she spoke and thus commanded. O my frost, my boy so little, O thou foster child I nurtured, go thou forth where I shall bid thee, where I bid thee and I send thee. Freeze the boat of that great scoundrel, boat of lively Lemminkainen, on the lake's extended surface, on the deep and open water. Freeze thou too the master in it, freeze thou in the boat the rascal, that he never more escape thee in the course of all his lifetime. If myself I do not loose him, if myself I do not free him. Then the frost, that wicked fellow, and a youth the most malicious, went upon the lake to freeze it, and upon the waves he brooded. Forth he went as he was ordered, and upon the land he wandered, bit the leaves from off the branches, grass from off the flowerless meadows. Then he came upon his journey to the lake that borders Pohja, to the endless waste of water, and upon the first night only froze the bays and froze the lakelets, hurried forward on the seashore. But the lake was still unfrozen, and the waves were still unstiffened. If a small finch swam the water, on the waves a water wagtail, still its claws remained unfrozen, and its little head unstiffened. On the second night, however, he began to work more strongly, growing insolent extremely, and he now grew most terrific. Then the ice on ice he loaded, and the great frost still was freezing, and with ice he clothed the mountains, scattered snow to height of spear shaft, froze the boat upon the water, Ahti's vessel on the billows. Then he would have frozen Ahti, and in ice his feet would fasten, and he seized upon his fingers, and beneath his toes attacked him. Angry then was Lemminkainen, very angry and indignant, pushed the frost into the fire, pushed him in an iron furnace. With his hands the frost then seized he, grasped him in his fists securely, and he spoke the words which follow, and in words like these expressed him. Pakkanen, Puhuri's offspring, thou, the son of cold of winter, do not make my fingers frozen, nor my little toes thus stiffen. Let my ears remain unhandled, do not freeze my head upon me. There's enough that may be frozen, much is left you for your freezing. Though the skins of men you freeze not, nor the forms of mothers' children. Be the plains and marshes frozen, freeze the stones to frozen coldness, freeze the willows near the water, grasp the aspen till it murmurs, peel the bark from off the birch tree, and the pine trees break to pieces. But the men you shall not trouble, nor the hair of mothers' children. If this is not yet sufficient, other things remain for freezing. Thou mayst freeze the stones when heated, and the slabs of stone when glowing. Thou mayst freeze the iron mountains and the rocks of steely hardness, and the mighty river Vuoksi or the Imatra terrific. Stop the course of raging whirlpool, foaming in its utmost fury. Shall I tell you of your lineage, and shall I make known your honors? Surely do I know thy lineage, all I know of thine uprearing. For the frost was born mid willows, nurtured in the sharpest weather. Near to Pohjola's great homestead, near the hall of Pimentola, sprung from father ever crime-stained, and from a most wicked mother. Who was it, the frost who suckled, bathed him in the glowing weather? Milkless wholly was his mother, and his mother wholly breastless. Adders 'twas the frost who suckled, adders suckled, serpents fed him, suckled with their pointless nipples, suckled with their dried-up udders. And the north wind rocked his cradle, and to rest the cold air soothed him, in the wretched willow thicket, in the midst of quaking marshes. And the boy was reared up vicious, led an evil life destructive. But as yet no name was given to a boy so wholly worthless. When at length a name was given, Frost it was they called the scoundrel. Then he wandered by the hedges, always dancing in the bushes, wading through the swamps in summer on the broadest of the marshes, roaring through the pines in winter, crying out among the fir trees, crashing through the woods of birch trees, sweeping through the alder thickets, freezing all the trees and grasses, making level all the meadows. From the trees he bit the foliage, from the heather bit the blossoms, cracked the bark from off the pine trees, and the twigs from off the fir trees. Now that thou hast grown to greatness, and attained thy fullest stature, darest thou me with cold to threaten, and to seize my ears attemptest, to attack my feet beneath me, and my fingertips attacking? But I shall not let you freeze me, not to miserably freeze me. Fire I'll thrust into my stockings, in my boots thrust burning firebrands, in the seams thrust burning embers. Fire will thrust beneath my shoestrings, that the frost may never freeze me, nor the sharpest weather harm me. Thither will I now condemn thee, to the furthest bounds of Pohja, to the place from whence thou camest, to the home from whence thou camest. Freeze upon the fire the kettles, and the coals upon the hearthstone. In the dough the hands of women, and the boy in young wife's bosom. In the ewes the milk congeal thou, and in mares let foals be frozen. If to this thou pay'st no heeding, then indeed will I condemn thee, to the midst of coals of Hisi, even to the hearth of Lempo. Thrust thou there into the furnace, lay thee down upon the anvil, unprotected from the hammer, from the pounding of the hammer, that the hammer beat thee helpless, and the hammer beat thee sorely. If this will not overcome thee, and my spells are insufficient, still I know another station, know a fitting station for thee. I will lead thy mouth to summer, and thy tongue to home of summer, whence thou never canst release thee in the course of all thy lifetime, if I do not give thee freedom, and I should myself release thee. Then the frost, the son of north wind, felt that he was near destruction, whereupon he prayed for mercy, and he spoke the words which follow. Let us understand each other, nor the one the other injure, in the course of all our lifetime, while the golden moon is shining. Shouldst thou hear that I would freeze you, or again should misbehave me, thrust me then into the furnace, sink me in the blazing fire. In the smith's coals do thou sink me, under Ilmarinen's anvil, or my mouth to summer turn thou, and my tongue to home of summer. Never more release to hope for, in the course of all my lifetime. Then the lively Lemminkainen left his vessel in the ice floes, left his captured ship of battle, and proceeded on his journey. Tirra, too, the other hero, followed in his comrade's footsteps. O'er the level ice they wandered, 'neath their feet the smooth ice crunching, and they walked one day, a second, and at length upon the third day, then they saw a cape of hunger, and afar a wretched village. 'Neath the cape there stood a castle, and they spoke the words which follow. Is there meat within the castle? Is there fish within the household, for the worn and weary heroes, and the men who faint with hunger? Meat was none within the castle, nor was fish within the household. Spoke the lively Lemminkainen, said the handsome 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, Fire consume this wretched castle, water sweep away such castles. He himself pursued his journey, pushing onward through the forest, on a path with houses nowhere, on a pathway that he knew not. Then the lively Lemminkainen, he the handsome 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫 gathered, and he wove it into stockings, into mittens, quickly wrought it, in the mighty cold's dominion where the frost was freezing all things. On he went to seek a pathway, searching for the right direction. Through the wood the pathway led him in the right direction. Spoke the lively Lemminkainen, said the handsome 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫 Now that days and months we've wandered in the open air forever. Then did Tierra make him answer, and he spoke the words which follow. We unhappy sought for vengeance, recklessly we sought for vengeance, rushing forth to mighty conflict in the gloomy land of Pohya. There our lives to bring in danger, rushing to our own destruction. In this miserable country, on a pathway that we knew not. Never is it known unto us, never known and never guessed at, what the pathway is that leads us, or the road that may conduct us to our death at edge of forest, or on heath to meet destruction. Here in the abode of ravens, in the fields by crows frequented. And the ravens here are flocking, and the evil birds are croaking, and the flesh the birds are tearing, and with blood the crows are sated. And the ravens' beaks are moistened in the wounds of us the wretched, to the rocks our bones they carry, and upon the stones they cast them. Ah, my hapless mother knows not, never she with pain who bore me, where her flesh may now be carried, and her blood may now be flowing, whether in the furious battle, in the equal strife of foemen, or upon a lake's broad surface, on the far extending billows, or on hills with pine cones loaded, wandering mid the fallen branches. And my mother can know nothing of her son the most unhappy, only know that he has perished, only know that he has fallen. And my mother thus will weep me, thus lament the aged woman. Thus my hapless son has perished, and the wretched one has fallen. He has sown the seed of 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫 harrows now in 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫 O me unhappy, leaves his bows untouched forever, leaves his handsome bows to stiffen. Now the birds may live securely, in the leaves the grouse may flutter, bears may live their lives of rapine, in the fields the reindeer roll them. Answered lively Lemminkainen, said the handsome 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, thus it is, unhappy mother, thou unhappy who hast borne me. Thou a flight of doves hast nurtured, quite a flock of swans hast nurtured. Rose the wind and all were scattered. Lempo came and he dispersed them, one in one place, one in other, and a third in yet another. I remember times aforetime, and the better days remember, how like flowers we gathered round thee, in one homeland just like berries. Many gazed upon our figures, and admired our forms so handsome, otherwise than in the present, in this time so full of evil. Once the wind was our acquaintance, and the sun was gazing on us. Now the clouds are gathering round us, and the rain has overwhelmed us. But we let not trouble vex us, even in our greatest sorrow. Though the girls were living happy, and the braidless maids were jesting, and the women all were laughing, and the brides were sweet as honey, tearless spite of all vexation, and unshaken when in trouble. But we are not here enchanted, not bewitched and not enchanted, here upon the paths to perish, sinking down upon our journey, in our youth to sadly perish, in our bloom to meet destruction. Let those whom the sorcerers harassed and bewitched with eyes of evil, let them make their journey homeward and regain their native country. Be the sorcerers' selves enchanted, and with songs bewitch their children. Let their race forever perish, and their race be brought to ruin. Ne'er in former times my father, never has my aged father, yielded to a sorcerer's orders, or the wiles of Lapland's children. Thus my father spoke aforetime, and I now repeat his sayings. Guard me, O thou kind Creator, guard me, Jumala most gracious. Aid me with thy hand of mercy, with thy mighty power protect me from the plots of men of evil and the thoughts of aged women. and the curses of the bearded and the curses of the beardless. Grant us now thy aid eternal, be our ever faithful guardian, that no child be taken from us, and no mother's child shall wander from the path of the Creator, which by 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 was fashioned. Then the lively ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, he the handsome �𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐾, from his care constructed horses, coursers black composed from trouble. Reins from evil days he fashioned, saddles from his secret sorrows. Then his horse's back he mounted, on his white front courser mounted, and he rode upon his journey, at his side his faithful ℅𝔀𝔊𝑎. And along the shores he journeyed, on the sandy shores proceeded, till he reached his tender mother, reached the very aged woman. Now will I abandon 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐾, long from out my song will leave him, but he showed the way to ℅𝔀𝑎, sent him on his homeward journey. Now my song aside will wander, while I turn to other matters. End of Runo 30, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 31 of Kalevala, The Land of the Heroes by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844 to 1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 31. 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 and 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝑆. Argument. 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫 wages war against his brother 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝑆, overthrows 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝑆 and his army, sparing only a single pregnant woman of the whole clan. She is carried away to 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫's people and gives birth to her son 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝑆. 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝑆 resolves in his cradle to take revenge on 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫, and 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫 attempts several times to put him to death, but without success. When 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝑆 grows up, he spoils all his work, and therefore 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫 sells him as a slave to ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞. 'Twas a mother reared her chickens, large the flock of swans she nurtured. By the head she placed the chickens, sent the swans into the river. And an eagle came and scared them, and a hawk that came dispersed them, and a flying bird dispersed them. One he carried to Karelia, into Russia bore the second. In its home he left the third one. Whom the bird to Russia carried soon grew up into a merchant. Whom he carried to Karelia, 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝑆 was called by others, while the third at home remaining bore the name of ℅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, for his father's lifelong anguish and his mother's deep affliction. ℅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞 laid his netting down in 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝑆 fish waters. ℅𝔀𝐻𝑆 saw the netting, in his bag he put the fishes. ℅𝔞𝔫𝔫 of hasty temper then became both vexed and angry, and his fingers turned to battle. With his open palms he urged it, making strife for fishes' entrails, and for perch fry made a quarrel. Thus they fought and thus contended, neither overcame the other, and though one might smite the other, he himself again was smitten. At another time it happened, on the next and third day after, ℅𝔀𝐻𝑆 oats was sowing, back of ℅𝔞𝔫𝔫's dwelling. Sheep of ℅𝔞𝔫𝔫 most reckless browsed the oats of ℅𝔀𝐻𝑆, whereupon his dog, ferocious, tore the sheep of ℅𝔞𝔫𝔫. ℅𝔞𝔫𝔫 began to threaten ℅𝔀𝐻𝑆 his very brother. ℅𝔀𝐻𝑆's race vowed to slaughter, smite the great and smite the little, and to fall on all the people, and their houses burned to ashes. Men with swords and belt he mustered, weapons for their hands provided, little boys with spears and girdle, handsome youths who shouldered axes, and he marched to furious battle thus to fight his very brother. ℅𝔀𝐻𝑆's son's fair consort then was sitting near the window, and she looked from out the window, and she spoke the words which follow. Is it smoke I see arising, or a gloomy cloud that rises on the borders of the cornfields, just beyond the new-made pathway? But no dark cloud there was rising, nor was smoke ascending thickly, but 'twas 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 assemblage marching onward to the battle. On came 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 assemblage, in their belts their swords were hanging. 𝔅𝔀𝔀𝑍's folk overwhelming, and his mighty race they slaughtered. And they burned his house to ashes, like a level field they made it. Left of 𝔅𝔀𝑍's folk only but one girl, and she was pregnant. Then did 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 assemblage lead her homeward on their journey, that she there might sweep the chamber, and the floor might sweep from litter. But a little time passed over, when a little boy was born her, from a most unhappy mother, so by what name should they call him? 𝔅𝔀𝑍 his mother called him, 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔫 the battle hero. Then the little boy they swaddled, and the orphan child they rested in the cradle made for rocking, that it might be rocked to lull him. So they rocked the child in cradle, rocked it till his hair was tossing. Rocked him for one day, a second, rocked him on the third day likewise. When the boy began his kicking, and he kicked and pushed about him, tore his swaddling clothes to pieces, freed himself from all his clothing. Then he broke the limewood cradle, all his rags he tore from off him. And it seemed that he would prosper and become a man of mettle. 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫 thought already that when he was grown to manhood, he would grow both wise and mighty, and become a famous hero as a servant worth 100, equal to 1,000 servants. Thus he grew for 2 and 3 months, but already in the 3rd month, when a boy no more than knee high, he began to speak in this wise: Presently, when I am bigger, and my body shall be stronger, I'll avenge my father's slaughter, and my mother's tears atone for. This was heard by 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫, and he spoke the words which follow: He will bring my race to ruin. 𝔅𝔀𝑍 reborn is in him. Thereupon the heroes pondered, and the old crones all considered, how to bring the boy to ruin, so that death might come upon him. Then they put him in a barrel did they thrust him, and they pushed it to the water, pushed it out upon the billows. Then they went to look about them, after 2 nights, after 3 nights, if the boy had sunk in water, or had perished in the barrel. In the waves he was not sunken, nor had perished in the barrel. He had scaped from out the barrel, and upon the waves was sitting. In his hand a rod of copper, at the end a line all silken, and for lake fish he was fishing, as he floated on the water. There was water in the lakelet, which perchance might fill 2 ladles, or if more exactly measured, partly was a third filled also. 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫 again reflected, how can we o'ercome the infant, that destruction come upon him, and that death may overtake him? Then he bade his servants gather first a large supply of birch trees, pine trees with their 100 needles, trees from which the pitch was oozing, for the burning of the infant, and for 𝔅𝔀𝑍's destruction. So they gathered and collected first a large supply of birch trees, pine trees with their 100 needles, trees from which the pitch was oozing, and of bark 1,000 sledgefuls, ash trees long 100 fathoms. Fire beneath the wood they kindled, and the pyre began to crackle, and the boy they cast upon it. Mid the glowing fire they cast him. Burned the fire a day, a second, burning likewise on the 3rd day. When they went to look about them, knee-deep sat the boy in ashes, in the embers to his elbows. In his hand he held the coal rake, and was stirring up the fire. And he raked the coals together, not a hair was singed upon him, not a lock was even tangled. Then did 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫 grow angry. Where then can I place the infant, that we bring him to destruction, and that death may overtake him? So upon a tree they hanged him, strung him up upon an oak tree. 2 nights and a 3rd passed over, and upon the dawn thereafter 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫 again reflected. Time it is to look around us, whether 𝔅𝔀𝑍 has fallen, or is dead upon the gallows. Then he sent a servant forward, back he came, and thus reported: 𝔅𝔀𝑍 not yet has perished, nor has died upon the gallows. Pictures on the tree he's carving, in his hands he holds a graver. All the tree is filled with pictures, all the oak tree filled with carvings. Here are men, and here are sword blades, and the spears are leaning by them. Where should 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 seek aidance 'gainst this boy the most unhappy? Whatsoever deaths he planned him, or he planned for his destruction, in the jaws of death he fell not, nor could he be brought to ruin. And at length he grew full weary of his efforts to destroy him, so he reared up 𝒅𝔀𝐍𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 as a slave beneath his orders. Thereupon said 𝒅𝔀𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼, and he spoke the words which follow: If you live as it is fitting, always acting as is proper, in my house I will retain you, and the work of servants give you. I will pay you wages for it, as I think that you deserve it. For your waist a pretty girdle, or upon your ear a buffet. So when 𝒅𝔀𝐍𝐼𝐼 was taller, and had grown about a span length, then he found some work to give him, that he should prepare to labor. 'Twas to rock a little infant, rock a child with little fingers. Watch with every care the infant, give it food, and eat some also. Wash his napkins in the river, wash his little clothes, and cleanse them. So he watched one day, a second, broke his hands and gouged his eyes out, and at length upon the third day let the infant die of sickness, cast the napkins in the river, and he burned the baby's cradle. 𝒅𝔀𝐼𝐼 thereon reflected, such a one is quite unfitted to attend to little children, rock the babes with little fingers. Now I know not where to send him, nor what work I ought to give him. Perhaps he ought to clear the forest? So he went to clear the forest. 𝒅𝔀𝐼𝐼, Kalervo's offspring, answered in the words which follow: Now I first a man can deem me, when my hands the axe are wielding. I am handsomer to gaze on, far more noble than aforetime. 5 men's strength I feel within me, and I equal 6 in valor. Then he went into the smithy, and he spoke the words which follow: O thou smith, my dearest brother, forge me now a little hatchet, such an axe as fits a hero, iron tool for skilful workmen. For I go to clear the forest, and to fell the slender birch trees. So the smith forged what he needed, and an axe he forged him quickly. Such an axe as fits a hero, iron tool for skilful workmen. 𝒅𝔀𝐼𝐼, Kalervo's offspring, set to work the axe to sharpen, and he ground it in the daytime, and at evening made a handle. Then he went into the forest, high upon the wooded mountains, there to seek the best of planking, and to seek the best of timber. With his axe he smote the tree trunks, with the blade of steel he felled them. At a stroke the best he severed, and the bad ones at a half stroke. 5 large trees at length had fallen, 8 in all he felled before him, and he spoke the words which follow, and in words like these expressed him: Lempo may the work accomplish, Hisi now may shape the timber. In a stump he struck his axe blade, and began to shout full loudly, and he piped, and then he whistled, and he said the words which follow: Let the wood be felled around me, overthrown the slender birch trees, far as sounds my voice resounding, far as I can send my whistle. Let no sapling here be growing, let no blade of grass be standing, never while the earth endureth, or the golden moon is shining. Here in Kalervo's son's forest, here upon the good man's clearing. If the seed on earth has fallen, and the young corn should shoot upward, if the sprout should be developed, and the stalk should form upon it, may it never come to earing, or the stalk end be developed. Then the mighty 𝒅𝔀𝐼𝐼 wandered forth to gaze about him, learn how Kalervo's son cleared it, and the new slave made a clearing. But he found not any clearing, and the young man had not cleared it. 𝒅𝔀𝐼𝐼 thereon reflected, for such labor he's unsuited. He has spoiled the best of timber, and has felled the best for planking. Now I know not where to send him, nor what work I ought to give him. Should I let him make a fencing? So he went to make a fencing. 𝒅𝔀𝐼𝐼, Kalervo's offspring, set himself to make a fencing, and for this he took whole pine trees, and he used them for the fence stakes, took whole fir trees from the forest, wattled them to make the fencing, bound the branches fast together with the largest mountain ash trees, but he made the fence continuous, and he made no gateway through it. And he spoke the words which follow, and in words like these expressed him: He who cannot raise him bird-like, nor upon two wings can hover, never may he pass across it, over Kalervo's son's fencing. Then did 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 determine forth to go and gaze around him, viewing Kalervo's son's fencing, by the slave of war constructed. Stood the fence without an opening, neither gap nor crevice through it. On the solid earth it rested, up among the clouds it towered. Then he spoke the words which follow. For such labor he's unsuited. Here's the fence without an opening, and without a gateway through it. Up to heaven the fence is builded, to the very clouds uprising. None can ever pass across it, pass within through any opening. Now I know not where to send him, nor what work I ought to give him. There is rye for threshing ready, so he sent him to the threshing. 𝔅𝔀𝐼𝍀𝐿, Kalervo's offspring, set himself to do the threshing. And the rye to chaff he pounded, into very chaff he threshed it. Soon thereafter came the master strolling forth to gaze around him, see how Kalervo's son threshed it, and how 𝔅𝔀𝐼𝍀𝐍𝐿 pounded. All the rye to chaff was pounded, into very chaff he'd threshed it. 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 then was angry. As a laborer he is useless. Whatsoever work I give him, all his work he spoils from malice. Shall I take him into Russia? Shall I sell him in Karelia to the smith named 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, that he there may wield the hammer? Kalervo's son took he with him, and he sold him in Karelia, to the smith named 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𥥥, skillful wielder of the hammer. What then gave the smith in payment? Great the payment that he made him, for he gave 2 worn-out kettles, and 3 halves of hooks he gave him, and 5 worn-out scythes he gave him, and 6 worn-out rakes he gave him. For a man the most unskillful, for a slave completely worthless. End of Runo 31. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Runo 32 of Kalevala, the Land of the Heroes, by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844 to 1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 32. 𝔅𝔀𝐼𝍀𝐿 and the wife of 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𥥥. Argument. The wife of 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𥥥 makes 𝔅𝔀𝐼𝍀𝐿 her herdsman, and maliciously bakes him a stone in his lunch. She then sends him out with the cattle, after using the usual prayers and charms for their protection from bears in the pastures. 𝔅𝔀𝐼𝍀𝐿, Kalervo's offspring, old man's son, with blue-dyed stockings, finest locks of yellow color, and with shoes of best of leather, to the smith's house went directly, asked for work that very evening. Asked the master in the evening, and the mistress in the morning, "Give me something now to work at, give me work that I may do it. Set me something now to work at, give some work to me the wretched." Then the wife of 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𥥥 pondered deeply on the matter, what the new slave could accomplish, what the new-bought wretch could work at, and she took him as her herdsman, who should herd her flocks extensive. Then the most malicious mistress, she the smith's wife, old and jeering, baked a loaf to give the herdsman, and a great cake did she bake him, oats below and wheat above it, and between a stone inserted. Then she spread the cake with butter, and upon the crust laid bacon, gave it as the slave's allowance, as provision for the herdsman. She herself the slave instructed, and she spoke the words which follow: "Do not eat the food I give you, till in wood the herd is driven." Then did 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝐥's housewife send the herd away to pasture, and she spoke the words which follow, and in words like these expressed her: "Send the cows among the bushes, and the milkers in the meadow, those with wide horns to the aspens, those with curved horns to the birches, that they thus may fatten on them, and may load themselves with tallow, there upon the open meadows and upon the widespread borders, from the lofty birchen forest and the lower growing aspens, from among the golden fir woods, from among the silver woodlands. Watch them, Jumala most gracious, guard them, O thou kind Creator, guard from harm upon the pathway, and protect them from all evil, that they come not into danger, nor may fall in any evil. As beneath the roof tree watch them, keep them under thy protection. Watch them also in the open, when beyond the fold protect them, that the herd may grow more handsome, and the mistress cattle prosper, to the wish of our well-wishers, 'gainst the wish of our ill-wishers. If my herdsman is a bad one, or the herd-girls should be timid, make the willow then a herdsman, let the alder watch the cattle, let the mountain ash protect them, and the cherry lead them homeward, that the mistress need not seek them, nor need other folks be anxious. If the willow will not herd them, nor the mountain ash protect them, nor the alder watch the cattle, nor the cherry lead them homeward, send thou then thy better servants, send the daughters of creation, that they may protect my cattle, and the whole herd may look after. Very many are thy maidens, hundreds are beneath thy orders, dwelling underneath the heavens, noble daughters of creation. Suvatar, the best of women, Eltalatar, nature's old one, Hongatar, the noble mistress, Katayatar, maiden fairest, Pilayatar, little damsel, Tuomitar of Tapio daughter, Miliki, the wood's stepdaughter, Tellervo, the maid of Tapio. May ye all protect my cattle, and protect the best among them, through the beauty of the summer, in the pleasant time of leafage, while the leaves on trees are moving, grass upon the ground is waving. Suvatar, the best of women, Etelatar, nature's old one, spread thou out thy robe of softness, and do thou spread out thy apron, as a covering for my cattle, for the hiding of the small ones, that no ill winds blow upon them, nor an evil rain fall on them. Do thou guard my flock from evil, guard from harm upon the pathways, and upon the quaking marshes, where the surface all is shifting, where the marsh is always moving, and the depths below are shaking, that they come not into danger, nor may fall in any evil, that no hoof in swamp is twisted, nor may slip among the marshes, save when Jumala perceives it, 'gainst the will of him, the holy. Fetch the cow horn from a distance, fetch it from the midst of heaven. Bring the mead horn down from heaven. Let the honey horn be sounded. Blow into the horn, then strongly, and repeat the tunes resounding. Blow then flowers upon the hummocks. Blow then fair the heathland's borders. Make the meadows' borders lovely, and the forest borders charming. Borders of the marshes fertile, of the springs the borders rolling. Then give fodder to my cattle, give the cattle food sufficient, give them food of honey sweetness, give them drink as sweet as honey. Feed them now with hay all golden, and the heads of silvery grasses, from the springs of all the sweetest, from the streams that flow most swiftly, from the swiftly rushing torrents, from the swiftly running rivers, from the hills all golden shining, and from out the silvery meadows. Dig them also wells all golden upon both sides of the pastures, that the herd may drink the water, and the sweet juice then may trickle down into their teeming udders, down into their swelling udders, that the veins may all be moving, and the milk may flow in rivers, and the streams of milk be loosened, and may foam the milky torrents, and the milk streams may be silent, and the milk streams may be swollen, and the milk be always flowing, and the stream be always dropping down upon the greenest haycocks, and no evil fingers guide it, that no milk may flow to Mana, nor upon the ground be wasted. There are many who are wicked, and who send the milk to Mana, and upon the ground who waste it, give the cattle's yield to others. They are few, but they are skillful who can bring the milk from Mana, sourest milk from village storage, and when new from other quarters. Never has indeed my mother sought for counsel in the village, brought it from another household, but she fetched her milk from Mana, sour milk brought from those who stored it, and fresh milk obtained from others. Had the milk from distance carried, had it fetched from distant regions, fetched the milk from realms of Tuoni, 'neath the earth in Mana's kingdom, secretly at night they brought it, and in murky places hid it, that the wicked should not hear it, nor the worthless ones should know it, nor bad hay should fall into it, and it should be saved from spoiling. Thus my mother always told me in the very words which follow: Where has gone the yield of cattle? Whither has the milk now vanished? Has it been conveyed to strangers, carried to the village storehouse, in the laps of beggar wenches, in the arms of those who envy, or among the trees been carried, and been lost amid the forest, and been scattered in the woodlands, or been lost upon the heathlands? But no milk shall go to Mana, nor the yield of cows to strangers, in the laps of beggar wenches, in the arms of those who envy, nor among the trees be carried, nor be lost amid the forest, nor be scattered in the woodlands, nor be lost upon the heathlands. In the house the milk is useful, and at all times it is needed. In the house there waits the mistress, in her hand the wooden milk pail. Suvatar, the best of women, Etelätar, nature's old one, go and fodder my ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥. Give thou drink to my ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥. Milk confer upon ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, and fresh fodder give ℍ𝔿𝑟𝑖𝑘𝔫𝑖. Give thou milk until ℍ𝑚𝑦𝑟𝑖𝑘𝔫𝑖. Put fresh milk into the cow‐house, from the heads of brightest herbage, and the reeds of all the forest, from the lovely earth upspringing, from the hillocks rich in honey, from the sweetest meadow grasses and the berry‐bearing regions, from the goddess of the heather, and the nymph who tends the grasses, and the milkmaid of the cloudlets, and the maid in midst of heaven. Give the cows their milk-filled udders, always filled to overflowing, to be milked by dwarfish women, that a little girl may milk them. Rise, O virgin, from the valley, from the spring in gorgeous raiment. From the spring, O maiden, rise thou, from the ooze arise, O fairest. From the spring take thou some water. Sprinkle thou my cattle with it, that the cattle may be finer, and the mistress cattle prosper. Ere the coming of the mistress, ere the herd girl look upon them. She, the most unskilful mistress, and the very timid herd girl. Mielikki, the forest mistress, of the herds the bounteous mother, send the tallest of thy handmaids and the best among thy servants, that they may protect my cattle, and my herd be watched and tended, through the finest of the summer, in the good Creator's summer, under Jumala's protection, and protected by his favour. Tellervo, O maid of Tapio, little daughter of the forest, clad in soft and beauteous garments, with thy yellow hair so lovely, be the guardian of the cattle. Do thou guard the mistress cattle all through Metsala so lovely, and through Tapiola's bright regions. Do thou guard the herd securely. Do thou watch the herd unsleeping. With thy lovely hands protect them, with thy slender fingers stroke them, rub them with the skins of lynxes, comb them with the fins of fishes, like the hue of the lake creatures, like the wool of ewe of meadow. Come at evening and night's darkness, when the twilight round is closing. Then do thou lead home my cattle, lead them to their noble mistress, on their backs the water pouring, lakes of milk upon their cruppers. When the sun to rest has sunken, and the bird of eve is singing, then I say unto my cattle, speak unto my horned creatures, come ye home, ye curve-horned cattle, milk dispensers to the household. In the house 'tis very pleasant, where the floor is nice for resting. On the waste 'tis bad to wander, or upon the shore to bellow. Therefore you should hasten homeward, and the women fire will kindle, in the field of honeyed grasses, on the ground o'ergrown with berries. Nyyrikki, O son of Tapio, blue-coat offspring of the forest, take the stumps of tallest pine trees, and the lofty crowns of fir trees, for a bridge in miry places where the ground is bad for walking, deep morass and swampy moorland, and the treacherous pools of water. Let the curve-horned cattle wander, and the split-hoofed cattle gallop, unto where the smoke is rising, free from harm and free from danger. Sinking not into the marshes, nor embogged in miry places. If the cattle pay no heeding, nor will home return at nightfall, Pilajatar, little damsel, Katajatar, fairest maiden, quickly cut a branch of birch tree, take a rod from out the bushes, likewise take a whip of cherry, and of juniper to scourge them, from the back of Tapio's castle, from among the slopes of alder. Drive the herd towards the household, at the time for bathroom heating. Homeward drive the household cattle, cows from Metsola's great forest. Otso, apple of the forest, with thy honey paws so curving, let us make a peace between us, haste to make a peace between us, so that always and forever, in the days that we are living, thou wilt fell no hoofed cattle, nor wilt overthrow the milch‐kine, through the finest of the summer, in the good Creator's summer. When thou hear'st the cowbells ringing, or thou hear'st the cowhorn sounding, cast thou down among the hillocks, sleep thou there upon the meadow, thrust thine ears into the stubble, hide thy head among the hillocks, or conceal thee in the thickets, to thy mossy lair retreat thou, go thou forth to other districts, flee away to other hillocks, that thou mayst not hear the cowbells nor the talking of the herdsmen. O my Otso, O my darling, handsome one with paws of honey, I forbid thee to approach them, or molest the herd of cattle, neither with thy tongue to touch them, nor with ugly mouth to seize them, with thy teeth to tear to pieces, neither with thy claws to scratch them. Go thou slouching through the meadow, go in secret through the pasture, slinking off when bells are ringing, shun the talking of the shepherds. If the herd is on the heathland, then into the swamps retreat thou. If the herd is in the marshes, then conceal thee in the thickets. If the herd should climb the mountain, quickly then descend the mountain. If the herd should wander downward, wander then along the mountain. If they wander in the bushes, to the thicker woods retreat thou. If the thicker wood they enter, wander then into the bushes. Wander like the golden cuckoo, like the dove of silver colour. Move aside as moves the poen, glide away like fish in water, as a flock of wool drifts sideways, or a roll of flax the lightest. In thy fur thy claws conceal thou, in thy gums thy teeth conceal thou, that the herd thou dost not frighten, nor the little calves be injured. Let the cattle rest in quiet, leave in peace the hoofed cattle. Let the herd securely wander, let them march in perfect order, through the swamps and through the open, through the tangle of the forest. Never do thou dare to touch them, nor to wickedly molest them. Keep the former oath thou sworest, there by Tuonela's deep river, by the raging fall of water, at the knees of the Creator. Thou hast been indeed permitted 3 times in the course of summer to approach the bells when ringing, and the tinkling of the cowbells. But 'tis not permitted to thee, nor permission has been given to commence a work of evil, or a deed of shame accomplish. Should thy frenzy come upon thee, and thy teeth be seized with longing, cast thy frenzy in the bushes, on the heath thy evil longing. Then attack the trees all rotten, overthrow the rotten birch trees, turn to trees in water standing, growl in berry-bearing districts. If the need for food should seize thee, or for food the wish thou feelest, eat the fungi in the forest, and do thou break down the ant-hills, and the red roots do thou delve for. These are Metsola's sweet dainties. Eat no grass reserved for fodder, neither do thou hurt my pasture. When in Metsola the honey is fermenting and is working, on the hills of golden colour and upon the plains of silver, there is food for those who hunger, there is drink for all the thirsty, there is food to eat that fails not, there is drink that never lessens. Let us make a league eternal, make an endless peace between us, that we live in perfect quiet, and in comfort all the summer. And to us the lambs are common, and our provender delicious. If thou dost desire a combat, and wouldst live in hopes of battle, let us combat in the winter, and contend in time of snowfall. When the marshes thaw in summer, and the pools are all unfrozen, never venture to approach thou, where the golden herd is living. When thou comest to this country, and thou movest in this forest, we at any time will shoot you, though the gunners should be absent. There are very skilful women, all of them accomplished housewives, and they will destroy your pathway, on your journey bring destruction, lest you might work any evil, or indulge in any mischief. Ill by Jumala not sanctioned, and against his blessed orders. Ukko, thou of gods the highest, shouldst thou hear that he is coming, then do thou transform my cattle, suddenly transform my cattle, into stones convert my own ones, change my fair ones into tree trunks. when the monster roams the district, and the big one wanders through it. If I were myself a bruin, roamed about a honey-pawed one, never would I dare to venture to the feet of aged women. There are many other regions, there are many other penfolds, where a man may go to wander, roaming aimless at his pleasure. Therefore move thy paws across them, do thou move thy paws across them, in the blue wood's deep recesses, in the depths of murmuring forest. On the heath o'er pine cones wander, tramp thou through the sandy districts. Go thou where the way is level, do thou bound along the lake shore, to the furthest bounds of Pohja, to the distant plains of Lapland. There indeed mayst thou be happy, good it is for thee to dwell there, wandering shoeless in the summer, wandering sockless in the autumn, through the wide expanse of marshland and across the wide morasses. But if thou should not go thither, if thou canst not find the pathway, hasten then to distant regions. Do thou wander on thy pathway unto Tuonela's great forest, or across the heaths of Kalma. There are marshes to be traversed, there are heaths that thou mayst traverse. There is Kyrgios, there is Karjos, there are many other cattle, fitted with their iron neck chains, 10 among them all together. There the lean kine quickly fatten, and their bones are soon flesh covered. Be propitious, wood and forest, be thou gracious, O thou blue wood. Give thou peace unto the cattle, and protection to the hoofed ones, through the whole length of the summer, of the Lord the loveliest season. 𝔅𝔌𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, thou king of woodland, active greybeard of the forest, hold thy dogs in careful keeping. Watch thou well thy dogs and guard them. Thrust some fungus in one nostril, in the other thrust an apple, that they may not smell the cattle, and they may not scent their odour. Bind their eyes with silken ribbons, likewise bind their ears with linen, that they may not hear them moving, and they may not see them walking. If this is not yet sufficient, and they do not much regard it, then do thou forbid thy children, do thou drive away thy offspring. Lead them forth from out this forest, from this lake shore do thou drive them, from the lands where roam the cattle, from among the spreading willows. Do thou hide thy dogs in caverns, nor neglect to bind them firmly. Bind them with the golden fetters, with the slender silver fetters, that they may commit no evil, and be guilty of no outrage. If this is not yet sufficient, and they do not much regard it, Ukko then, O golden monarch, Ukko, O thou silver guardian, hearken to my words so golden, listen to my lovely sayings. Take a snaffle made of rowan, fix it on their stumpy muzzles, or if rowan will not hold them, cast thou then a copper muzzle. If too weak is found the copper, forge thou then an iron muzzle. If they break the iron muzzle, and it should itself be shattered, drive thou then a stake all golden, through the chin and through the jawbone. Do thou close their jaws securely, fix them that they cannot move them, that they cannot move their jawbones, and their teeth can scarcely open. If the iron is not opened, if the steel should not be loosened, if with knife it is not severed, if with hatchet 'tis not broken. Then did Ilmarinen's housewife of the smith, the wife so artful, drive from out their stalls the cattle, send the cattle forth to pasture. After them she sent the shepherd, that the slave should drive the cattle. End of Runo 32. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 33 of Kalevala, the Land of the Heroes, by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844-1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 33. The death of Ilmarinen's wife. Argument. While Kullervo is in the pasture in the afternoon, he tries to cut the cake with his knife, which he completely spoils, and this goes to his heart the more because the knife was the only remembrance left to him of his family. To revenge himself on the mistress, he drives the cattle into the marshes to be devoured by beasts of the forest, and gathers together a herd of wolves and bears, which he drives home in the evening. When the mistress goes to milk them, she is torn to pieces by the wild beasts. Kalervo's offspring, put his lunch into his wallet, drove the cows along the marshes while across the heath he wandered. And he spoke as he was going, and repeated on his journey: "Woe to me, a youth unhappy, and a youth of wretched fortune! Wheresoe'er I turn my footsteps, naught but idleness awaits me. I must watch the tails of oxen, and must watch the calves I follow, always tramping through the marshes, through the worst of level country." Then upon the ground he rested, on a sunny slope he sat him, and he then composed these verses, and expressed himself in singing: "Son of Jumala, O shine thou, of the Lord thou wheel shine warmly, on the warder of the smith's herd, and upon the wretched shepherd. Not on Ilmarinen's household, least of all upon the mistress, for the mistress lives luxurious, and the wheaten bread she slices, and the finest cakes devours, and she spreads them o'er with butter, gives the wretched shepherd dry bread, dry crusts only for his chewing. Only oaten cake she gives me, even this with chaff she mixes, even straw she scatters through it. Gives for food the bark of fir tree, water in a birch bark bucket. Up scooped mid the grassy hillocks, march, O sun, in wheat, O wander, sink in Jumala's own season. Hasten, sun, among the pine trees, wander wheat into the bushes. Mid the junipers, O hasten, fly thou to the plains of alder, lead thou then the herdsman homeward. Give him butter from the barrel, let him eat the freshest butter, over all the cakes extending." But the wife of Ilmarinen, while the shepherd was lamenting, and while Kullervo was singing, ate the butter from the barrel, and she ate the freshest butter, and upon the cakes she spread it, and hot soup had she made ready. But for Kullervo cold cabbage, whence the dog the fat had eaten, and the black dog made a meal from, and the spotted dog been sated, and the brown dog had sufficient. From the branch there sang a birdling, sang a small bird from the bushes. "Time 'tis for the servant's supper, O thou orphan boy, 'tis evening." Kalervo's offspring, looked and saw the sun was sinking, and he said the words which follow: "Now the time has come for eating, yes, the time has come for eating, time it is to take refreshment." So to rest he drove the cattle, on the heath he drove the cattle, and he sat him on a hillock, and upon a green hill sat him. From his back he took his wallet, took the cake from out the wallet, and he turned it round and eyed it, and he spoke the words which follow: "Many a cake is outside handsome, and the crust looks smooth from outside, but within is only fir bark, only chaff beneath the surface." From the sheath he took his knife out, and to cut the cake attempted, on the stone the knife struck sharply, and against the stone was broken. From the knife the point was broken, and the knife itself was broken. Kalervo's offspring looked and saw the knife was broken, and at length he burst out weeping, and he said the words which follow: "Save this knife I'd no companion, nought to love except this iron. 'Twas an heirloom from my father, and the aged man had used it. Now against a stone 'tis broken, 'gainst a piece of rock 'tis shattered, in the cake of that vile mistress, baked there by that wicked woman. How shall I for this reward her, woman's prank and damsel's mockery, and destroy the base old woman and that wicked wench the bakeress?" Then a crow cawed from the bushes, cawed the crow and croaked the raven: "O thou wretched golden buckle, Kalervo's surviving offspring, wherefore art thou so unhappy, wherefore is thy heart so troubled? Take a switch from out the bushes, and a birch from forest valley, drive the foul beasts in the marshes, chase the cows to the morasses, half to largest wolves deliver, half to bears amid the forest. Call thou all the wolves together, all the bears do thou assemble, change the wolves to little cattle, make the bears the larger cattle. Lead them then like cattle homeward, lead them home like brindled cattle. Thus repay the woman's jesting, and the wicked woman's insult." Kalervo's offspring, uttered then the words which follow: Wait thou, whore of Hiisi, for my father's knife I'm weeping. Soon wilt thou thyself be weeping, and be weeping for thy milk kine." From the bush a switch he gathered, Juniper as whip for cattle, Drove the cows into the marshes, And the oxen in the thickets. Half of these the wolves devoured, To the bears he gave the others. And he sang the wolves to cattle, And he changed the bears to oxen, Made the first the little cattle, Made the last the larger cattle. In the south the sun was sinking, In the west the sun descended, Bending down towards the pine trees At the time of cattle milking. Then the dusty wicked herd boy, Kullervo, Kalervo's offspring, Homeward drove the bears before him, And the wolf flock to the farmyard. And the bears he thus commanded, And the wolves he thus instructed: "Tear the mistress' thighs asunder, See that through her calves you bite her, When she comes to look around you, And she bends her down to milk you." Then he made a pipe of cow bone, And a whistle made of ox horn, From Tuomiki's leg a cow horn, And a flute from heel of Kirjo. Then upon the horn blew loudly, And upon his pipe made music. Thrice upon the hill he blew it, 6 times at the pathway's opening. Then did Ilmarinen's housewife, Wife of smith, an active woman, Who for milk had long been waiting, And expecting summer butter, Hear the music on the marshes, And upon the heath the cattle. And she spoke the words which follow, And expressed herself in this wise: "Praise to Jumala be given, Sounds the pipe, the herd is coming. Whence obtained the slave the cow horn, That he made a horn to blow on? Wherefore does he thus come playing, Blowing tunes upon the cow horn, Blowing till he bursts the eardrums, And he gives me quite a headache?" Kullervo, Kalervo's offspring, answered in the words which follow: "In the swamp the horn was lying, From the sand I brought the cow horn, To the lane I brought your cattle, In the shed the cows are standing. Come you forth to smoke the cattle, And come out to milk the cattle." Then did Ilmarinen's housewife Bid the mother milk the cattle. "Mother, go and milk the cattle, Do thou go to tend the cattle, For I think I cannot finish Kneading dough as I would have it." Kullervo, Kalervo's offspring, answered in the words which follow: "Ever do the thrifty housewives, Ever do the careful housewives Go the first to milk the cattle, Set themselves to milk the cattle." Then did Ilmarinen's housewife Hasten forth to smoke the cattle, And she went to milk the cattle, And surveyed the herd before her, Gazed upon the horned cattle, And she spoke the words which follow: "Beauteous is the herd to gaze on, Very sleek the horned cattle. They have all been rubbed with lynx skin, And the wool of sheep of forest. Well filled too are all their udders, And expanded with their fullness." So she stooped her down to milk them, And she sat her down for milking, Pulled a first time and a second, And attempted a third time, And the wolf sprang fiercely at her, And the bear came fiercely after. At her mouth the wolf was tearing, And the bear tore through her tendons. Halfway through her calves they bit her, And they broke across her shin bones. Kullervo, Kalervo's offspring, Thus repaid the damsel's jesting, Damsel's jesting, woman's mocking, Thus repaid the wicked woman. Ilmarinen's wife illustrious Then herself was brought to weeping, And she spoke the words which follow: "Ill thou dost, O wicked herdsman, Driving bears into the homestead, To the yard these wolves gigantic." Kullervo, Kalervo's offspring, heard, And thus he made her answer: "Ill I did, a wicked herd boy, Not so great as wicked mistress. In my cake a stone she baked me, Baked a lump of rock within it. On the stone my knife struck sharply, 'Gainst the rock my knife was shattered. 'Twas the knife of mine own father, Of our race a cherished heirloom." Then said Ilmarinen's housewife, "O thou herd boy, dearest herd boy, wilt thou alter thy intention, And recall thy words of magic, And release me from the wolf's jaws, From the bear's claws now release me? Better shirts will I then give you, And will give you handsome aprons, Give you wheaten bread and butter, And the sweetest milk for drinking. For a year no work will give you light work in the second. If you haste not to release me, Come not quickly to my rescue, Death will quickly fall upon me, And to earth shall I be altered." 𝑘ulervo, Kalervo's offspring, answered in the words which follow: "If you die, so may you perish; if you perish, may you perish. Room there is in earth to hold you, room in Kalma's home for lost ones, for the mightiest there to slumber, for the proudest to repose them." Then said Ilmarinen's housewife, "Ukko, thou of gods the highest, haste to bend thy mighty crossbow, of thy bows the best select thou, take thou then a bolt of copper, and adjust it to the crossbow. Shoot thou then a flaming arrow, shoot thou forth a bolt of copper, shoot it quickly through the armpits, shoot it that it split the shoulders. Thus let Kalervo's son perish. Shoot thou dead this wicked creature, shoot him with the steel-tipped arrow, shoot him with thy bolt of copper." Kullervo, Kalervo's offspring, uttered then the words which follow: "Ukko, thou of gods the highest, shoot me not as she has prayed thee. Shoot the wife of Ilmarinen, do thou kill this wicked woman, ere from off this spot she riseth, or can move herself from off it." Then did Ilmarinen's housewife, wife of that most skilful craftsman, on the spot at once fall dying, fell as falls the soot from kettle. In the yard before her homestead, in the narrow yard she perished. Thus it was the young wife perished, thus the fairest housewife perished, whom the smith so long had yearned for, and for 6 long years was sought for, as the joy of Ilmarinen, pride of him, the smith so famous. End of Runo 33. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 34 of Kalevala, the Land of the Heroes, by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844-1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 34. Kullervo and his parents. Argument. Kullervo escapes from the homestead of Ilmarinen and wanders sorrowfully through the forest, where he meets with the old woman of the forest, who informs him that his father, mother, brothers, and sisters are still living. Following her directions, she finds them on the borders of Lapland. His mother tells him that she had long supposed him to be dead, and also that her elder daughter had been lost when gathering berries. Kullervo, Kalervo's offspring, he the youth with blue-dyed stockings, and with yellow hair the finest, and with shoes of finest leather, hurried quickly on his journey from the home of Ilmarinen, ere report could reach the master of the death his wife had suffered, and might harm him in his anger, and he might at once destroy him. From the smith he hurried piping, joyful left the lands of Ilma. On the heath his horn blew loudly, shouted loudly in the clearing, and he dashed through plains and marshes, while the heath re-echoed loudly, and his horn kept loudly blowing, and made horrible rejoicing. In the smithy did they hear it, at the forge the smith was standing. To the lane he went to listen, to the yard to look around him. Who was playing in the forest, and upon the heath was piping. Then he saw what just had happened, saw the truth without deception. There he saw his wife was resting, saw the fair one who had perished, where she in the yard had fallen, on the grass where she had fallen. Even while the smith was standing, all his heart was dark with sorrow. Many nights he spent in weeping, many weeks his tears were flowing, and his soul like tar was darkened, and his heart than soot no lighter. Kullervo still wandered onwards. Aimlessly he hurried forward, for a day through thickest forest, through the timber grounds of Hiisi. And at evening when it darkened, down upon the ground he threw him. There the orphan boy was sitting, and the friendless one reflected, "Wherefore have I been created? Who has made me, and has doomed me, thus 'neath moon and sun to wander 'neath the open sky for ever? Others to their homes may journey, and may travel to their dwellings, but my home is in the forest, and upon the heath my homestead. In the wind I find my fireplace, in the rain I find my bathroom. Never, Jumala most gracious, never in the course of ages form a child thus miscreated, doomed to be for ever friendless. fatherless beneath the heavens. From the first without a mother, as thou, Jumala, hast made me, and hast formed me to be wretched, formed me like a wandering sea-gull. Like a sea-gull on the lake cliffs shines the sun upon the swallow, brightly shines upon the sparrow. In the air the birds are joyous, I myself am never happy. On my life the sun shines never, and my life is always joyless. Now I know not who has nursed me, and I know not who has borne me. For, as water hens are used to, or as ducks among the marshes, like the teal on shore she left me, or in hollow stone merganser. I was small and lost my father, I was weak and lost my mother. Dead is father, dead is mother. All my mighty race has perished. Shoes of ice to wear they left me, filled with snow they left my stockings. On the ice they left me lying, rolling on the platform left me. Thus I fell into the marshes, and amid the mud was swallowed. But in all my life I never, never in my life I hastened Through the swamp to make a platform, or a bridge in marshy places. But I sank not in the marshes, for I had 2 hands to help me, and I had 5 nimble fingers, and 10 nails to lift me from it. Then into his mind it entered, in his brain he fixed the notion, Unto ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 to journey, there his father's wrongs avenging, Father's wrongs and tears of mother, and the wrongs himself had suffered. Then he spoke the words which follow: wait thou, ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, watch thou of my race destroyer. If I seek thee out in battle, I will quickly burn thy dwelling, and thy farms to flame deliver. Then an old dame came to meet him, blue-robed lady of the forest, and she spoke the words which follow, and in words like these expressed her: "Whither goeth Kullerwoinen? Where will Kalervo's son hasten?" Kalervo's offspring, answered in the words which follow: "In my mind the thought has entered, in my brain has fixed the notion, hence to other lands to wander, unto Untamo's own village, there my father's death avenging, father's wrongs and tears of mother, there with fire to burn the houses, and to burn them up completely." But the old wife made him answer, and she spoke the words which follow: "No, your race has not yet perished, nor has Kalervo been murdered, for your father still is living, and on earth in health your mother. O my dearest of old women, tell me, O my dear old woman, where I yet may find my father, where the fair one who has borne me?" "Thither is thy father living, there the fair one who has borne thee, far away on Lapland's borders, on the borders of a fish pond." "O my dearest of old women, tell me, O my dear old woman, how I best can journey to them, and the road I may discover." "Easy 'tis for thee to journey, though to thee unknown the pathway. Through the forest must thou journey, by the river thou must travel, thou must march 1 day, a second, and must march upon the 3rd day, then must turn thee to the northwest till you reach a wooded mountain, then march on beneath the mountain, go the left side of the mountain, till thou comest to a river, on the right side thou wilt find it, by the river side go further, till 3 waterfalls rush foaming. When thou comest to a headland, with a narrow tongue projecting, and a house at point of headland, and beyond a hut for fishing, there thy father still is living, there the fair one who has borne thee, there thou'lt also find thy sisters, 2 among the fairest maidens." Kalervo's offspring started then upon his journey, and he marched 1 day, a second, likewise marched upon the 3rd day, then he turned him to the northwest, till he reached a wooded mountain, then he marched half way below it, turning westward from the mountain, till at length he found the river, and he marched along the river, on the west bank of the river, past 3 waterfalls he journeyed, till at length he reached a headland with a narrow tongue projecting, and a house at point of headland, and beyond a hut for fishing. There upon the house he entered, in the room they did not know him. "From what lake has come the stranger? From what country is the wanderer? Is your son then all forgotten? Know you not your child, your offspring, who by Untamo's marauders with them to their home was carried? greater not than span of father, longer not than mother's spindle?" Then his mother interrupted, and exclaimed the aged woman, "O my son unhappy! O my golden brooch so wretched! Hast thou then, with eyes yet living, wandered through these countries hither, when as dead I long had mourned thee, long had wept for thy destruction? I had 2 sons in the past days, and 2 daughters of the fairest, and among them 2 have vanished. 2 are lost among the elder, first my son in furious battle, then my daughter, how I know not. Though my son has reached the homestead, never has returned my daughter." Kalervo's offspring in his turn began to question, "How then has your daughter vanished? What has happened to my sister?" Then his mother made him answer, and she spoke the words which follow: "Thus has disappeared my daughter, thus it happened to your sister. To the wood she went for berries, sought for raspberries 'neath the mountain. There it is the dove has vanished, there it is the bird has perished. Thus she died without our knowledge, how she died we cannot tell you. Who is longing for the maiden? Save her mother no one missed her. First her mother went to seek her, and her mother sought who missed her. Forth I went, unhappy mother, forth I went to seek my daughter. Through the wood like bear I hurried, speeding through the wastes like otter. Thus I sought one day a second, sought her also on the 3rd day. When the 3rd day had passed over, for a long time yet I wandered, till I reached a mighty mountain, and a peak of all the highest, calling ever on my daughter, ever grieving for the lost one. 'Where is now my dearest daughter? O my daughter, come thou homeward!' Thus I shouted to my daughter, grieving ever for the lost one, and the mountains made me answer, and the heaths again re-echoed. 'Call no more upon thy daughter, call no more and shout no longer. Never will she come back living, nor return unto her household, never to her mother's dwelling, to her aged father's boat-house.'" End of Runo 34. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 35. Of Kalevala, the Land of the Heroes, by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844 to 1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 35. Kullervo and his sister. Argument. Kullervo attempts to do different kinds of work for his parents, but only succeeds in spoiling everything, so his father sends him to pay the land dues. On his way home he meets his sister, who was lost gathering berries, whom he drags into his sledge. Afterwards, when his sister learns who he is, she throws herself into a torrent, but Kullervo hurries home, relates his sister's terrible fate to his mother, and proposes to put an end to his own life. His mother dissuades him from suicide, and advises him to retire to some retreat where he may be able to recover from his remorse. But Kullervo resolves, before all things, to avenge himself on Untamo. Kalervo's offspring with the very bluest stockings, after this continued living in the shelter of his parents. But he comprehended nothing, nor attained to manly wisdom. For his rearing had been crooked, and the child was rocked all wrongly, by perversest foster father and a foolish foster mother. Then to work the boy attempted, many things he tried his hand at, and he went the fish to capture, and to lay the largest dragnet. And he spoke the words which follow, pondered as he grasped the oar: "Shall I pull with all my efforts, row exerting all my vigor? Shall I row with common efforts, row no stronger than is needful?" And the steersman made him answer, and he spoke the words which follow: "Pull away with all your efforts, row exerting all your vigor. Row the boat in twain you cannot, neither break it into fragments." Kalervo's offspring, pulled thereat with all his efforts, rowed exerting all his vigor. Rowed in twain the wooden rowlocks, ribs of juniper he shattered, and he smashed the boat of aspen. Kalervo came forth to see it, and he spoke the words which follow: "No, you understand not rowing. You have split the wooden rowlocks, ribs of juniper have shattered, shattered quite the boat of aspen. Thresh the fish into the dragnet, perhaps you'll thresh the water better." 𝑘ulervo, Kalervo's offspring, then went forth to thresh the water, and as he the pole was lifting, uttered he the words which follow: "Shall I thresh with all my efforts, putting forth my manly efforts, shall I thresh with common efforts, as the threshing pole is able?" Answered thereupon the net man: "Would you call it proper threshing, if with all your strength you threshed not, putting forth your manly efforts?" 𝑘ulervo, Kalervo's offspring, threshed away with all his efforts, putting forth his manly efforts. Into soup he churned the water, into tow he threshed the dragnet, into slime he crushed the fishes. Kalervo came forth to see it, and he spoke the words which follow: "No, you understand not threshing. Into tow is threshed the dragnet, and the floats to chaff are beaten, and the meshes torn to fragments. Therefore go and pay the taxes, therefore go and pay the land dues. Best it is for you to travel, learning wisdom on the journey." 𝑘ulervo, Kalervo's offspring, with the very bluest stockings, and with yellow hair the finest, and with shoes of finest leather, went his way to pay the taxes, and he went to pay the land dues. When he now had paid the taxes, and had also paid the land dues, in his sledge he quickly bounded, and upon the sledge he mounted, and began to journey homeward and to travel to his country. And he drove and rattled onward, and he travelled on his journey, traversing the heath of Väinö, and his clearing made aforetime. And by chance a maiden met him, with her yellow hair all flowing, there upon the heath of Väinö, on his clearing made aforetime. 𝑘ulervo, Kalervo's offspring, checked the sledge upon the instant, and began a conversation, and began to talk and wheedle. "Come into my sledge, O maiden, rest upon the furs within it." From her snowshoes said the maiden, and she answered as she skated: "In thy sledge may death now enter, on thy furs be sickness seated." 𝑘ulervo, Kalervo's offspring, with the very bluest stockings, with his whip then struck his courser, with his beaded whip he lashed him, sprang the horse upon the journey, rocked the sledge, the road was traversed, and he drove and rattled onward, and he travelled on his journey, on the lake's extended surface and across the open water. And by chance a maiden met him, walking on with shoes of leather, o'er the lake's extended surface and across the open water. 𝑘ulervo, Kalervo's offspring, checked his horse upon the instant, and his mouth at once he opened, and began to speak as follows: "Come into my sledge, O fair one, pride of earth, and journey with me." But the maiden gave him answer, and the well-shod maiden answered: "In thy sledge may Tuoni seek thee, Manalainen journey with thee." 𝑘ulervo, Kalervo's offspring, with the very bluest stockings, with the whip then struck his courser, with his beaded whip he lashed him, sprang the horse upon his journey, rocked the sledge, the way was shortened, and he rattled on his journey, and he sped upon his pathway, straight across the heaths of Pohja and the borders wide of Lapland. And by chance a maiden met him, wearing a tin brooch and singing, out upon the heaths of Pohja and the borders wide of Lapland. 𝑘ulervo, Kalervo's offspring, checked his horse upon the instant, and his mouth at once he opened, and began to speak as follows: "Come into my sledge, O maiden, underneath my rug, my dearest, and you there shall eat my apples, and shall crack my nuts in comfort." But the maiden made him answer, and the tin-adorned one shouted: "At your sledge I spit, O villain, even at your sledge, O scoundrel! Underneath your rug is coldness, and within your sledge is darkness." 𝑘ulervo, Kalervo's offspring, with the very bluest stockings, dragged into his sledge the maiden, and into the sledge he pulled her, and upon the furs he laid her, underneath the rug he pushed her. And the maiden spoke unto him, thus outspoke the tin-adorned one: "From the sledge at once release me, leave the child in perfect freedom. that I hear of nothing evil, neither foul nor filthy language, or upon the ground I'll throw me, and will break the sledge to splinters, and will smash your sledge to atoms, break the wretched sledge to pieces.' Kullervo, Kalervo's offspring, with the very bluest stockings, opened then his hide-bound coffer, clanging raised the pictured cover, and he showed her all his silver, out he spread the choicest fabrics, stockings too, all gold embroidered, girdles all adorned with silver. Soon the fabrics turned her dizzy, to a bride the money changed her, and the silver it destroyed her, and the shining gold deluded. Kullervo, Kalervo's offspring, with the very bluest stockings, thereupon the maiden flattered, and he wheedled and caressed her, with one hand the horse controlling, on the maiden's breast the other. Then he sported with the maiden, wearied out the tin adorned one, 'neath the rug all copper tinselled, and upon the furs all spotted. Then when Jumala brought morning on the second day thereafter, then the damsel spoke unto him, and she asked and spoke as follows: 'Tell me now of your relations, what the brave race that you spring from a mighty race it seems me, offspring of a mighty father.' Kullervo, Kalervo's offspring, answered in the words which follow: 'No, my race is not a great one, not a great one, not a small one. I am just of middle station, Kalervo's unhappy offspring, stupid boy and very foolish, worthless child and good for nothing. Tell me now about your people and the brave race that you spring from, perhaps from mighty race descended, offspring of a mighty father.' And the girl made answer quickly, and she spoke the words which followed: 'No, my race is not a great one, not a great one, not a small one. I am just of middle station, Kalervo's unhappy daughter, stupid girl and very foolish, worthless child and good for nothing. When I was a little infant living with my tender mother, to the wood I went for berries, 'neath the mountain sought for raspberries. On the plains I gathered strawberries, underneath the mountain raspberries. Plucked by day, at night I rested, plucked for one day and a second, and upon the third day likewise. But the pathway home I found not, in the woods the pathways led me, and the footpath to the forest. There I stood, and burst out weeping, wept for one day and a second, and at length upon the third day, then I climbed a mighty mountain, to the peak of all the highest. On the peak I called and shouted, and the woods made answer to me, while the heaths re-echoed likewise. 'Do not call, O girl so senseless, shout not, void of understanding. There is no one who can hear you, none at home to hear your shouting.' Then upon the third and fourth days, lastly on the fifth and sixth days, I to take my life attempted, tried to hurl me to destruction. But by no means did I perish, nor could I, the wretched, perish. Would that I, poor wretch, had perished, hapless one, had met destruction, that the second year thereafter, or the third among the summers, I had shone forth as a grass blade, as a lovely flower existed. On the ground a beauteous berry, even as a scarlet cranberry. Then I had not heard these horrors, would not now have known these terrors.' Soon as she had finished speaking, and her speech had scarce completed, quickly from the sledge she darted, and she rushed into the river, in the furious foaming cataract, and amid the raging whirlpool, there she found the death she sought for. There at length did death o'ertake her, found in Tuonela a refuge, in the waves she found compassion. Kullervo, Kalervo's offspring, from his sledge at once descended, and began to weep full loudly, with a piteous lamentation. 'Woe my day, O me unhappy! Woe to me and all my household! For indeed my very sister, I my mother's child, have outraged. Woe my father, woe my mother, woe to you my aged parents! To what purpose have you reared me up to be so wretched? Far more happy were my fortune had I ne'er been born or nurtured, never in the air been strengthened, never in this world had entered. Wrongly I by death was treated, nor disease has acted wisely, that they did not fall upon me, and when 2 nights old destroy me.' With his knife he loosed the collar, from the sledge the chains he severed, On the horse's back he vaulted, on the white front steed he galloped. But a little way he galloped, but a little course had traversed, when he reached his father's dwelling, reached the grass plot of his father. In the yard he found his mother. "O my mother, who hast borne me! O that thou, my dearest mother, e'en as soon as thou hast borne me, in the bathroom smoke hadst laid me, and the bath house doors had bolted, that amid the smoke I smothered, and when 2 nights old had perished. Smothered me among the blankets, with the curtain thou hast choked me, thrust the cradle in the fire, pushed it in the burning embers. If the village folk had asked thee, 'Why is in the room no cradle? Wherefore have you locked the bath house?' then might this have been the answer: 'In the fire I burned the cradle, where on hearth the fire is glowing, while I made the malt in bath house, while the malt was fully sweetened.' Then his mother asked him quickly, asked him thus the aged woman, 'O my son, what happened to thee? What the dreadful news thou bringest? Seems from Tuonela thou comest, as from Manala thou comest.' 𝑘ullervo, Kalervo's offspring, answered in the words which follow: 'Horrors now must be reported, and most horrible misfortunes. I have wronged my very sister, and my mother's child dishonoured. First I went and paid the taxes, and I also paid the land dues, and by chance there came a maiden, and I sported with the maiden, and she was my very sister, and the child of mine own mother. Thereupon to death she cast her, plunged herself into destruction, in the furious foaming cataract, and amid the raging whirlpool. But I cannot now determine, not decide, and not imagine, how myself to death should cast me. I, the hapless one, should slay me, in the mouths of wolves all howling, in the throats of bears all growling, in the whale's vast belly perish, or between the teeth of lake pike.' But his mother made him answer, 'Do not go, my son, my dearest, to the mouths of wolves all howling, nor to throats of bears all growling, neither to the whale's vast belly, neither to the teeth of lake pike. Large enough the Cape of Suomi, wide enough are Savo's borders, for a man to hide from evil and a criminal conceal him. Hide thee there for 5 years, 6 years, there for 9 long years conceal thee, till a time of peace has reached thee, and the years have calmed thine anguish.' 𝑘ullervo, Kalervo's offspring, answered in the words which follow: 'Nay, I will not go in hiding, fly not forth, a wicked outcast. To the mouth of death I wander, to the gate of Kalma's courtyard, to the place of furious fighting, to the battlefield of heroes. Upright still is standing Unto, and the wicked man unfallen. Unavenged my father's sufferings, unavenged my mother's teardrops, counting not my bitter sufferings, wrongs that I myself have suffered.'" End of Runo 35. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 36 of Kalevala, the Land of the Heroes, by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844 to 1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 36. The Death of Kullervo. Argument. Kullervo prepares for war and leaves home joyfully, for no one but his mother is sorry that he is going to his death. He comes to Untamola, lays waste the whole district, and burns the homestead. On returning home he finds his home deserted, and no living thing about the place but an old black dog, with which he goes into the forest to shoot game for food. While traversing the forest he arrives at the place where he met his sister, and ends his remorse by killing himself with his own sword. Kullervo, Kalervo's offspring, with the very bluest stockings, now prepared himself for battle, and prepared himself for warfare. For an hour his sword he sharpened, sharpened spear points for another. Then his mother spoke unto him, "Do not go, my son unhappy, go not to this mighty battle, go not where the swords are clashing. He who goes for nought to battle, he who wilful seeks the combat, in the fight shall find his death wound, and shall perish in the conflict. By the sword blade shall he perish, thus shall fall, and thus shall perish. If against a goat thou fightest, and wouldst meet in fight a he-goat, then the goat will overcome thee. In the mud the he-goat casts thee, that like dog thou home returnest, like a frog returnest homeward. 𝑘�λεβω, Kalervo's offspring, answered in the words which follow: "In the swamps I shall not sink me, nor upon the heath will stumble, in the dwelling place of ravens, in the fields where crows are croaking. If I perish in the battle, sinking on the field of battle, noble 'tis to fall in battle, fine mid clash of swords to perish, exquisite the battle fever. Quickly hence a youth it hurries, takes him quickly forth from evil, there he falls no more to hunger." Then his mother spoke and answered: "If you perish in the battle, who shall cater for your father and shall tend the old man daily?" 𝑘�λεβω, Kalervo's offspring, answered in the words that follow: "Let him perish on the dust heap, leave him in the yard to perish." "Who shall cater for your mother, and shall tend the old dame daily?" "Let her die upon a haycock, in the cowshed let her stifle." "Who shall cater for thy brother, tend him day by day in future?" "Let him perish in the forest, let him faint upon the meadow." "Who shall cater for thy sister, tend her day by day in future?" "Let her fall in well and perish, let her fall into the wash tub." 𝑘�λεβω, Kalervo's offspring, just as he his home was leaving, spoke these words unto his father: "Now farewell, O noble father! Shall you perhaps be weeping sorely, if you hear that I have perished, and have vanished from the people, and have perished in the battle?" Then his father gave him answer: "Not for thee shall I be weeping, if I hear that you have perished, for another son I'll rear me, and a better son will rear me, and a son by far more clever." 𝑘�λεβω, Kalervo's offspring, answered in the words which follow: "Nor for you shall I be weeping, if I hear that you have perished. I will make me such a father, mouth of clay and head of stonework, eyes of cranberries from the marshes, and a beard of withered stubble. Legs of willow twigs will make him, flesh of rotten trees will make him." Then he spoke unto his brother: "Now farewell, my dearest brother. Shall you weep for my destruction, if you hear that I have perished, and have vanished from the people, and have fallen in the battle?" But his brother gave him answer: "Not for you shall I be weeping, if I hear that you have perished. I will find myself a brother, better brother far than thou art, and a brother twice as handsome." 𝑘�λεβω, Kalervo's offspring, answered in the words which follow: "Nor for you shall I be weeping, if I hear that you have perished. I will make me such a brother, head of stone and mouth of sallow, eyes of cranberries I will make him hair of withered stubble, legs of willow twigs will make him, flesh of rotten trees will make him." Then he spoke unto his sister: "Now farewell, my dearest sister. Shall you weep for my destruction, if you hear that I have perished, and have vanished from the people, and have perished in the battle?" But his sister gave him answer: "Not for you shall I be weeping, if I hear that you have perished. I will find myself a brother, better brother far than thou art, and a brother far more clever." 𝑘�λεβω, Kalervo's offspring, answered in the words which follow: "Nor for you shall I be weeping. If I hear that you have perished, I will make me such a sister, head of stone and mouth of sallow, eyes of cranberries I will make her hair of withered stubble, ears of water lily make her, and of maple make her body." Then he said unto his mother: "O my mother, O my dearest, thou the fair one who hast borne me, thou the golden one who nursed me, shalt thou weep for my destruction, shouldst thou hear that I have perished, and have vanished from the people, and have perished in the battle?" Then his mother gave him answer, and she spoke the words which follow: "Not thou knowest a mother's feelings, nor a mother's heart esteemest. I shall weep for thy destruction, if I hear that thou hast perished, and from out the people vanished, and have perished in the battle. Weep until the house is flooded, weep until the floor is swimming, weep until the paths are hidden, and with tears the cowsheds waded. Weep until the snows are slippery, till the ground is bare and slippery, lands unfrozen teem with verdure, and my tears flow through the greenness. If I cannot keep on weeping, and no strength is left for grieving, weeping in the people's presence, I will weep in bathroom hidden, till the seats with tears are flowing, and the flooring all is flooded. Kullervo, Kalervo's offspring, with the very bluest stockings, went with music forth to battle. Joyfully he sought the conflict, playing tunes through plains and marshes, shouting over all the heathland, crashing onwards through the meadows, trampling down the fields of stubble. And a messenger o'ertook him, in his ear these words he whispered: "At thy home has died thy father, and thy aged parent perished. Now return to gaze upon him, and arrange for his interment." Kullervo, Kalervo's offspring, made him answer on the instant: "Is he dead? So let him perish. In the house there is a gelding, which unto the grave can drag him, and can sink him down to ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥." Played he as he passed the marshes, and he shouted in the clearings, and a messenger o'ertook him. In his ear these words he whispered: "At thy home has died thy brother, and thy parent's child has perished. Now return to gaze upon him, and arrange for his interment." Kullervo, Kalervo's offspring, made him answer on the instant: "Is he dead? So let him perish. In the house there is a stallion, which unto the grave can drag him, and can sink him down to ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥." Through the marshes passed he playing, blew his horn amidst the fir woods, and a messenger o'ertook him, in his ear these words he whispered: "At thy home has died thy sister, and thy parent's child has perished. Now return to gaze upon her, and arrange for her interment." Kullervo, Kalervo's offspring, made him answer on the instant: "Is she dead? So let her perish. In the house a mare is waiting, which unto the grave can drag her, and can sink her down to ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥." Through the meadows marched he shouting, in the grass fields he was shouting, and a messenger o'ertook him. In his ear these words he whispered: "Now has died thy tender mother, and thy darling mother perished. Now return to gaze upon her, and arrange for her interment." Kullervo, Kalervo's offspring, answered in the words which follow: "Woe to me, a youth unhappy! For my mother now has perished, wearied as she made the curtains and the counterpane embroidered. With her long spool she was working, as she turned around her spindle. I was not at her departure, near her when her soul was parting. Perhaps the cold was great and killed her, or perchance was bread too scanty. In the house with care, O washer, with the Saxon soap the finest, wind her then in silken wrappings, wrap her in the finest linen. Thus unto the grave convey her, sink her gently down to ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥. Then upraise the songs of mourning, let resound the songs of mourning, for not yet can I turn homeward. Untamo is still unfallen, yet unfelled the man of evil, undestroyed is yet the villain." Forth he went to battle playing, went to Untala rejoicing, and he said the words which follow: "Ukko, thou of gods the highest, give me now a sword befitting, give me now a sword most splendid, which were worth an army to me, though 100 came against me." Then the sword he asked was granted, and a sword of all most splendid. And he slaughtered all the people, Untamo's whole tribe he slaughtered, burned the houses all to ashes, and with flame completely burned them, leaving nothing but the hearthstones, nought but in each yard the rowan. Kullervo, Kalervo's offspring, then to his own home retired, to his father's former dwelling, to the home fields of his parents. Empty did he find the homestead, desolate the open places. No one forward came to greet him, no one came his hand to offer. To the hearth he stretched his hand out, on the hearth the coals were frozen, and he knew on his arrival that his mother was not living. To the stove he stretched his hand out, at the stove the stones were frozen, and he knew on his arrival that his father was not living. On the floor his eyes then casting, all he noticed in confusion, and he knew on his arrival that his sister was not living. To the mooring place he hastened, but no boats were at their moorings, and he knew on his arrival that his brother was not living. Thereupon he broke out weeping, and he wept one day a second, and he spoke the words which follow: "O my mother, O my dearest, hast thou left me nought behind thee, when thou liv'st in this country? But thou hearest not, O mother, even though my eyes are sobbing, and my temples are lamenting, and my head is all complaining." In the grave his mother wakened, and beneath the mould made answer: "Still there lives the black dog, 𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥. Go with him into the forest, at thy side let him attend thee. Take him to the wooded country, where the forest rises thickest, where reside the forest maidens, where the blue maids have their dwelling, and the birds frequent the pine trees there to seek for their assistance, and to seek to win their favour." 𝑘ujärvo, Kalervo's offspring, at his side the black dog taking, tracked his path through trees of forest, where the forest rose the thickest. But a short way had he wandered, but a little way walked onward, when he reached the stretch of forest, recognized the spot before him, where he had seduced the maiden, and his mother's child dishonoured. There the tender grass was weeping, and the lovely spot lamenting, and the young grass was deploring, and the flowers of heath were grieving for the ruin of the maiden, for the mother's child's destruction. Neither was the young grass sprouting, nor the flowers of heath expanding, nor the spot had covered over where the evil thing had happened, where he had seduced the maiden, and his mother's child dishonoured. 𝑘ujärvo, Kalervo's offspring, grasped the sharpened sword he carried, looked upon the sword and turned it, and he questioned it and asked it, and he asked the sword's opinion, if it was disposed to slay him, to devour his guilty body, and his evil blood to swallow. Understood the sword his meaning, understood the hero's question, and it answered him as follows: "Wherefore at thy heart's desire should I not thy flesh devour, and drink up thy blood so evil? I who guiltless flesh have eaten, drank the blood of those who sinned not." 𝑘ujärvo, Kalervo's offspring, with the very bluest stockings, on the ground the haft set firmly, on the heath the hilt pressed tightly, turned the point against his bosom, and upon the point he threw him. Thus he found the death he sought for, cast himself into destruction. Even so the young man perished, thus died Kullervo the hero. Thus the hero's life was ended, perished thus the hapless hero. Then the aged Väinämöinen, when he heard that he had perished, and that Kullervo had fallen, spoke his mind in words that follow: "Never people in the future rear a child in crooked fashion, rocking them in stupid fashion, soothing them to sleep like strangers. Children reared in crooked fashion, boys thus rocked in stupid fashion, grow not up with understanding, nor attain to man's discretion, though they live till they are aged, and in body well developed." End of Runo 36. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 37 of Kalevala, the Land of the Heroes, by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844 to 1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 37. The Gold and Silver Bride. Argument. Ilmarinen weeps long for his dead wife, and then forges himself a wife of gold and silver with great labor and trouble. At night he rests by the golden bride, but finds in the morning that the side which he has turned towards her is quite cold. He offers his golden bride to Väinämöinen, who declines to receive her, and advises him to forge more useful things, or to send her to other countries where people wish for gold. Afterwards smith Ilmarinen mourned his wife throughout the evenings, and through sleepless nights was weeping. All the days bewailed her fasting, and he mourned her all the mornings. In the morning hours lamented, since the time his young wife perished, death the fair one had o'ertaken. In his hand he swung no longer Copper handle of his hammer, Nor his hammer's clang resounded, While a month its course was running. Said the smith, said Ilmarinen, "Hapless youth, I know no longer How to pass my sad existence, For at night I sit and sleep not, Always in the night comes sorrow, And my strength grows weak from trouble. All my evenings now are weary, Sorrowful are all my mornings, And the nights indeed are dismal, Worst of all when I am waking. Grieve I not because 'tis evening, Sorrow not because 'tis morning, Trouble not for other seasons, But I sorrow for my fair one, And I sorrow for my dear one, Grieve for her, the dark‐browed beauty. Sometimes in these times so dismal, Often in my time of trouble, Often in my dreams at midnight, Has my hand felt out at nothing, And my hand seized only trouble, As it strayed about in strangeness." Thus the smith awhile lived wifeless, And without his wife grew older, Wept for 2 months and for 3 months, But upon the 4th month after, Gold from out the lake he gathered silver from the billows, And a pile of wood collected, Nothing short of 30 sledge loads. Then he burned the wood to charcoal, Took the charcoal to the smithy, Of the gold he took a portion, And he chose him out some silver, Even like a hue of autumn, Even like a hair of winter, And the gold to redness heated, Cast the silver in the furnace, Set his slaves to work the bellows, And his labourers pressed the bellows. Toiled the slaves and worked the bellows, And the labourers pressed the bellows, With their ungloved hands they pressed them, Worked them with their naked shoulders, While himself, smith Ilmarinen, Carefully the fire was tending, As he strove a bride to fashion Out of gold and out of silver. Badly worked the slaves the bellows, And the labourers did not press them, And on this smith Ilmarinen Went himself to work the bellows. Once and twice he worked the bellows, For a 3rd time worked the bellows, Then looked down into the furnace, Looking closely to the bellows, What rose up from out the furnace, What from out the flames ascended. Then a ewe rose from the furnace, And it rose from out the bellows, 1 hair gold, another copper, And the 3rd was all of silver. Others might therein feel pleasure, Ilmarinen felt no pleasure. Said the smith, said Ilmarinen, "Such as you a wolf may wish for, But I want a golden consort, One of silver half constructed." Thereupon smith Ilmarinen Thrust the ewe into the furnace, Gold unto the mass he added, And he added silver to it, Set his slaves to work the bellows, And his labourers pressed the bellows. Toiled the slaves and worked the bellows, And the labourers pressed the bellows, With their ungloved hands they pressed them, Worked them with their naked shoulders, While himself, smith Ilmarinen, Carefully the fire was tending, As he strove a bride to fashion Out of gold and out of silver. Badly worked the slaves the bellows, And the labourers did not press them, And on this smith Ilmarinen Went himself to work the bellows. Once and twice he worked the bellows, For the 3rd time worked the bellows, Then looked down into the furnace, Looking closely to the bellows, What rose up from out the furnace, What from out the flames ascended. Then a foal rose from the furnace, And it rose from out the bellows, Mane of gold and head of silver, And his hoofs were all of copper. But though others it delighted, Ilmarinen felt no pleasure. Said the smith, said Ilmarinen, "Such as you a wolf may wish for, But I want a golden consort, One of silver half constructed." Thereupon smith Ilmarinen Thrust the foal into the furnace, Gold unto the mass he added, And he added silver to it, Set his slaves to work the bellows, And his labourers pressed the bellows. Toiled the slaves and worked the bellows, And the labourers pressed the bellows, With their ungloved hands they pressed them, Worked them with their naked shoulders, While himself, smith Ilmarinen, Carefully the fire was tending, As he strove a bride to fashion Out of gold and out of silver. Badly worked the slaves the bellows, And the labourers did not press them, And on this smith Ilmarinen Went himself to work the bellows. Once and twice he worked the bellows, For a 3rd time worked the bellows, Then looked down into the furnace, Looking closely to the bellows, What rose up from out the furnace, What from out the flames ascended. Then a maid rose from the furnace, golden locked from out the bellows, head of silver, hair all golden, and her figure all was lovely. Others might have shuddered at her; Ilmarinen was not frightened. Thereupon smith Ilmarinen set to work to shape the image, worked at night without cessation, and by day he worked unresting. Feet he fashioned for the maiden, fashioned feet and hands he made her. But the feet would not support her, neither would the arms embrace him. Ears he fashioned for the maiden, but the ears served not for hearing. And a dainty mouth he made her, tender mouth and shining eyeballs. But the mouth served not for speaking, and the eyes served not for smiling. Said the smith, said Ilmarinen, she would be a pretty maiden, if she had the art of speaking, and had sense, and spoke discreetly. After this he laid the maiden on the softest of the blankets, smoothed for her the softest pillows, on the silken bed he laid her. After this smith Ilmarinen quickly warmed the steaming bathroom, took the soap into the bathroom, and provided twigs for bath whisks, and of water took 3 tubs full, that the little finch should wash her, and the little goldfinch cleanse her beauty from the ashes. When the smith had also bathed him, washed him to his satisfaction, at the maiden's side he stretched him, on the softest of the blankets, 'neath the steel-supported hangings, 'neath the overarching iron. After this smith Ilmarinen, even on the very first night, asked for coverlets in plenty, and for blankets to protect him, also 2 and 3 of bearskins, 5 or 6 of woolen mantles, all upon one side to lay him, that towards the golden image. And one side had warmth sufficient, which was covered by the bedclothes, that beside the youthful damsel turned towards the golden image, all that side was fully frozen, and with frost was quite contracted, like the ice on lake when frozen, frozen into stony hardness. Said the smith, said Ilmarinen, this is not so pleasant for me. I will take the maid to Väinö, pass her on to Väinämöinen, on his knee as wife to seat her, dove-like in his arms to nestle. So to Väinölä he took her, and he said upon his coming, in the very words which follow, "O thou aged Väinämöinen, here I bring a damsel for you, and a damsel fair to gaze on, and her mouth gapes not too widely, and her chin is not too broadened." Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, looked upon the golden image, looked upon her head all golden, and he spoke the words which follow. "Wherefore have you brought her to me, brought to me this golden spectre?" Said the smith, said Ilmarinen, "With the best intent I brought her, on your knee as wife to rest her, dove-like in your arms to nestle." Said the aged Väinämöinen, "O thou smith, my dearest brother, thrust the damsel in the furnace, forge all sorts of objects from her, or convey her hence to Russia, take your image to the Saxons, since they wed the spoils of battle, and they woo in fiercest combat. But it suits not my position, nor to me myself is suited, thus to woo a bride all golden, or distress myself for silver." Then dissuaded Väinämöinen, and forbade the wave-sprung hero, all the rising generation, likewise those upgrown already, for the sake of gold to bow them, or debase themselves for silver. And he spoke the words which follow, and in words like these expressed him: "Never youths, however wretched, nor in future upgrown heroes, whether you have large possessions, or are poor in your possessions, in the course of all your lifetime while the golden moon is shining, may you woo a golden woman, or distress yourselves for silver, for the gleam of gold is freezing, only frost is breathed by silver." End of Runo 37. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 38 of Kalevala, the Land of the Heroes, by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844-1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 38. Ilmarinen's new bride from Pohjola. Argument. Ilmarinen goes to Pohjola to woo the younger sister of his first wife. But as he receives only insulting words in reply, he becomes angry, seizes the maiden, and starts on his homeward journey. On the way, the maiden treats Ilmarinen with contempt, and provokes him till he changes her into a seagull. When Ilmarinen comes home, he relates to Väinämöinen how the inhabitants of Pohjola live free from care since they possess the Sampo, and also tells him how badly his wooing has prospered. Thereupon smith Ilmarinen, he the great primeval craftsman, cast away the golden image, cast away the silver damsel. Afterwards his horse he harnessed, yoked before the sledge the chestnut, on the sledge himself he mounted, and within the sledge he sat him, and departed on his journey, and proposed, as he was driving, he to Pohjola would travel, there to ask another daughter. So he drove for one day onward, journeyed also on the second, and at length, upon the third day, came to Pohjola's broad courtyard. Louhi, Pohjola's old mistress, came into the yard to meet him, and began the conversation, and she turned to him and asked him how her child's health was at present, if her daughter was contented, as the daughter-in-law of master and the daughter-in-law of mistress. Thereupon smith Ilmarinen, head bowed down and deeply grieving, and his cap all sloping sideways, answered in the words which follow: "Do thou not, O mother, ask me, do not question me in this wise, how your daughter may be living, how your dear one now is dwelling. Death has borne her off already, grisly death has seized upon her. In the ground is now my berry, on the heath is now my fair one, and her dark locks 'neath the stubble, 'neath the grass my silver fair one. Give me now your second daughter, give me now that youthful maiden, give her to me, dearest mother, give me now your second daughter, thus to occupy the dwelling and the station of her sister." Louhi, Pohjola's old mistress, answered in the words which follow: "Ill have I, unhappy acted, and it was a sad misfortune when to thee my child I promised, and I gave to thee the other, in her early youth to slumber. For the rosy-cheeked one perished, to the mouth of wolf I gave her, to the jaws of bear when growling. No more daughters will I give you, nor my daughter will I give you, that she wash the soot from off you, and she scratch the soot from off you. Sooner would I give my daughter, and would give my tender daughter to the fiercely foaming cataract, to the ever-seething whirlpool, as a prey to worms of Mana, to the teeth of pike of Tuoni." Thereupon smith Ilmarinen, mouth and head both turning sideways, with his black hair in disorder, as his head he shook in anger, pushed his way into the chamber, and beneath the roof he entered. And he spoke the words which follow: "Come thou now with me, O maiden, in the station of thy sister, and to occupy her dwelling. Cakes of honey there to bake me, and the best of ale to brew me." From the floor there sang a baby, thus he sang and thus made answer: "Quit our castle, guest unwelcome, from our doors, O stranger, hasten. Thou before hast harmed our castle, evil much hast wrought our castle, when the first time here thou camest, and within our doors hast entered. Maiden, O my dearest sister, O rejoice not in this lover, neither in his mouth so subtle, neither in his feet well shapen, for his gums are like a wolf's gums, curved his claws like those of foxes, and the claws of bears conceals he, and his belt knife blood is drinking. 'Tis with this that heads he severs, and with this the backs lays open." Then the maiden's self made answer, thus she spoke to Ilmarinen: "I myself will not go with you, trouble not for such a scoundrel. For your first wife you have murdered, and my sister you have slaughtered. You perchance would also slay me, murder me as her you murdered. Such a maiden is deserving of a man of greater standing, and whose form is far more handsome. In a finer sledge to take me, to a larger, finer dwelling, to a better home than thou hast, not unto a smith's black coal house, to a stupid husband's homestead." Thereupon smith Ilmarinen, he the great primeval craftsman, mouth and head both turning sideways, and his black hair in disorder, seized without ado the maiden. In his grasp he seized the maiden, from the room he rushed like snowstorm, dragged her where his sledge was standing. In the sledge he pushed the maiden, and within the sledge he cast her. started quickly on his journey, and prepared him for his journey. With one hand the horse he guided, on the girl's breast laid the other. Wept the maiden and lamented, and she spoke the words which follow: "Now I come where grow the cranberries, to the swamps where grow the arums. Now the dove approaches ruin, and the bird is near destruction. Hear me now, smith Ilmarinen, if you will not now release me, I will smash your sledge to pieces, and will break it into fragments, break it with my knees asunder, break it with my legs to fragments." Thereupon smith Ilmarinen answered in the words that follow: "No, the sledge by smith was fashioned, and the boards are bound with iron, and it can withstand the pushing and the noble maiden's struggles." Then the hapless girl lamented, and bewailed the copper belted, struggled till she broke her fingers, struggled till her hands were twisted, and she spoke the words which follow: "If you will not now release me, to a lake fish I'll transform me, in the deepest waves a poen." Thereupon smith Ilmarinen answered in the words which follow: "Even so you will not 'scape me, I myself as pike will follow." Then the hapless girl lamented, and bewailed the copper belted, struggled till she broke her fingers, struggled till her hands were twisted, and she spoke the words which follow: "If you will not now release me, to the wood will I betake me, hiding in the rocks like ermine." Thereupon smith Ilmarinen answered in the words which follow: "Even thus you will not 'scape me, for as otter I'll pursue you." Then the hapless girl lamented, and bewailed the copper belted, struggled till she broke her fingers, struggled till her hands were twisted, and she spoke the words which follow: "If you will not now release me, as a lark I'll soar above you, and behind the clouds will hide me." Thereupon smith Ilmarinen answered in the words which follow: "Even thus you will not 'scape me, for as eagle I'll pursue you." But a little way they journeyed, short the distance they had traversed, when the horse pricked ears to listen, and the long-eared steed was shying. Then her head the maiden lifted, in the snow she saw fresh footprints, and she thereupon inquired: "What has passed across our pathway?" Said the smith, said Ilmarinen, "'Twas a hare that ran across it." Then the hapless girl was sighing, much she sobbed and much was sighing, and she spoke the words which follow: "Woe to me, unhappy creature! Better surely had I found it, and my lot were surely better if the hare's track I could follow, in the traces of the crook-leg, than in sledge of such a suitor, 'neath the rug of one so wrinkled, for the hairs of hair are finer, and his mouth cleft is more handsome." Thereupon smith Ilmarinen bit his lips, his head turned sideways, and the sledge drove rattling onward, and a little way they journeyed, when the horse pricked ears to listen, and the long-eared steed was shying. Then her head the maiden lifted, in the snow she saw fresh footprints, and she thereupon inquired: "What has passed across our pathway?" Said the smith, said Ilmarinen, "'Twas a fox that ran across it." Then the hapless girl was sighing, much she sobbed and much was sighing, and she spoke the words which follow: "Woe to me, unhappy creature! Better surely had I found it, and my lot were surely better, were I riding in a fox sledge, and in Lapland sledge were fleeing, than in sledge of such a suitor, 'neath the rug of one so wrinkled, for the hairs of fox are finer, and his mouth cleft is more handsome." Thereupon smith Ilmarinen bit his lips, his head turned sideways, and the sledge drove rattling onward, and a little way they journeyed, when the horse pricked ears to listen, and the long-eared steed was shying. Then her head the maiden lifted, in the snow she saw fresh footprints, and she thereupon inquired: "What has passed across our pathway?" Said the smith, said Ilmarinen, "'Twas a wolf that ran across it." Then the hapless girl was sighing, much she sobbed and much was sighing, and she spoke the words which follow: "Woe to me, unhappy creature! Better surely had I found it, and my lot were surely better if a growling wolf I followed, tracked the pathway of the snouted, than in sledge of such a suitor, 'neath the rug of one so wrinkled, for the hair of wolf is finer, and his mouth cleft is more handsome." Thereupon smith Ilmarinen bit his lips, his head turned sideways, and the sledge drove rattling onwards, and at night they reached a village. With the journey overwearied, slept the smith and slept profoundly, and another than her husband made the girl laugh as he slept there. Thereupon smith Ilmarinen in the morning when he wakened, mouth and head both twisted sideways, tossed his black hair in disorder. After this smith Ilmarinen pondered till he spoke as follows: "Shall I now commence my singing? Shall I sing a bride like this one, to a creature of the forest, or a creature of the water? Not to forest beast I'll sing her, all the forest would be troubled, neither to a water creature, lest the fishes all should shun her. Better slay her with my hanger, with my sword will I dispatch her." But the sword perceived his object, understood the hero's language, and it spoke the words which follow: "Not for this was I constructed, that I should dispatch the women, and the weak I thus should slaughter." Thereupon smith Ilmarinen presently commenced his singing, and began to speak in anger. Sung his wife into a sea mew, thenceforth round the cliffs to clamour, scream upon the rocks in water, moan around the jutting headlands, struggle with the winds against her. After this smith Ilmarinen in his sledge again dashed forward, and the sledge drove rattling onward, head bowed down in great depression. Back he journeyed to his country till he reached the well-known regions. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, came upon the road to meet him, and began to speak as follows: "Ilmarinen, smith and brother, wherefore is your mood so gloomy? Wherefore is your cap pushed sideways? As from Pohjola thou comest, how at Pohjola exist they?" Said the smith, said Ilmarinen, "How at Pohjola exist they? There the Sampo grinds for ever, and revolves the pictured cover, and one day it grinds provisions, grinds for sale, upon the second, on the third, what needs the household. Thus I speak and tell you truly, and again repeat it to you, how at Pohjola exist they, when at Pohjola's the Sampo. There is ploughing, there is sowing, there is every kind of increase, and their welfare is eternal." Said the aged Väinämöinen, Ilmarinen, smith and brother, "Where hast thou thy wife abandoned? Where thy youthful bride so famous, that you here return without her, ever driving homeward wifeless?" Thereupon smith Ilmarinen answered in the words which follow: "Such a wife she was, I sang her to the sea cliffs as a sea mew. Now she screams aloud as sea gull, shrieks aloud without cessation, moans about the rocks in water, and around the cliffs she clamours." End of Runo 38. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 39 of Kalevala, the Land of the Heroes, by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844-1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 39. The Expedition against Pohjola. Argument. Väinämöinen persuades Ilmarinen to go with him to Pohjola to bring away the Sampo. Ilmarinen consents, and the heroes start off on their journey in a boat. Lemminkainen hails them from the shore, and on hearing where they are going, proposes to join them, and is accepted as a third comrade. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, uttered then the words which follow: "O thou smith, O Ilmarinen, unto Pohjola we'll travel, and will seize this splendid Sampo, and behold its pictured cover." Thereupon smith Ilmarinen answered in the words which follow: "No, we cannot seize the Sampo, cannot bring the pictured cover from the gloomy land of Pohja, Sariola for ever misty. There the Sampo has been carried, and removed the pictured cover unto Pohjola's stone mountain. And within the hill of copper there by 9 locks is it fastened, and 3 roots have sprouted from it, firmly fixed 9 fathoms deeply. In the earth the first is rooted, by the water's edge the second, and the third within the home hill." Said the aged Väinämöinen, "O thou smith, my dearest brother, unto Pohjola we'll travel, and will carry off the Sampo. Let us build a ship enormous, fit to carry off the Sampo, and convey the pictured cover forth from Pohjola's stone mountain, from within the hill of copper and the ninefold locks that hold it. Said the smith, said Ilmarinen, safest is by land the journey. Lempo on the lake is brooding, death upon its mighty surface, and the wind might drive us onward, and the tempest might o'erturn us. We might have to row with fingers, and to use our hands for steering. Said the aged Väinämöinen, safest is by land the journey, safest but the most fatiguing, and moreover full of windings. Pleasant 'tis in boat on water, swaying as the boat glides onward, gliding o'er the sparkling water, driving o'er its shining surface, while the wind the boat is rocking, and the waves drive on the vessel, while the west wind rocks it gently, and the south wind drives it onward. But let this be as it may be, if you do not like the lake voyage, we by land can journey thither, and along the shore can journey. First, a new sword do you forge me. Make me now a keen-edged weapon, so that I with beasts can struggle, chase away the folks of Pohja. Forth I go to seize the Sampo, from the cold and dismal village, from the gloomy land of Pohja, Sariola, for ever misty. Thereupon smith Ilmarinen, he the great primeval craftsman, cast some iron in the fire, steel upon the glowing charcoal, and of gold he took a handful, and of silver took a handful, set the slaves to work the bellows, and he made the labourers press them. Worked the slaves the bellows strongly, well the labourers pressed the bellows, till like soup spread out the iron, and like dough the steel was yielding, and the silver shone like water, and the gold swelled up like billows. Thereupon smith Ilmarinen, he the great primeval craftsman, stooped to look into the furnace at the edges of the bellows, and he saw a sword was forming, with a hilt of gold constructed. From the fire he took the weapon, took the work so finely fashioned, from the furnace to the anvil, to the hammer and the mallet, forged the sword as he would wish it, and a blade the best of any, and with finest gold inlaid it, and with silver he adorned it. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, entered then to view the weapon, and he found a keen-edged sword blade. Straightway in his hand he raised it, and he turned it and surveyed it, and he spoke the words which follow: "Does this sword befit a hero? Is the sword to bearer suited?" And the sword the hero suited. Well did it befit the bearer. On its point the moon was shining, on its side the sun was shining, on the haft the stars were gleaming, at the tip a horse was neighing, on the knob a cat was mewing, on the sheath a dog was barking. After this the sword he brandished, and he cleft an iron mountain, and he spoke the words which follow: "Thus, with such a blade as this is, can I cleave the mountains open, cleave the rocky hills asunder." After this did Ilmarinen speak aloud the words which follow: "How shall I myself, unhappy, how shall I, the weak, defend me, and shall armour me and belt me 'gainst the risks of land and water? Shall I clothe myself in armour, in a coat of mail the strongest, gird a belt of steel around me? Stronger is a man in armour, in a coat of mail is better, with a belt of steel more mighty." Then arrived the time for starting and preparing for departure. First the aged Väinämöinen, secondly smith Ilmarinen, and they went to seek the courser, and to find the yellow-maned one, and the 1-year-old to bridle, and to see the foal was rough-shod. Then they went to seek the courser, went to seek him in the forest, and they gazed around them keenly, and they sought around the blue wood, found the horse among the bushes, found the yellow-maned in firwood. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, secondly smith Ilmarinen, on his head the bit adjusted, and the 1-year-old they bridled, and they drove upon their journey. On the shore drove both the heroes, on the shore they heard lamenting, from the haven heard complaining. Then the aged Väinämöinen spoke aloud the words which follow: "Perhaps it is a girl complaining, or perchance a dove lamenting. Shall we go to look about us, shall we nearer go to listen?" Therefore to the spot they sauntered, nearer went to gaze around them, but no maiden there was weeping. and no dove was there lamenting. But they found a vessel weeping, and a boat was there lamenting. Said the aged Väinämöinen as he went towards the vessel, "Wherefore weep, O wooden vessel? Boat with rowlocks, why lamentest? Dost thou weep that thou art clumsy, and art dreaming at thy moorings?" Then the wooden boat made answer, thus replied the boat with rowlocks, "No, a vessel longs for water, and its tarry sides desire it, as a maiden may be longing for the fine home of a husband. Therefore weeps the boat unhappy, and the hapless boat lamenteth, and I weep to speed through water, and to float upon the billows. It was said when I was fashioned, when my boards were sung together, that I should become a warship, and should be employed for war boat, and should bear the plunder homeward, in my hold should carry treasure. But I have not been in battle, neither have been stored with plunder. Other boats, and even bad ones, always wander forth to battle, and are led to battle struggle 3 times in the course of summer, and return with money loaded, in their hold they carry treasure. But for me, though well constructed, of 100 boards constructed, here upon my rests I'm rotting, lying idly at my moorings, and the worst worms of the country underneath my ribs are lurking, while the birds, of all most horrid, in my masts their nests are building. All the toads from out the forest over all my deck are leaping. Twice it had been better for me, 2 or 3 times were it better, had I been a mountain pine tree, or upon the heath a fir tree, with a squirrel in my branches, underneath my boughs a puppy." Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, answered in the words which follow: "Do not weep, O wooden vessel, fret thyself, O boat with rowlocks. Soon shalt thou go forth to battle, there to mix in furious conflict. Boat, who wast by builder fashioned, 'twas this gift the builder gave thee, that thy prow should reach the water, and thy sides the billows traverse. Even though no hand should touch thee, neither arm be thrust against thee, though no shoulder should direct thee, and although no arm should guide thee." Then replied the wooden vessel, answered thus the boat with rowlocks, "None of all my race so mighty, neither will the boats, my brothers, move unpushed into the water, nor unrowed upon the billows, if no hand is laid upon us, and no arm should urge us forward." Said the aged Väinämöinen, "If I push you in the water, will you make unrowed your journey, unassisted by the oars, by the rudder undirected, when the sails no breeze is filling?" Answer made the wooden vessel, thus replied the boat with rowlocks, "None of all my race so noble, nor the host of other vessels, speed along unrowed by fingers, unassisted by the oars, by the rudder undirected, when the sails no breeze is filling." Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, answered in the words which follow: "Can you speed if some one rows you, if assisted by the oars, by the rudder if directed, when the sails the breeze is filling?" Answered then the wooden vessel, thus replied the boat with rowlocks: "Yes, my race would hasten onward, all the other boats my brothers speed along if rowed by fingers, if assisted by the oars, by the rudder if directed, when the sails the breeze is filling." Then the aged Väinämöinen left his horse upon the sandhills, on a tree he fixed the halter, tied the reins upon the branches, pushed the boat into the water, sang the vessel in the billows, and he asked the wooden vessel, and he spoke the words which follow: "O thou boat of shape so curving, O thou wooden boat with rowlocks, art thou just as fit to bear us, as thyself art fair to gaze on?" Answered thus the wooden vessel, thus replied the boat with rowlocks: "I am fitted well to bear you, and my floor is very spacious, and 100 men might row me, and 1,000 others stand there." So the aged Väinämöinen softly then began to carol, sang on one side of the vessel handsome youths with hair brushed smoothly, hair smoothed down and hands all hardened, and their feet were finely booted; sang on other side of vessel girls with tin upon their headdress, headdress tin and belts of copper, golden rings upon their fingers. And again sang Väinämöinen, till the seats were full of people. Some were very aged people, men whose lives were nearly over. but for these the space was scanty, for the young folks came before them. In the stern himself he seated, sat behind the birchwood vessel, and he steered the vessel onward, and he spoke the words which follow: "Speed thou on through treeless regions, o'er the wide expanse of water, o'er the lake do thou float lightly, as on waves a water lily." Then he set the youths to rowing, but he left the maidens resting. Rowed the youths and bent the oars, yet the vessel moved not onward. Then he set the girls to rowing, but he left the youths reposing. Rowed the girls and bent their fingers, yet the vessel moved not onward. Then the old folks set to rowing, while the young folks gazed upon them. Rowed they till their heads were shaking, still the vessel moved not onward. Thereupon smith Ilmarinen sat him down and set to rowing. Now moved on the wooden vessel, sped the boat and made good progress. Far was heard the splash of oars, far the splashing of the rudder. On he rowed, while splashed the water, cracked the seats and shook the planking, clashed the mountain ashwood oars, creak like hazel grouse the rudders, and their tips like cry of blackcock. Like a swan the prow clove onward, croaked the stern as croaks a raven, hissed the rowlocks just as geese hiss. And the aged Väinämöinen steered the vessel quickly onward, from the stern of the red vessel, with the aid of the strong rudder, till they saw a cliff before them, and perceived a wretched village. On the cape was Ahti dwelling, in its bend was Kauko living, weeping that the fish had failed him, weeping that the bread had failed him. For the smallness of his storehouse wept the scamp his wretched fortune. At a boat's planks he was working, at a new boat's keel was working, on this hungry promontory, and beside the wretched village. Very keen was Ahti's hearing, but his sight was even keener. As he gazed afar to north west, and to south his head was turning. Suddenly he saw a rainbow, and a single cloud beyond it. What he saw was not a rainbow, nor a little cloud beyond it, but a boat that speeded swiftly, and a vessel rushing onward o'er the broad lake's shining surface. Out upon the open water, in the stern, a noble hero and a handsome man was rowing. Said the lively Lemminkainen, "What this boat may be I know not, whose may be this handsome vessel, which is hither rowed from Suomi, from the east with strokes of oars, and its rudder to the northwest." Then with all his might he shouted, shouted and continued shouting. From the cape the hero shouted, shouted loudly o'er the water, "Whose the boat that cleaves the water? Whose the vessel on the billows?" From the boat the men made answer, and the women answered likewise, "Who art thou, O forest dweller, hero breaking through the thicket, that thou dost not know this vessel? Who's from Väinölä this vessel? Dost not even know the steersman, nor the hero at the oars?" Said the lively Lemminkainen, "Now do I perceive the steersman, and I recognize the oarsman. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, in the vessel's stern is sitting, Ilmarinen at the oars. Whither then away, O heroes? Whither do you journey, heroes?" Said the aged Väinämöinen, "To the northward do we journey, journey through the foaming billows, and above the foam-flecked billows. Forth we go to seize the Sampo, gaze upon its pictured cover, there in Pohjola's stone mountain, and within the hill of copper." Said the lively Lemminkainen, "O thou aged Väinämöinen, take me with you as your comrade, as the third among the heroes. When you go to seize the Sampo, bear away the pictured cover. Perhaps my manly sword may aid you, in the combat may be useful, as my hands may bear you witness, and my shoulders witness to you." Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, took the man upon his journey. In the boat he took the rascal, and the lively Lemminkainen hurried on to climb upon it, and he hastened quick to board it, and his planks he carried with him to the boat of Väinämöinen. Said the aged Väinämöinen, "In my boat is wood in plenty, planks sufficient for the vessel, and besides 'tis heavy laden. Wherefore do you bring more planking, bringing timber to the vessel?" Said the lively Lemminkainen, "Foresight will not sink the vessel, nor o'erturns a prop the haystack. Often on the lake of Pohja does the wind destroy the planking, when the sides are dashed together." Said the aged Väinämöinen, "Therefore in a ship for battle are the sides composed of iron, and the prow of steel constructed, lest the wind aside should turn it, storm should shatter it to pieces." End of Runo 39. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 40 of Kalevala, the Land of the Heroes, by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844–1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 40. The Pike in the Kantala. Argument. The Sampo raiders come to a waterfall, beneath which the boat is caught fast on the back of a great pike. The pike is killed, and the front part is taken into the boat, cooked and eaten. Väinämöinen makes the jaws of the pike into a kantele, on which several of the party attempt to play, but without success. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, steered the vessel swiftly forward, on beyond the jutting headland, on beyond the wretched village, singing songs upon the water, joyous songs upon the billows. On the cape were maidens standing, and they looked around and listened. From the lake there comes rejoicing, and what song from lake re-echoes, far more joyous than aforetime, and a finer song than any. Onward steered old Väinämöinen, for a day o'er lake was steering, for the next through marshy waters, for the third day past a cataract. Then the lively Lemminkainen thought of spells he heard aforetime, for the ears of furious cataract, and the sacred river's whirlpool. And he spoke the words which follow, and expressed himself in singing. "Cease, O cataract, thy foaming, mighty water, cease thy rushing. Thou foam maiden, cataract's daughter, on the foam flecked stones, O seat thee, on the wet stones do thou seat thee, in thy lap the waters gather, and in both thy hands collect them. With thy hands repress their fury, that upon our breasts they splash not, nor upon our heads are falling. Thou, old dame, beneath the billows, lady pillowed on the waters, raise thy head above the waters, rise from bosom of the waters, that the foam be heaped together, and that thou mayst watch the foam wreaths, lest they should o'erwhelm the guiltless, and should overthrow the faultless. Stones that stand amid the river, slabs of stone with foam o'ercovered, be ye sunk into the water, and your heads be pressed beneath it. From the red boat's pathway banished, from the course the tarred boat follows. If this is not yet sufficient, Kimo stone, O son of Kamo, make an opening with thy auger, pierce an opening with thy auger through the stones in river standing, and the dangerous slabs that border, that the boat may pass uninjured, and the vessel pass undamaged. If this is not yet sufficient, Water Father, 'neath the river, into moss the rocks transform thou, make the boat like pike's light bladder, as amid the foam it rushes, as beneath the banks it passes. Maiden, in the cataract dwelling, girl who dwell'st beside the river, do thou spin a thread of softness, in a soft ball do thou wind it, drop thy thread into the water, through the blue waves do thou guide it, that the boat its track may follow, while its tarry breast speeds onward, so that men the least instructed, e'en the inexperienced, find it. Melitar, thou gracious matron, of thy favour take the rudder, that with which thou guidest the vessel safely through the streams enchanted, to the house that lies beyond them, and beneath the sorcerer's windows. If this is not yet sufficient, Ukko, Jumala in heaven, with thy sword direct the vessel, with thy naked sword direct it, that the wooden boat speed onward, journey on, the pine wood vessel. Then the aged Väinämöinen steered the vessel swiftly forward, through the river rocks he steered it through the foaming waters, and the wooden vessel wedged not, nor the wise man's boat was grounded. But as they their voyage continued, once again in open water, suddenly the vessel halted, stopped the boat upon its journey, in its place remained it fastened, and the vessel rocked no longer. Thereupon smith Ilmarinen with the lively Lemminkainen pushed into the lake the rudder, in the waves the spar of pine wood, and they tried to loose the vessel, and to free the wooden vessel, but they could not move the vessel, nor release the wooden vessel. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, uttered then the words which follow: "O thou lively son of Lempi, stoop thou down and look around thee, look what stops the boat from moving, look what keeps the vessel moveless here amid the open water. What the force beneath that holds it, whether stopped by rocks or branches, or by any other hindrance?" Then the lively Lemminkainen stooped him down to look about him, and he looked beneath the vessel, and he spoke the words which follow: "Not on rock the boat is resting, not on boat and not on branches, but upon a pike's broad shoulders, and on water dog's great backbone." Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, answered in the words which follow: "All things may be found in rivers, whether they are pikes or branches. If we rest on pike's broad shoulders, and on water dog's great backbone, plunge your sword into the water, thus in twain the fish to sever." Then the lively Lemminkainen, ruddy youth, accomplished rascal, drew his sword from out his sword belt, from his side the bone destroyer. In the lake his sword plunged deeply, thrust it underneath the vessel, but he splashed into the water, plunged his hands into the billows. Thereupon smith Ilmarinen by the hair seized fast the hero, dragged from out the lake the hero, and he spoke the words which follow: "All pretend to grow to manhood, and are ready to be bearded. Such as these we count by hundreds, and their number mounts to thousands." From his belt he drew his sword blade, from the sheath the keen-edged weapon, and he struck the fish with fury, striking down beneath the vessel, but the sword in pieces shivered, and the pike was injured nothing. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, uttered then the words which follow: "Not the half of manhood have you, not the third part of a hero, but a man is now required, and a man's sense now is needed, all the sense of the unskilful, all the efforts of the others." Then himself he drew his sword blade, firmly grasped the keen-edged weapon. In the lake his sword then thrust he, underneath the boat he struck it, at the pike's great shoulders striking, at the water dog's great backbone. But the sword was fixed securely, in the fish's jaws fixed firmly. Then the aged Väinämöinen presently the fish uplifted, dragged it up from out the water, and the pike in twain he severed, to the bottom sank the fish tail, in the boat the head he hoisted. Now again moved on the vessel, and the boat prow now was loosened. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, to the shoals steered on the vessel, to the shore the boat he guided. And he turned and looked about him, and the pike's great head examined, and he spoke the words which follow: "Let the eldest of the yeomen come and cleave the pike to pieces, let him carve it into slices, let him hew the head to pieces." From the boat the men made answer, from the boat replied the women, "But the captor's hands are finer, and the speaker's fingers better." Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, drew from out the sheath his knife blade, from his side the cold sharp iron, that the pike might be divided, and he cut the fish to pieces, and he spoke the words which follow: "Let the youngest of the maidens cook the pike that we have captured, let her mince it for our breakfast, that on fish we make our dinner." Then the maidens set to cooking, 10 there were who made the effort, and they cooked the pike for eating, and they minced it for their breakfast. On the reefs the bones they scattered, on the rocks they left the fish bones. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, saw the bones where they were lying, and he turned to look upon them, and he spoke the words which follow: "What might perhaps be fashioned from them, from the pike's teeth be constructed, from the fragments of the jawbones? Were they to the smithy taken, to the skilful smith entrusted, to the hands of one most skilful?" Said the smith, said Ilmarinen, "Nothing comes from what is useless, nothing can be made of fish bones, by a smith in smithy working, though to skilful smith entrusted, to the hands of one most skilful." Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, answered in the words which follow: "Yet a harp might be constructed even of the bones of fishes, if there were a skilful workman who could from the bones construct it." As no craftsman there was present, and there was no skilful workman who could make a harp of fish bones, Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, then began the harp to fashion, and himself the work accomplished, and he made a harp of pike bones, fit to give unending pleasure. Out of what did he construct it? Chiefly from the great pike's jawbones. Whence obtained he pegs to suit it? Of the teeth of pike he made them. Out of what were harp strings fashioned? From the hairs of Hiisi's gelding. Now the instrument was ready, and the kantele completed, fashioned from the pike's great jawbones, and from fins of fish constructed. Thereupon the youths came forward, forward came the married heroes, and the half-grown boys came forward, and the little girls came likewise, maidens young, and aged women, and the women middle-aged, all advanced the harp to gaze on, and the instrument examine. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, bade the young folks and the old ones, and the people middle-aged, with their fingers play upon it, on the instrument of fishbone, on the kantele of fishbone. Played the young and played the aged, likewise played the middle-aged. Played the young and moved their fingers, tried the old whose heads were shaking, but they drew no music from it, nor composed a tune when playing. Said the lively Lemminkainen, "O ye boys, half-witted only, and ye maidens, all so stupid, and you other wretched people, 'tis not thus you play upon it, neither are you skilled musicians. Give me now the harp of fishbone. Let me try to play upon it. On my knees now place it for me, at the tips of my 10 fingers." Then the lively Lemminkainen in his hands the harp uplifted, and he drew it nearer to him, held it underneath his fingers, and he tried to play upon it, and the kantele he twisted, but could play no tune upon it, draw no cheerful music from it. Said the aged Väinämöinen, "There are none among the youthful, nor among the growing people, nor among the aged people, who can play upon these harp strings, drawing cheerful music from them. Perhaps in Pohjola 'twere better. Tunes might perhaps be played upon it, cheerful music played upon it, if to Pohjola I took it." So to Pohjola he took it, and to Sariola he brought it, and the boys they played upon it. Boys and girls both played upon it, and the married men played on it, likewise all the married women. And the mistress played upon it, and they turned the harp and twisted, held it firmly in their fingers, at the tips of their 10 fingers. Thus played all the youths of Pohja. People played of every station, but no cheerful notes came from it, and they played no music on it, for the strings were all entangled, and the horsehair whined most sadly, and the notes were all discordant, and the music all was jarring. In the corner slept a blind man, by the stove there lay an old man, and beside the stove he wakened, from the stove he raised an outcry. From his couch he grumbled loudly, and he grumbled and he mumbled, "Leave it off, and stop your playing, cut it short, and finish quickly, for the noise my ears is bursting, through my head the noise is echoing, and through all my hair I feel it. For a week you've made me sleepless. And the harp of Suomi's people cannot really give us pleasure, lulls us not to sleep when weary, nor to rest does it incline us. Cast it forth upon the waters, sink it down beneath the billows, send it back to where it came from, and the instrument deliver to the hands of those who made it, to the fingers which constructed." With its tongue the harp made answer, as the kantele resounded, "No, I will not sink in water, nor will rest beneath the billows, but will play for a musician, play for him who toiled to make me." Carefully the harp they carried, and with greatest care conveyed it back to him whose hands had made it, to the knees of its constructor. End of Runo 40, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 41 of Kalevala, the Land of the Heroes, by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844-1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 41. Väinämöinen's music. Argument. Väinämöinen plays on the kantele, and all living things, whether belonging to the air, earth, or water, hasten to the spot to listen. The hearts of all listeners are so affected by the music that tears fall from their eyes, and Väinämöinen's own eyes shed large drops which fall to the ground and trickle into the water, where they are changed into beautiful blue pearls. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, he the great primeval minstrel, presently stretched out his fingers, washed his thumbs the harp for playing. On the stone of joy he sat him, on the singer's stone he sat him, on a hill all silver shining from a golden heath arising. Then the harp he grasped with fingers, and upon his knee he propped it, and his hands he placed beneath it. Then he spoke the words which follow: "Come ye now to listen to me, ye before who never heard me, hear with joy my songs primeval, while the Kantala is singing." Then the aged Väinämöinen quick commenced his skilful playing on the instrument of pike bone, on the Kantala of fish bone. And he raised his fingers nimbly, and his thumb he lifted lightly. Now came pleasure after pleasure, as the sweet notes followed others, as he sat and played the music, as he sang his songs melodious, as he played upon the pike teeth, and he lifted up the fish tail, and the horsehair sounded sweetly, and the horsehair sounded clearly. Played the aged Väinämöinen, nothing was there in the forest, which upon 4 feet was running, or upon their legs were hopping, and which came not near to listen, came not to rejoice and wonder. Gathered round him all the squirrels, as from branch to branch they clambered, and the ermines flocked around him, laid them down against the fences. On the plains the deer were springing, and the lynxes shared the pleasure. In the swamp each wolf awakened, from the heath the bear aroused him, from his lair among the fir trees and the thickly growing pine trees. And the wolves ran lengthy journeys, and the bears came through the heather, till they sat upon the fences, side by side against the gateway. On the rocks the fence fell over, on the field the gate fell over. Then they climbed upon the pine trees, and they ran around the fir trees, just to listen to the music, all rejoicing and in wonder. Sage of Tapiola illustrious, he of Metsälä the master, and the whole of Tapio's people, all the boys and all the maidens climbed upon a mountain's summit, that they might enjoy the music, while the mistress of the forest, keen-eyed matron of Tapiola, fine her stockings blue in colour, firmly tied with crimson ribbons, climbed into a crooked birch tree, rested in a curving alder, to the Kantala to listen, that she might enjoy the music. And the birds of air assembled, those upon 2 wings that raised them, backward sailing, forward sailing, and with all their speed came flying, swift to listen to the music, all in wonder and rejoicing. When the eagle in his eyrie heard the sweet tones sound from Suomi, in the nest she left her fledglings, and she hovered round to listen to the gallant heroes playing, and to Väinämöinen's singing. High in air there soared the eagle, through the clouds the hawk was sailing, came the ducks from deepest waters, came the swans from snow-wreathed marshes, and the smallest of the finches, all the twittering birds assembled. Singing birds flocked round by hundreds, and in thousands they assembled in the air, and heard delighted. And alighted on his shoulders, all rejoicing in the patriarch and in Väinämöinen's playing. E'en the daughters of creation, of the air the charming maidens, gathered to rejoice and wonder, to the Kantala to listen. Some on arch of air were seated, seated on the dazzling rainbow. Some on little clouds were seated, resting on their crimson borders. Then were 𝑍𝑐𝑢𝑡𝑎r, slender damsel, 𝑍𝑐𝑢𝑡𝑎r, that maid accomplished, casting with her hands the shuttle, drawing threads that they were weaving, as they wove a golden fabric, and they wove the threads of silver, high upon the red cloud borders, on the borders of the rainbow. But when they began to listen to the notes of charming music, from their hands they let the comb fall, cast from out their hands the shuttle, and the golden bands were broken, and the silver shaft was broken. There remained no living creature, none of those who dwell in water, none who with 6 fins are moving, nor the largest shoals of fishes, which assembled not to listen, came not to rejoice and wonder. Thither came the pikes all swimming, and the water dogs swam forward. From the rocks swam swift the salmon. From the deeps there came the powans, perch and little roach came also, powans white and other fishes. Through the reeds they pushed their bodies, straightway to the shore they listened, there to hear the songs of Väinö, and to listen to his playing. Ahto, king of all the billows, Grass beard, ancient of the waters, mounted to the water's surface, climbed upon a water lily, to the notes with joy he listened, and he spoke the words which follow: "Never have I heard such music in the course of all my lifetime, as is played by Väinämöinen, joyous and primeval minstrel." And the sisters, Satko's daughters, cousins of the reeds on lake shore, at the time their hair were brushing, and their locks were deftly combing, with a comb composed of silver, and with golden brush they brushed it, when they heard the strains unwonted, and they heard the skilful playing. In the waves they dropped the brushes, dropped the comb among the lake waves, and their hair unsmoothed was hanging, nor they smoothed it in the middle. E'en the mistress of the waters, Water Mother towards the rushes, from the lake herself ascended, raised herself from out the billows, quickly moved her to the rushes, climbed a rock in water standing, and she listened to the music, and to Väinämöinen playing, listened to the wondrous music, and to the delightful playing, and she fell in deepest slumber, sank upon the ground in slumber, on the mottled rocky surface, underneath a great rock shelter. Then the aged Väinämöinen played one day, and played a second. There was none among the heroes, none among the men so mighty, none among the men or women, none of those whose hair is plaited, whom he did not move to weeping, and whose hearts remained unmelted. Wept the young and wept the aged, all the married men were weeping, likewise all the married women, and the half-grown boys were weeping. All the boys and all the maidens, likewise all the little children, when they heard the tones so wondrous, and the noble sage's music. He himself, old Väinämöinen, felt his own tears rolling downward. From his eyes the tears dropped downward, and the water drops fell downward. They were tears than cranberries larger, there were tears than peas much larger, than the eggs of grouse still rounder, larger than the heads of swallows. From his eyes there fell the teardrops, others followed after others. Tears upon his cheeks were falling, down upon his cheeks so handsome, rolling from his cheeks so handsome, down upon his chin's expansion, rolling from his chin's expansion, down upon his panting bosom, rolling from his panting bosom, down upon his strong knees' surface, rolling from his strong knees' surface, down upon his feet so handsome, rolling from his feet so handsome, down upon the ground beneath them, and 5 woolen cloaks were soaking. Likewise 6 of gilded girdles, 7 blue dresses 2 were soaking, and 10 overcoats were soaking. And the teardrops still were falling from the eyes of Väinämöinen, till they reached the blue lake's margin, overflowed the blue lake's margin, down below the sparkling water, to the black ooze at the bottom. Then the aged Väinämöinen spoke aloud the words which follow: "Is there in this youthful party, mid the young and fair here gathered, mid these high descended people, any darling child of father, who the tears I shed can gather from beneath the sparkling water?" And the young folks gave him answer, and the old folks likewise answered: "There are none among the youthful in this young and fair assemblage, mid these high descended people, not a darling child of father, who the tears you shed can gather from beneath the sparkling water." Then the aged Väinämöinen spoke again in words that follow: "He who brings my tears unto me, and the tears again can gather, from beneath the sparkling waters shall receive a dress of feathers." Forth there came a raven passing. Said the aged Väinämöinen, "Bring me now my tears, O raven, from beneath the sparkling water, and receive the dress of feathers." But the raven could not do it. And the blue duck heard him likewise, and the blue duck next came forward. Said the aged Väinämöinen, "Often, blue duck, does it happen, That thy beak thou plungest downward, As thou speedest through the water? Go thou forth my tears to gather, From beneath the sparkling water. Bounteous guerdon will I give thee, And will give a dress of feathers." Then the duck went forth to seek them, Seek the tears of Väinämöinen, Underneath the sparkling water, On the black ooze of the bottom. In the lake she found the teardrops, And to Väinö's hands she brought them, But they were transformed already, Suffered beauteous transformation, Into pearls were they developed, Like the blue pearls of the mussel, Fit for every king's adornment, To the great a lifelong pleasure. End of Runo 41. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 42 of Kalevala, the Land of the Heroes, by Elias Lönnrot, translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844–1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 42. The Capture of the Sampo. Argument. The heroes arrive at Pohjola, and Väinämöinen announces that he has come to take possession of the Sampo, either with good will or by force. The mistress of Pohjola refuses to yield it either by consent or by compulsion, and calls together her people to oppose him. Väinämöinen takes the kantele, begins to play, and lulls to sleep all the people of Pohjola, and goes with his companions to search for the Sampo. They take it from the stone mountain, and convey it to the boat. They sail homewards well satisfied, carrying the Sampo with them. On the third day the mistress of Pohjola wakes from her sleep, and when she finds that the Sampo has been carried off, she prepares a thick fog, a strong wind, and other impediments to oppose the robbers of the Sampo, which reach the vessel, and during the tempest Väinämöinen's kantele falls into the water. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast; secondly, smith Ilmarinen; third, the lively son of Lempi. He, the handsome 𝑍𝔀𝑌𝐻𝐿𝐼, sailed upon the lake's broad surface, o'er the far extending billows, to the cold and dreary village, to the misty land of Pohja, to the land where men are eaten, where they even drown the heroes. Who should row the vessel onward? First, the smith named Ilmarinen. He it was who rowed the vessel. He was first among the rowers, and the lively Lemminkainen was the last among the rowers. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, in the stern himself was seated, and he steered the vessel onward, through the waves he steered it onward, through the foaming waves he steered it o'er the foam-capped billows, unto Pohja's distant haven, to his well-known destination. When they reached the goal they sought for, and the voyage at length was ended, to the land they drew the vessel, up they drew the tarry vessel, laid it on the steely rollers, at the quay with copper edging. After this the house they entered, crowding hastily within it. Then did Pohjola's old mistress ask the purport of their coming. "Men, what tidings do you bring us? What fresh news, O heroes, bring you?" Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, answered in the words which follow: "Men are speaking of the Sampo, heroes of its pictured cover. We have come to share the Sampo, and behold its pictured cover." Then did Pohjola's old mistress answer in the words which follow: "Two men cannot share a grouseling, nor can three divide a squirrel, and the Sampo loud is whirring, and the pictured cover grinding, here in Pohjola's stone mountain, and within the hill of copper. I myself rejoice in welfare, mistress of the mighty Sampo." Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, answered in the words which follow: "If you will not share the Sampo, give us half to carry with us, then the Sampo all entire to our vessel will we carry." Louhi, Pohjola's old mistress, heard him with the greatest anger, called together all her people, summoned all her youthful swordsmen, bade them all to aim their weapons at the head of Väinämöinen. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, took the kantele and played it. Down he sat and played upon it, and began a tune delightful. All who listened to his playing heard it with delight and wonder. And the men were all delighted, and the women's mouths were laughing, tears from heroes' eyes were falling, boys upon the ground were kneeling. At the last their strength forsook them, and the people all were wearied, all the listeners sank in slumber, on the ground sank all beholders, slept the old and slept the youthful, all at Väinämöinen's playing. Then the crafty Väinämöinen, he the great primeval minstrel, put his hand into his pocket, and he drew his purse from out it, and sleep needles took he from it, and their eyes he plunged in slumber, and their eyelashes crossed tightly, locked their eyelids close together. Sank the people all in slumber, into sleep he plunged the heroes, and they sank in lasting slumber, and he plunged in lasting slumber all the host of Pohja's people, all the people of the village. Then he went to fetch the Sampo, and behold its pictured cover, there in Pohjola's stone mountain, and within the hill of copper, 9 the locks that there secured it, bars secured it 10 in number. Then the aged Väinämöinen gently set himself to singing, at the copper mountain's entrance, there beside the stony fortress, and the castle doors were shaken, and the iron hinges trembled. Thereupon smith Ilmarinen, aided by the other heroes, overspread the locks with butter, and with bacon rubbed the hinges, that the doors should make no jarring, and the hinges make no creaking. Then the locks he turned with fingers, and the bars and bolts he lifted, and he broke the locks to pieces, and the mighty doors were opened. Then the aged Väinämöinen spoke aloud the words which follow: "O thou lively son of Lempi, of my friends the most illustrious, come thou here to take the Sampo, and to seize the pictured cover." Then the lively Lemminkainen, he the handsome 𝔅𝔀𝐽𝐽𝐿𝐼, always eager though unbidden, ready though men did not praise him, came to carry off the Sampo, and to seize the pictured cover. And he said as he was coming, boasted as he hastened forward, "Oh, I am a man of mettle, and a hero son of Ukko. I can surely move the Sampo, and can seize its pictured cover, standing on my right foot only, if I touch it with my shoe heel." Lemminkainen pushed against it, turned himself and pushed against it, pushed his arms and breast against it, on the ground his knees down pressing, but he could not move the Sampo, could not stir the pictured cover, for the roots were rooted firmly in the depths 9 fathoms under. There was then a bull in Pohja, which had grown to size enormous, and his sides were sleek and fattened, and his sinews of the strongest. Horns he had in length 1 fathom, 1/2 more his muzzle's thickness. So they led him from the meadow, on the borders of the ploughed field. Up they ploughed the roots of Sampo, those which fixed the pictured cover. Then began to move the Sampo, and to sway the pictured cover. Then the aged Väinämöinen, secondly smith Ilmarinen, third the lively Lemminkainen, carried forth the mighty Sampo, forth from Pohjola's stone mountain, from within the hill of copper. To the boat away they bore it, and within the ship they stowed it. In the boat they stowed the Sampo, in the hold the pictured cover, pushed the boat into the water, in the waves the 100 boarded, splashed the boat into the water. In the waves its sides descended. "Ask the smith," said Ilmarinen, and he spoke the words which follow: "Whither shall we bear the Sampo? Whither now shall we convey it? Take it from this evil country, from the wretched land of Pohja?" Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, answered in the words which follow: "Thither will we bear the Sampo, and will take the pictured cover to the misty island's headland, at the end of shady island. There in safety can we keep it, there it can remain for ever. There's a little spot remaining, yet a little plot left over, where they eat not and they fight not, whither swordsmen never wander." Then the aged Väinämöinen steered away from Pohja's borders, sailed away in great contentment, joyous to his native country, and he spoke the words which follow: "Speed from Pohjola, O vessel, make thy way directly homeward, leave behind the foreign country. Blow, thou wind, and sway the vessel, urge the boat upon the water, lend assistance to the rowers. To the rudder give thou lightness On the wide expanse of water, Out upon the open water. If the oars should be too little, And too weak should be the oarsman, In the stern too small the steerer, And the vessel's master's children, Ahto, give thyself thy oars, To the boat, O water master, Give the best and newest oars, Give us too a stronger rudder, Do thou seat thee at the oars, Do thou undertake the rowing. Speed thou on this wooden vessel, Urge the iron rowlock forward, Drive it through the foaming billows, Through the foam capped billows drive it." Then the aged Väinämöinen Steered the vessel swiftly forward, While the smith named Ilmarinen, And the lively Lemminkainen Set themselves to work the oars, And they rowed and speeded onward, O'er the sparkling water's surface, O'er the surface of the billows. Said the lively Lemminkainen, "Formerly when I was rowing, There was water for the rowers, There was singing for the minstrels. But at present time when rowing, Nothing do we hear of singing. In the boat we hear no singing, On the waves we hear no chanting." Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, Answered in the words which follow: "Do not sing upon the waters, Do not chant upon the billows. Singing brings the boat to halting, Songs would but impede the rowing, Then would wane the golden daylight, And the night descend upon us, On the wide expanse of water, On the surface of the billows." Then the lively Lemminkainen Answered in the words which follow: "Anyway the time is passing, Fades away the lovely daylight, And the night is swift approaching, And the twilight comes upon us, Though no song our life enlivens, Nor the time is given to chanting." Steered the aged Väinämöinen O'er the blue lake's shining water, And he steered one day, a second, And at length upon the third day, Then the lively Lemminkainen For a second time inquired, "Wherefore sing not, Väinämöinen? O thou great one, sing unto us, For we have won the splendid Sampo, Straight the course that now we follow." Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, Gave him a decided answer: "'Tis too early yet for singing, 'Tis too early for rejoicing, Soon a time will come for singing, Fitting time for our rejoicing, When we see our doors before us, And we hear our own doors creaking." Said the lively Lemminkainen, "In the stern I'll take position, And with all my might will sing there, And with all my force will bellow. Perhaps indeed I cannot do so, Loud enough I cannot bellow. If you will not sing unto us, Then will I commence the singing." Then the lively Lemminkainen, He the handsome 𝑍𝑢𝑘𝑜∙ Quickly pursed his mouth for singing, And prepared himself to carol, And began to sing his carols. But his songs were most discordant, And his voice it sounded hoarsely, And his tones were most discordant. Sang the lively Lemminkainen, Shouted loudly 𝑍𝑢𝑘𝑜∙, Moved his mouth, his beard was wagging, And his chin was likewise shaking. Far away was heard his singing, Far away across the water. In 6 villages they heard it, Over 7 the song resounded. On a stump a crane was sitting, On a mound from swamp arising, And his toe bones he was counting, And his feet he was uplifting, And was terrified extremely At the song of Lemminkainen. Left the crane his strange employment, With his harsh voice screamed in terror, From his perch he flew in terror, Over Pohjola in terror. And upon his coming thither, When he reached the swamp of Pohja, Screaming still and screaming harshly, Screaming at his very loudest, Waked in Pohjola the people, And aroused that evil nation. Uprose Pohjola's old mistress From her long and heavy slumber, And she hastened to the farmyard, Ran to where the corn was drying, And she looked upon the cattle, And the corn in haste examined. Nought was missing from the cattle, And the corn had not been plundered. To the hill of stone she wandered, And the copper mountain's entrance, And she said as she was coming, "Woe to me! This day unhappy, For a stranger here has entered, And the locks have all been opened, And the castle's doors been opened, And the iron hinges broken. Has the Sampo perhaps been stolen, And the whole been taken from us?" Yes, the Sampo had been taken, Carried off the pictured cover, Forth from Pohjola's stone mountain, From within the hill of copper. Though by 9-fold locks protected, Though 10 bars protected likewise. Louhi, Pohjola's old mistress, Fell into the greatest fury, But she felt her strength was failing, And her power had all departed. So she prayed to the Cloud Maiden. Maiden of the clouds, mist maiden, scatter from thy sieve the cloudlets, and the mists around thee scatter, send the thick clouds down from heaven. Sink thou from the air of vapour, o'er the broad lake's shining surface, out upon the open water, on the head of Väinämöinen, falling on 𝔌𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥. But if this is not sufficient, 𝔅𝔌𝔥, son of 𝔅𝔌𝍍𝔍, lift thy head from out the water, raise thy head above the billows, crush thou Kaleva's vile children, sink thou down 𝔌𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, sink thou down the wicked heroes, in the depths beneath the billows, bring to Pohjola the Sampo, let it fall not from the vessel. But if this is not sufficient, Ukko, thou of gods the highest, golden king in airy regions, mighty one, adorned with silver, let the air be filled with tempest, raise a mighty wind against them, raise thou winds and waves against them, with their boat contending ever, falling on the head of Väinö, rushing on 𝔌𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥. Then the maid of clouds, mist maiden, from the lake a cloud breathed upward, through the air the cloud she scattered, and detained old Väinämöinen. And for 3 whole nights she kept him out upon the lake's blue surface, and he could not move beyond it, nor could he escape beyond it. When for 3 nights he had rested out upon the lake's blue surface, spoke the aged Väinämöinen, and expressed himself in this wise: "There's no man, how weak soever, not among the laziest heroes, who by clouds would thus be hindered, and by mists would thus be worsted." With his sword he clove the water, in the lake his sword plunged deeply, mead along his blade was flowing, honey from his sword was dropping. Then the fog to heaven ascended, and the cloud in air rose upward. From the lake the mist ascended, and the vapour from the lake waves, and the lake extended widely, wider spread the whole horizon. But a little time passed over, short the time that then passed over, when they heard a mighty roaring. At the red boat's side they heard it, and the foam flew wildly upwards, near the boat of Väinämöinen. Thereupon smith Ilmarinen felt the very greatest terror, from his cheeks the blood departed, from his cheeks the ruddy colour. O'er his head he drew his felt cap, and above his ears he drew it, and his cheeks with care he covered, and his eyes he covered better. Then the aged Väinämöinen looked into the water round him, cast his gaze beside the vessel, and he saw a little wonder. 𝔅𝔌𝔥, son of Aiu, by the red boat's side was lifting high his head from out the water, raising it from out the billows. Väinämöinen old and steadfast grasped his ears upon the instant, by his ears he dragged him upward, and he sang aloud and questioned, and he said the words which follow: 𝔅𝔌𝔥, son of Aiu, wherefore from the lake uplift thee, wherefore rise above the lake waves, thus thyself to men revealing, even Kaleva's own children? 𝔅𝔌𝔥, son of Aiu, was not pleased with this reception, but he was not very frightened, and no answer he returned him. Väinämöinen old and steadfast asked again an explanation, and a third time asked him loudly: 𝔅𝔌𝔥, son of Aiu, wherefore from the lake uplift thee, wherefore rise above the billows? 𝔅𝔌𝔥, son of Aiu, when for the third time he asked him, answered in the words which follow: "Therefore from the lake I raise me, therefore rise above the billows, for that in my mind I purpose Kaleva's great race to ruin. Bear to Pohjola the Sampo, in the waves if you will send me, and my wretched life concede me, not another time ascending, in the sight of men I'll venture." Then the aged Väinämöinen cast the wretch into the billows, and he said the words which follow: 𝔅𝔌𝔥, son of Aiu, nevermore from lake arising, or ascending from the lake waves, venture forth where men can see thee, from this very day henceforward. Therefore from that day thenceforward, never from the lake rose Turso, in the sight of men to venture, long as sun and moon are shining, or the pleasant day is dawning, and the air is most delightful. Then the aged Väinämöinen once again steered on the vessel. But a little time passed over, short the time that then passed over. When did Ukko, God the highest, of the air the mighty ruler, winds arouse in magic fury, made the tempests rage around them. Then the winds arose in fury, and the tempests raged around them, and the west wind blew most fiercely, from the southwest just as fiercely, and the south wind still more fiercely. And the east wind whistled loudly, roared the southeast wind tremendous, and the north wind howled in fury. From the trees the leaves were scattered, and the pine trees lost their needles, and the heather lost its flowerets, and the grasses lost their tassels, and the black ooze was uplifted to the sparkling water's surface. Still the winds were wildly blowing, and the waves assailed the vessel, swept away the harp of pike bone, and the kantele of fish fins, joy for Vellamo's attendants, and to Ahtola a pleasure. Ahto on the waves perceived it, on the waves his children saw it, and they took the harp so charming, and unto their home conveyed it. Then the aged Väinämöinen from his eyes wept tears of sadness, and he spoke the words which follow: "Thus has gone what I constructed, and my cherished harp has vanished, and is lost my lifelong pleasure. Never will it happen to me in the course of all my lifetime to rejoice again in pike teeth, or to play on bones of fishes." Thereupon smith Ilmarinen felt the very greatest sadness, and he spoke the words which follow: "Woe to me this day unhappy, that upon the lake I travel, on this wide expanse of water, that I tread on wood that's rolling, and on planks that shake beneath me. Now my hair has seen the tempest, and my hair begins to shudder, and my beard ill days has witnessed. Which it saw upon the water, yet have we but seldom witnessed. Such a storm as rages round us, witnessed such tremendous breakers, or have seen such foam capped billows. Let the wind be now my refuge, and the waves have mercy on me." Väinämöinen old and steadfast heard his words and thus responded: "In the boats no place for weeping, room is none for lamentation, weeping helps not in misfortune, howling not when days are evil." Then he spoke the words which follow, and he sang, and thus expressed him: "Water, now restrain thy children, and, O wave, do thou restrain them. Ahto, do thou calm the billows, Vellamo, o'ercome the waters, that they splash not on our timbers, nor may overwhelm my boat ribs. Rise, O wind, aloft to heaven, and among the clouds disport thee, to thy race where thou wast nurtured, to thy family and kindred. Do not harm this wooden vessel, sink thou not this boat of pine wood. Rather fell burnt trees in clearings, on the slopes o'erthrow the pine trees." Then the lively Lemminkainen, he the handsome 𝔅𝐴𝐴𝐿, spoke aloud the words which follow: "Come, O eagle, thou from Turja, do thou bring 3 feathers with thee, 3, O eagle, 2, O raven, to protect this little vessel, to protect this bad boat's timber." He himself enlarged the bulwarks, fixed the timbers in their places, and to these fresh boards he added, and to fathom height he raised them. Higher than the waves were leaping, nor upon his beard they splashed him. All his work was now completed, and the bulwarks raised protecting, though the winds might blow most fiercely, and the waves might beat in fury, and the foam be wildly seething, and like hillocks be uprising. End of Runo 42. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 43 of Kalevala, The Land of the Heroes, by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844 to 1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 43. The Fight for the Sampo. Argument. The mistress of Pohjola equips a war vessel, and goes in pursuit of the robbers of the Sampo. When she overtakes them, a fight ensues between the forces of Pohjola and Kalevala, in which the latter conquer. Nevertheless the mistress of Pohjola succeeds in dragging the Sampo from the boat into the lake, where it breaks to pieces. The larger portions sink in the lake and form its riches, while the smaller pieces are thrown on shore by the waves, at which Väinämöinen is much pleased. The mistress of Pohjola threatens to send all evil upon Kalevala, to which Väinämöinen pays no attention. The mistress of Pohjola returns home in great distress, taking with her only a small fragment of the cover of the Sampo. Väinämöinen carefully collects the fragments of the Sampo on the shore, and plants them, hoping for continuous good fortune. Louhi, Pohjola's old mistress, called together all her forces. Bows delivered to her army, and the men with swords provided. Fitted out a ship of Pohja, as a warship she prepared it. In the ship the men she stationed, and equipped for war the heroes, as the duck her ducklings musters, or the teal her children marshals. There she ranged 100 swordsmen, and 1,000 men with crossbows. In the boat the mast she lifted, put the yards and spars in order, on the mast the sails adjusted, spread the canvas o'er the sail yards, like a hanging cloud it waved there, like a cloud in heaven suspended. Then upon her voyage she started, sailed away and speeded onward, soon to struggle for the Sampo with the boat of Väinämöinen. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, o'er the blue lake steered his vessel, and he spoke the words which follow from the stern where he was seated. "O thou lively son of Lempi, of my friends the dearest to me, climb thou quickly to the masthead, and among the canvas hasten. Look thou to the air before thee, look thou to the sky behind thee, whether clear is the horizon, or the sky is somewhat clouded." Then the lively Lemminkainen, ruddy youth, accomplished scoundrel, very active though unbidden, very quick though never boastful, to the masthead then ascended, up aloft among the canvas. East he looked, and looked to westward, looked to northwest, and to southward, looked across to Pohja's coastline, and he spoke the words which follow: "Clear in front is the horizon, dark behind is the horizon, rises north a cloud, a small one, hangs a single cloud to northwest." Said the aged Väinämöinen, "What you say is surely nonsense, for no cloud is there ascending, nor a single cloud arising, but perchance a sailing vessel. Look again, and look more sharply." Then he looked again more sharply, and he spoke the words which follow: "Far away I see an island, dimly looming in the distance, aspens covered o'er with falcons, speckled grouse among the birch trees." Said the aged Väinämöinen, "What you say is surely nonsense, for no falcons do you see there, and no speckled grouse you see there, but perchance the sons of Pohja. Look more sharply for the third time." Then the lively Lemminkainen for the third time looked around him, and he spoke the words which follow, and in words like these expressed him: "'Tis a ship from Pohja sailing, with 100 rowlocks fitted, and I see 100 oarsmen, and 1,000 men beside them." Then the aged Väinämöinen, all the truth at once perceiving, spoke aloud the words which follow: "Row, thou smith, row, Ilmarinen, row, O lively Lemminkainen, row ye also, all ye people, that the boat be hurried forward, and the vessel onward driven." Rowed the smith, rowed Ilmarinen, rowed the lively Lemminkainen, all the people joined in rowing. Swayed about the pinewood oars, loudly rang the row and rowlocks, and the pinewood boat was swaying. Like a seal the prow dashed onward, boiled the waves behind like cataract, like a bell uprose the water, and the foam flew up in masses. As for wager rowed the heroes, as in race the heroes struggled. But they rowed and made no progress, nor could urge the wooden vessel further from the sailing vessel, and the ship that came from Pohja. Then the aged Väinämöinen saw misfortune fast approaching, on his head was doomsday falling, and he pondered and reflected how to act and how to save him, and he spoke the words which follow: "Still I know a plan of safety, still I see a little marvel." Then he took a piece of tinder, in his tinder box he found it, and of pitch he took a little, and a little piece of tinder, and into the lake he threw it, o'er his shoulder left he threw it. And he spoke the words which follow, and in words like these expressed him: "Let a reef of this be fashioned, and a cliff be fashioned from it, where may run the ship of Pohja, fitted with 100 rowlocks, and may strike in lake tempestuous, and amid the waves be shattered." Thereupon a reef grew upward, in the lake a cliff was fashioned, half its length to east directed, and its breadth to north directed. Onward sped the ship of Pohja, gliding swiftly through the lake waves, and upon the reef came rushing, and upon the rocks wedged firmly, broke across the wooden vessel, and to splinters it was broken. In the lake the masts fell crashing, and the sails fell drooping downward. By the wind away were carried, and the spring wind all dispersed them. Louhi, Pohjola's old mistress, plunged her feet into the water, and she tried to push the vessel, and she tried to raise the vessel, but no spear could lift the vessel, and she could not even move it, for the ribs had all been shattered, all the rowlocks had been broken. And she pondered and reflected, and she spoke the words which follow: "Who can aid me now with counsel? Who can help me in this trouble?" Then her form she quickly altered, to another shape transformed her, and she took 5 scythes, the sharpest, and 6 hoes worn out completely. These she fashioned into talons, into claws did she convert them. Half the broken vessel's fragments did she then arrange beneath her, and the sides to wings she fashioned, and to tail she turned the rudder. 'Neath her wings took men 100, on her tail she took 1,000, and the 100 men were swordsmen, and the 1,000 men were archers. Then she flew, her wings extending, and she soared aloft as eagle, and she poised herself and hovered to attack old Väinämöinen. In the clouds one wing was flapping, in the water splashed the other. Then the fairest Water Mother spoke aloud the words which follow: "O thou aged Väinämöinen, turn thy head beneath the sunrise, do thou turn thine eyes to north west, look a little now behind thee." Väinämöinen old and steadfast turned his head beneath the sunrise, and he turned his eyes to north west, looked a little just behind him. Onward came the crone of Pohja, and the wondrous bird was hovering, like a hawk about his shoulders, with the body of an eagle. Soon she came near Väinämöinen, and she flew upon the masthead, clambered out upon the sail yard, and upon the pole she sat her. And the boat was nearly sinking, and the vessel's side lurched downward. Thereupon smith Ilmarinen sought from Jumala assistance, and invoking the Creator, then he spoke the words which follow: "Save us, O thou good Creator, gracious Jumala, protect us, that the son may not be hurried, nor the mother's child hurled downward, from among the living creatures, from the creatures whom thou rulest. Ukko, Jumala the highest, thou our Father in the heavens, cast a fiery robe around me, over me a shirt of fire, that I thus may fight protected, and may thus contend protected, that my head may fear no evil, nor my hair may be disordered, when the shining swords are clashing, and the steely points are meeting." Said the aged Väinämöinen, and he spoke the words which follow: "Hail, O Pohjola's great mistress, wilt thou now divide the Sampo out upon the jutting headland, on the misty island's summit?" Then said Pohjola's old mistress, "No, I'll not divide the Sampo, not with thee, thou wretched creature, not with thee, O Väinämöinen." And she swooped to snatch the Sampo from the boat of Väinämöinen. Then the lively Lemminkainen drew his sword from out his sword belt. Firm he grasped the sharpened iron, and from his left side he drew it, striking at the eagle's talons, at the claws of eagle striking. Struck the lively Lemminkainen, as he struck these words he uttered: "Down ye men, and down ye swordsmen, down with all the sleepy heroes, from her wings, ye men 100, 10 from ends of every feather." Answered then the crone of Pohja, and she answered from the masthead: "O thou lively son of Lempi, wretched Kauko, worthless fellow, for thou hast deceived thy mother, lied unto thy aged mother. Thou wast pledged to seek no battle in the space of 60 summers, whether need of gold should tempt thee, or the love of silver urge thee." Väinämöinen old and steadfast, he the great primeval minstrel, thought his doom had come upon him, and he felt his bane approaching. From the lake he drew the rudder, took the oak spar from the billows, and with this he struck the monster. On the claws he struck the eagle, all the other claws he shattered, there remained the smallest only. From her wings the youths drop downward, In the lake the men splash downward, From beneath her wings 100, From her tail 1,000 heroes. Down there dropped the eagle likewise, Crashing down upon the boat ribs, As from tree the capercailzie, Or from fir branch drops the squirrel. Then she tried to seize the Sampo, Seized it with her nameless finger. From the boat she dragged the Sampo, Down she pulled the pictured cover, From the red boat's hold she pulled it, 'Mid the blue lake's waters cast it, And the Sampo broke to pieces, And was smashed the pictured cover. Then the fragments all were scattered, And the Sampo's larger pieces Sank beneath the peaceful waters, To the black ooze at the bottom. Thence there springs the water's riches, And the wealth of Ahto's people. Nevermore in all his lifetime, While the golden moon is shining, Shall the wealth of Ahto fail him, Neither shall his watery honours. Other pieces were remaining, Rather small those other fragments, On the blue lake's surface floating, Tossing on the broad lake's billows. And the wind for ever rocked them, And the billows drove them onward, And the wind still rocked the fragments, And the lake waves ever tossed them, On the blue lake's surface floating, Tossing on the broad lake's billows. To the land the wind impelled them, To the shore the billows drove them. Väinämöinen old and steadfast In the surf beheld them floating, Through the breakers shoreward driving. Then on shore upcast by billows, Saw the fragments of the Sampo, Splinters of the pictured cover. Very greatly did it please him, And he spoke the words which follow: "From these seeds the plant is sprouting, Lasting welfare is commencing. Here is ploughing, here is sowing, Here is every kind of increase. Thence there comes the shining moonlight, Thence there comes the lovely sunlight, O'er the mighty plains of Suomi, And the lovely land of Suomi." Then did Pohjola's old Mistress Speak aloud the words which follow: "Still can I devise a method, Find a method and contrivance, 'Gainst thy ploughing and thy sowing, 'Gainst thy cattle and thine increase, That thy moon shall cease its shining, And thy sun shall cease its shining. In the rocks the moon I'll carry, Hide the sun in rocky mountains, And will send the frost to freeze you, That the frozen air destroyeth What thou ploughest and thou sowest, Thy provisions and thy harvests. I will send a hail of iron, And a hail of steel o'erwhelming, Over all thy finest clearings, And the best among the cornfields. On the heath the bear I'll waken, From the pines the wide‐toothed monster, That he may destroy thy geldings, And that he thy mares may slaughter, And that he may kill thy cattle, And that he thy cows may scatter. I'll with sickness slay thy people, And thy race will wholly slaughter, That so long as shines the moonlight, In the world no more 'tis mentioned." Then the aged Väinämöinen answered in the words that follow: "Never Lapland's spell affects me, Neither threats from Turjalainen. Jumala is lord of weather, Keys of fate are the Creator's, Not to wicked men entrusted, Neither to malicious fingers. If I turn to my Creator, To my Jumala upreaching, From my corn he'll banish maggots, That they do not spoil my harvest, That they may not harm my seed corn, Nor destroy my corn when growing, Nor may take my seed corn from me, Nor my splendid corn when growing. "Go thou, Pohjola's great Mistress, Drag unto the stones the lost ones, Crush thou in the rocks the wicked, Evils in thy chosen mountain, Not the shining of the moonlight, Nor the shining of the sunlight. Send the frost to freeze the country, Send the frozen air destroying, Send it only on thy seed corn, That thy corn when sown be injured. Send thou forth a hail of iron, And a hail of steel o'erwhelming, Let it fall on thine own ploughing, Only on the fields of Pohja. On the heath the bear awaken, And the fierce cat in the bushes, From the wood the curving clawed one, 'Neath the pines the wide‐toothed monster, But to range the paths of Pohja, And to prey on Pohja's cattle." Then did Pohjola's old Mistress Answer in the words which follow: "Now my might has all departed, And my strength has greatly weakened. By the lake my wealth was taken, By the waves was crushed the Sampo." Then she hastened homeward weeping, Back to Pohjola lamenting. Nothing worthy to be mentioned Of the Sampo brought she homeward, Nothing but a little fragment By her nameless finger carried. but a fragment of the cover, which to Sariola she carried. Hence the poverty of Pohja, and the starving life of Lapland. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, went back likewise to his country, but he took the Sampo's fragments, and the fragments of the cover, from the lake shore where he found them, from the fine sand of the margin. And he sowed the Sampo's fragments, and the pieces of the cover, out upon the jutting headland on the misty island summit, that they there might grow and flourish, might increase and yield their produce, as the ale obtained from barley, as the bread that rye is yielding. Then the aged Väinämöinen spoke aloud the words which follow: "Grant, O Jumala, Creator, that we now may live in comfort, and be joyous all our lifetime, and thereafter die in honour, in our pleasant land of Suomi, and in beautiful Karelia. Keep us, O thou great Creator, guard us, Jumala most gracious, from the men to us unfriendly, and from that old woman's malice. Guard us from terrestrial evils, and the spells of water sorcerers. O protect thy sons for ever. Mayst thou always aid thy children, guard them always in the night time, and protect them in the daytime, lest the sun should cease from shining, lest the moon should cease from beaming, lest the winds should cease from blowing, lest the rain should cease from falling, lest the frost should come and freeze us, and the evil weather harm us. Build thou up a fence of iron, and of stone a castle build us, round the spot where I am dwelling, and round both sides of my people. Build it up from earth to heaven, build it down to earth from heaven, as my own, my lifelong dwelling, as my refuge and protection, that the proud may not devour us, and they may not spoil our harvests, in the course of all our lifetime, when the golden moon is shining." End of Runo 43, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 44 of Kalevala, the Land of the Heroes, by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844-1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 44. Väinämöinen's new Kantala. Argument. Väinämöinen goes to seek for his Kantala, which was lost in the lake, but cannot find it. He makes himself a new Kantala of birchwood, on which he plays, and delights every creature in the neighborhood. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, in his mind was thus reflecting: "Now the time has come for music, time to give ourselves to pleasure, in our dwelling newly chosen, in our homestead now so charming. But the Kantala is sunken, and my joy has gone for ever, to the dwelling place of fishes, to the rock caves of the salmon, where it may enchant the lake pike, likewise Vellamo's attendants, but they never will return it, Ahto will no more return it. O thou smith, O Ilmarinen, yestreen and before thou workest, work to day with equal vigour. Forge me now a rake of iron, let the teeth be close together, close the teeth and long the handle, that I rake among the billows, and may rake the waves together, and may rake among the lake reeds, with the rake rake all the margins, and my instrument recover, and the Kantala recover, from the devious paths of fishes, from the rocky caves of salmon." Thereupon smith Ilmarinen, he the great primeval craftsman, forged for him a rake of iron, furnished with a copper handle, teeth in length 100 fathoms, and the handle full 500. Then the aged Väinämöinen took the mighty rake of iron, and a little way he wandered, made a very little journey, till he reached the quay steel fitted, and the landing stage of copper. There he found a boat, found 2 boats. Both the boats were waiting ready, on the quay, with steel all fitted, on the landing stage of copper. And the first boat was a new one, and the second was an old one. Said the aged Väinämöinen to the new boat, firstly speaking, "Go, thou boat, into the water, to the waves, O vessel, rush thou, even though no arm should turn thee, even though no thumb should touch thee." Sped the boat into the water, rushed amid the waves the vessel. Old and steadfast Väinämöinen in the stern made haste to seat him. And he went to sweep the water, and to sweep among the billows. Scattered leaves of water lilies raked he up among the shore drift, all the rubbish raked together, all the rubbish, bits of rushes, every scrap he raked together, all the shoals with care raked over, but he found not, nor discovered, where his pike bone harp was hidden. And this joy was gone forever, with the kantele was sunken. Väinämöinen old and steadfast then returned unto his dwelling, head bowed down and sadly grieving, and his cap awry adjusted. And he said the words which follow: Unto me is lost forever pleasure from the harp of pike teeth, from the harp I made of fish bone. As he wandered through the country on the borders of the woodlands, there he heard a birch tree weeping, and a speckled tree lamenting, and in that direction hastened, walking till he reached the birch tree. Thereupon he spoke and asked it, Wherefore weep'st thou, beauteous birch tree, shedding tears, O green leaved birch tree, by thy belt of white conspicuous? To the war thou art not taken, longest not for battle struggle. Answer made the leaning birch tree, and the green leaved tree responded. There is much that I could speak of, many things I might reflect on, how I best might live in pleasure, and I might rejoice for pleasure. I am wretched in my sorrow, and can but rejoice in trouble, living with my life o'erclouded, and lamenting in my sorrow. And I weep my utter weakness, and my worthlessness lament for. I am poor, and all unaided, wholly wretched, void of succour, here in such an evil station on a plain among the willows. Perfect happiness and pleasure others always are expecting, when arrives the beauteous summer in the warm days of the summer. But my fate is different, wretched, nought but wretchedness awaits me, and my bark is peeling from me, down are hewed my leafy branches. Often unto me defenceless, oft to me, unhappy creature, in the short spring come the children. Quickly to the spot they hurry, and with sharpened knives they score me, draw my sap from out my body. And in summer wicked herdsmen strip from me my white bark girdle, cups and plates therefrom constructing, baskets too for holding berries. Often unto me defenceless, oft to me, unhappy creature, come the girls beneath my branches, come beneath and dance around me. From my crown they cut the branches, and they bind them into besoms. Often too am I defenceless, oft am I, unhappy creature, hewed away to make a clearing, cut to pieces into faggots. Thrice already in this summer, in the warm days of the summer, unto me have come the woodmen, and have hewed me with their axes, hewed the crown from me unhappy, and my weak life has departed. This has been my joy in summer, in the warm days of the summer. But no better was the winter, nor the time of snow more pleasant. And in former times already has my face been changed by trouble, and my head has drooped with sadness, and my cheeks have paled with sorrow, thinking o'er the days of evil, pondering o'er the times of evil. And the wind brought ills upon me, and the frost brought bitter sorrows. Tore the wind my green cloak from me, frost my pretty dress from off me. Thus am I of all the poorest, and a most unhappy birch tree, standing stripped of all my clothing, as a naked trunk I stand here, and in cold I shake and tremble, and in frost I stand lamenting. Said the aged Väinämöinen, weep no more, O verdant birch tree, leafy sapling, weep no longer. Thou equipped with whitest girdle, for a pleasant future waits thee, new and charming joys await thee. Soon shalt thou with joy be weeping, shortly shalt thou sing for pleasure. Then the aged Väinämöinen carved into a harp the birch tree. On a summer day he carved it, to a kantele he shaped it. At the end of cloudy headland, and upon the shady island, and the harp frame he constructed, from the trunk he formed new pleasure, and the frame of toughest birchwood, from the mottled trunk he formed it. Said the aged Väinämöinen in the very words which follow, now the frame I have constructed, from the trunk for lasting pleasure. Whence shall now the screws be fashioned? Whence shall come the pegs to suit me? In the yard there grew an oak tree, By the farmyard it was standing. 'Twas an oak with equal branches, And on every branch an acorn, In the acorns golden kernels, On each kernel sat a cuckoo. When the cuckoos all were calling, In the call 5 tones were sounding, Gold from out their mouths was flowing, Silver too they scattered round them, On a hill the gold was flowing, On the ground there flowed the silver, And from this he made the harp screws, And the pegs from that provided. Said the aged Väinämöinen in the very words which follow, "Now the harp screws are constructed, And the harp pegs are provided. Something even now is wanting, And 5 strings as yet are needed. How shall I provide the harp strings, Which shall yield the notes in playing?" Then he went to seek for harp strings, And along the heath he wandered. On the heath there sat a maiden, Sat a damsel in the valley, And the maiden was not weeping, Neither was she very joyful. To herself she sang full softly, Sang that soon might come the evening, Hoping for her lover's coming, For the dear one she had chosen. Väinämöinen old and steadfast Crept without his shoes towards her, Sprang to her without his stockings, And as soon as he approached her, He besought her hair to give him, And he spoke the words which follow: "Give thy hair to me, O maiden, Give me of thy hair, O fair one, Give me hair to form my harp strings, For the tones of lasting pleasure." Then her hair the maiden gave him, From her soft locks hair she gave him, And she gave him 5 and 6 hairs, 7 the hairs she gave unto him, That he thus might form his harp strings, For the tones of lasting pleasure. Now the harp at last was finished, And the aged Väinämöinen On a rock his seat selected, Near the steps upon a stone bench. In his hands the harp then taking, Very near he felt his pleasure, And the frame he turned to heaven, On his knees the knob then propping, All the strings he put in order, Fit to make melodious music. When he had the strings adjusted, Then the instrument was ready, Underneath his hands he placed it, And across his knees he laid it, With his 10 nails did he play it, And he let 5 active fingers Draw the tunes from out the harp strings, Making most delightful music. When the aged Väinämöinen Thus upon his harp was playing, Fine his hands, his fingers tender, And his fingers curving outwards, Then rang out the wood so speckled, Sang the sapling green full loudly, Loudly called the golden cuckoo, And rejoiced the hair of maiden. Thus played Väinämöinen's fingers, And the harp strings loud resounded. Mountains shook and plains resounded, All the rocky hills resounded. In the waves the stones were rocking, In the water moved the gravel, And the pine trees were rejoicing, On the heath the stumps were skipping. All of Kaleva's stepdaughters, All the fair ones flocked together, And in streams they rushed together, Like a river in its flowing. Merry laughed the younger women, And the mothers all were joyful, As they heard the music playing, And they wondered at their pleasure. Likewise many men were present, In their hands their caps all holding, All the old dames in the party To their sides their hands were holding, And the maidens' eyes shed teardrops, On the ground the boys were kneeling, To the kantele all listening, And they wondered at their pleasure. With one voice they all were singing, With one tongue they all repeated, "Never have we heard aforetime, Heard before such charming music, In the course of all our lifetime, When the brilliant moon was shining." Far was heard the charming music, In 6 villages they heard it, There was not a single creature But it hurried forth to listen, And to hear the charming music From the kantele resounding. All the wild beasts of the forest Upright on their claws were resting, To the kantele to listen, And they wondered at their pleasure. All the birds in air then flying, Perched upon the neighbouring branches, All the fish that swam the waters To the margin hastened quickly, And the worms in earth then creeping Up above the ground then hastened, And they turned themselves and listened, Listened to the charming music, In the kantele rejoicing, And in Väinämöinen's singing. Then the aged Väinämöinen played In his most charming manner, Most melodiously resounding. And he played one day, a second, playing on without cessation, every morning after breakfast, girded with the selfsame girdle, and the same shirt always wearing. When he in his house was playing, in his house of fir constructed, all the roofs resounded loudly, and the boards resounded likewise. Ceilings sang, the doors were creaking, all the windows were rejoicing, and the hearthstones all were moving. Birchwood columns sang in answer. When he walked among the pine woods, and he wandered through the fir woods, all the pines bowed down before him, to the very ground the fir trees. On the grass the cones rolled round him, on the roots the needles scattered. When he hurried through the greenwood, or across the heath was hastening, all the leaves called gaily to him, and the heath was all rejoicing, and the flowers breathed fragrance round him, and the young shoots bowed before him. End of Runo 44. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 45 of Kalevala, the Land of the Heroes, by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844–1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 45. The Pestilence in Kalevala. Argument. The mistress of Pohjola sends terrible diseases to Kalevala. Väinämöinen heals the people by powerful incantations and unguents. Louhi, Pohjola's old mistress, in her ears received the tidings that in Väinölä it prospered and that Kalevala had flourished, through the fragments of the Sampo, fragments of the pictured cover. Thereupon she grew most envious, and for evermore reflected on the death that she might fashion, how she best might bring destruction on the people in Väinölä, and on Kalevala's whole people. Then she prayed aloud to Ukko, and she thus implored the Thunderer: "Ukko, thou of gods the highest, slay thou Kaleva's whole people, slay them with thy hail of iron, with thy steely needles slay them, or by sickness let them perish, let the evil nation perish, let the men die in the farmyard, on the cowshed floor the women." Lived in Tuonela a blind maid, Loviatar, an aged woman, she the worst of Tuoni's daughters, and of Mana's maids most hideous. She, the source of every evil, origin of woes 1,000, with a face of perfect blackness, and a skin of hue most hideous. Then this daughter black of Tuoni, Ulapala's blind‐eyed damsel, made her bed upon the pathway, on the straw in evil country, and her back she turned to windward, sideways to the bitter weather, backwards to the blast so freezing, and the chilling winds of morning. Then a great wind rose in fury, from the east a mighty tempest, blew this wretched creature pregnant, and she quickened from the tempest, on a barren waste all treeless, on the bare and grassless meadows. And she bore a heavy burden, bore a heavy painful burden, bore it 2 months, bore it 3 months, and for 4 and 5 months bore it 7 months, bore it 8 months, for the 9th month also bore it, as old wives are wont to reckon, and for half the 10th month likewise. When the 9th month had passed over, and the 10th month was beginning, then she writhed about in anguish, and the greatest pain oppressed her. But as yet she brought forth nothing, and no brood as yet resulted. From her lair at length she moved her, in another place she laid her, and the wench in childbed laid her. Sport of winds and hopes of children, there betwixt 2 rocks she laid her, in the clefts among 5 mountains. But as yet she brought forth nothing, and no brood as yet resulted. And she sought a place for breeding, sought a place for bearing suited. In the quaking swamps she sought it, and among the waves she sought it. But she found no place to suit her, where she could relieve her burden. Then she fain would bring forth children, and relieve her body's burden, in the foam of furious cataract, 'neath where whirl the furious waters, where 3 waterfalls are falling, under 9 of precipices. But as yet she brought forth nothing, nor the foul one eased her burden. Then began to weep the foul one, and to howl the wicked monster, Whither now to go she knew not, and in what direction wander, Where she might relieve her burden, where to go to cast her offspring. From the clouds then bespoke her Jumala, the Creator spoke from heaven: "Stands in swamp a hut three cornered, just upon a lakelet's margin, In the gloomy land of Pohja, near where Sariola's bay stretches. There thou mayst bring forth thy offspring, there lay down thy heavy burden. There it is that people need thee, there do they expect thy offspring." Therefore Tuoni's blackest daughter, Manala's most hideous damsel, Came unto the house of Pohja, came to Sariola's great bathroom, That she there might bear her children, and she might bring forth her offspring. Louhi, Pohjola's old mistress, old and gap toothed dame of Pohja, Secret led her to the bathroom, secretly into the bathroom, But the village did not know it, nought was spoken in the village. Secretly she warmed the bathroom, hastily she made it ready, And with ale the doors smeared over, and with beer the hinges wetted, That the doors should make no jarring, and the hinges make no creaking. Then she spoke the words which follow, and expressed herself in this wise: "Noble dame, creation's daughter, noble one as gold all lustrous, Thou the oldest of all women, thou the first of all the mothers, Knee deep in the lake descend thou, to thy waist among the billows, From the perch the slime obtain thou, and the slime from creeping creatures, Do thou smear with this the gateway, and upon the sides anoint it. Free the damsel from her burden, and the woman from her sufferings, Free her from this grievous torment, and release her from her sufferings. But if this is not sufficient, Ukko, thou of gods the highest, Hither come where thou art needed. Come thou at our supplication. Here there is a girl in childbed, and a woman suffering greatly, Here amid the bathroom's vapour, brought into the village bathroom. Do thou take thy club all golden, in thy right hand do thou take it, Each impediment remove thou, and the doorposts move asunder. Bend thou the Creator's castles, break thou all the bars asunder, Push the large ones and the small ones, even to the very smallest." Then this foul and wicked creature, she the daughter blind of Tuoni, Presently relieved her burden, and she brought forth evil children, 'Neath a rug adorned with copper, underneath the softest blankets. Thus became she 9 sons' mother, in a single night of summer, With the bath prepared once only, with the bath but once made ready, With a single effort only from the fullness of her body. To the boys their names assigned she, and she nurtured well the children, Just as each one names the children whom themselves have brought to being. One as pleurisy she destined, one did she send forth as colic, And as gout she reared another, one as scrofula she fashioned, Boil another designated, and as itch proclaimed another, Thrust another forth as cancer, and as plague she formed another. One remained, and he was nameless, in the straw the lowest lying, Therefore did she send him onward as a sorcerer on the waters, Also to bewitch the lowlands, everywhere to practise malice. Louhi, Pohjola's old mistress, sent the others forth to journey To the cloud encompassed headland, and the shady island's summit, Sent in rage these evil monsters, these diseases all unheard of, Forth to Väinölä she sent them, Kaleva's great race to slaughter. Sickened Väinölä's own people, Kaleva's descendants sickened, With diseases all unheard of, and whose names were known to no one, And the floors beneath them rotted, and the sheet above corrupted. Then the aged Väinämöinen, he the great primeval sorcerer, Went to drive away the evil, and his people's lives to succour. Forth he went to war with Tuoni, and against disease to struggle. Thereupon he warmed the bathroom, and the stones prepared to heat it, And the finest wood provided. Faggots too he laid in water, Water brought in covered vessels, Bath whisks also well protected, Warmed the bath whisks to perfection, And the 100 twigs he softened. Then he raised a warmth like honey, Raised a heat as sweet as honey. From the heated stones he raised it, From the glowing stones he raised it, And he spoke the words which follow, And in words like these expressed him. Now the bath approach, O Jumala, to the warmth, O Heavenly Father, healthfulness again to grant us, and our peace again secure us. Drive away these foul diseases, from these dread diseases save us. Calm thou down this heat excessive, drive away this heat so evil, that it may not burn thy children, neither may destroy thy offspring. Therefore will I sprinkle water on the glowing stones I cast it. Let it now be changed to honey, may it trickle down like honey. Let it flow a stream like honey, flowing to a lake of honey, as it flows along the hearthstones, flowing through the mossy bathroom. Do not let us guiltless perish, nor be overcome by sickness. 'Gainst the great Creator's mandate, when sends Jumala our death not. He who slaughters us, the sinless, let his mouth his own words swallow, on his head cast back the evils. Evil thoughts recoil upon him. If myself I am not manly, nor is Ukko's son a hero, nor can drive away these evils, nor from off my head can lift them, Ukko is a man and hero. He it is the clouds who marshals, and the rainless clouds he governs, ruling o'er the clouds so scattered. Ukko, thou of gods the highest, thou above the clouds who dwellest, come thou here where thou art needed, listen to our supplications. Do thou look upon our sufferings, do thou end our days of anguish, free us from this evil magic, free us now from every evil. Bring me now a sword of fire, bring me now a flashing sword blade, that I may oppose these evils, quite subdue these frightful evils. On the wind's path drive our sufferings, drive them far amid the deserts. Thence I'll drive these sorcerers' torments, thence these sufferings will I banish, far away to rocky caverns, rocky caves as hard as iron, torments to the stones to carry, and upon the rocks heap suffering. Never weeps the stone for anguish, nor the rock complains of suffering, though it should be greatly beaten, and though blows be heaped upon it. Kiputito, Tuoni's maiden, sitting on the stone of sickness, in the rush of three great rivers, where three waters are divided, turning round the torture millstone, and the mount of sickness turning. Go and turn away these sufferings, to the blue stone gorge direct them, or amid the waters send them. To the deep lake, O condemn them, which by wind is never troubled, where the sun is never shining. If this is not yet sufficient, Kivutar, O noble mistress, Vamatar, O noble matron, come ye all, and come together, once again to work us healing, and restore our peace unto us. Take the sufferings from the suffering, and the ulcers from the ulcered, that the sick may fall in slumber, and the weak may rise from weakness, and the sufferer hope recover, and our mourning have an ending. Put the sufferings in a barrel, and with copper hasps enclose them. Carry thou away the sufferings, and do thou cast down the tortures. In the midst of Torture Mountain, on the peak of Mount of Suffering. Do thou there boil up the tortures in the very smallest kettle, larger not than round a finger, and no wider than a thumb breadth. There's a stone in midmost mountain, mid the stone there is an opening, which has there been bored by auger, where the auger has transpierced it. Do thou thrust therein the sufferings, overcome these painful ulcers, crush thou in these raging tortures, do thou end our days of suffering, that by night they may be harmless, and be harmless in the daytime. Then the aged Väinämöinen, he the great primeval sorcerer, salved o'er all the ulcered places, and the open wounds anointed, with 9 various salves anointed, with 8 magic drugs he rubbed them, and he spoke the words which follow, and in words like these expressed him. Ukko, thou of gods the highest, O thou aged man in heaven, let a cloud appear to eastward, let another rise from northwest. Send thou from the west another, grant us honey, grant us water, that our sores may be anointed, and our wounds be all salved over. Yet to me no power is given, save by my Creator granted. Grant us now thy grace, Creator, grant us, Jumala, thy mercy. With my eyes have I been seeing, and my hands have been uplifting, with my mouth have I been speaking, with my breath have I been sighing. Where my hands avail to reach not, let the hands of God be resting. Where I cannot reach my fingers, there let God extend his fingers. Far more skilful are his fingers, the Creator's hands more active. O Creator, work thy magic, speak, O Jumala, unto us, deign to gaze on us, Almighty. Let those who at night are healthy, likewise in the day be healthy. Let no suffering fall upon them, and no sickness come among them. Nor their hearts be filled with anguish, that they feel no slightest evil. Feel no more the slightest suffering in the course of all their lifetime, while the golden moon is shining. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, he the great primeval sorcerer, thus at length dispelled the evils, raised their burdens from his people, drove away the plagues of magic, healed the magical diseases, and from death he saved his people, thus saved Kaleva's descendants. End of Runo 45, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 46 of Kalevala, the Land of the Heroes, by Elias Lönnrot, translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844 to 1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 46. Väinämöinen and the Bear. Argument. The mistress of Pohjola sends a bear to destroy the herds of Kalevala. Väinämöinen kills the bear, and a great feast is held in Kalevala in honor of the occasion. Väinämöinen sings, plays on the kantala, and hopes that a time of great happiness and prosperity is coming to Kalevala. Unto Pohjola came tidings, to the village Kol the tidings, that in Väinölä 'twas healthy, freed was Kalevala completely from the evil plagues of magic and the scourge of nameless sickness. Louhi, Pohjola's old mistress, old and gap-toothed dame of Pohja, thereupon again grew furious, and she spoke the words which follow: "Still I know another method, and a cunning scheme have thought on. On the heath the bear I'll waken, on the waste the curving clawed one, Väinölä's fine flocks to ravage, herds of Kalevala to slaughter." On the heath the bear she wakened, from his native land she drove him to the heathlands of Väinölä, and to Kalevala's green pastures. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, uttered then the words which follow: "Ilmarinen, smith and brother, make a new spear quickly for me. Make it with 3 cutting edges, with a copper shaft construct it. With the bear I now must struggle, overthrow the shaggy monster, that he slay no more my geldings, nor shall fall upon my brood mares, neither shall destroy my cattle, or attempt my cows to injure." Then the smith a spear constructed, not a long one, not a short one, but of middle length he forged it. On the blade a wolf was sitting, on the edge a bear was standing, at the joint an elk was trotting, on the shaft a colt was running, at the end a reindeer leaping. Then fresh snow was gently falling, and a little snow had drifted, as it drifts in early autumn, white as is the hair in winter. Said the aged Väinämöinen, and he spoke the words which follow: "Now my inclination leads me unto Metsälä to travel, to the forest daughter's dwelling, and to the blue maiden's homestead. Leaving men I seek the forest, heroes leave for distant regions. Take me as thy man, O forest, take me, Tapio, for thy hero. May good fortune now be granted, and to fell the forest beauty." Mielikki, the forest mistress, Tellervo, the wife of Tapio, do thou bind thy dogs securely, do thou keep thy whelps in order, in the paths mid honeysuckle, and beneath the roof of oak wood. Otso, apple of the forest, O thou lazy honey-pawed one, if thou hearest me approaching, hearest me the hero coming, in thy hair thy claws conceal thou, in thy gums thy teeth conceal thou, that thou never more mayst move them, that they motionless remain there. O my Otso, O my darling, fair one with the paws of honey, do thou rest in hilly country, and among the rocks so lovely, where the pines above are waving, and the firs below are rustling. Turn thyself around, O Otso, turn thee round, O honey-pawed one, as upon her nest the wood grouse, or as turns the goose when brooding." Then the aged Väinämöinen heard his dog was barking loudly. And the dog was fiercely baying just beside the Small Eyes' dwelling, in the pathway of the Broad Nose, and he spoke the words which follow: "First I thought it was a cuckoo, thought I heard a love bird singing, but no cuckoo there is calling, and no love bird there is singing, but it is my dog that's baying, here my faithful hound awaits me, at the door of Otso's dwelling, at the handsome hero's homestead." Then the aged Väinämöinen struck the bear where he was lying, overturned his bed of satin, overthrew his lair so golden, and he spoke the words which follow, and in words like these expressed him: "Praise, O Jumala, unto thee, praise to thee alone, Creator, unto me the bear who gavest, and the forest gold hast granted." Gazed he on the golden booty, and he spoke the words which follow: "O my Otso, O my darling, fair one with the paws of honey, be not filled with causeless anger. I myself have not o'erthrown thee, thou thyself hast left the forest, wandered from thy pine tree covert, thou hast torn away thy clothing, ripped thy grey cloak in the thicket. Slippery is this autumn weather, cloudy are the days and misty. Golden cuckoo of the forest, shaggy haired and lovely creature, do thou quit thy chilly dwelling, do thou quit thy native desert, and thy home of birchen branches. Wattled wigwam where thou dwellest, go to wander in the open. O thou beauty of the forest, on thy light shoes wandering onward, marching in thy blue hued stockings. Leaving now this little dwelling, do thou leave this narrow dwelling, leave it for the mighty heroes, to the race of men resign it. There are none will treat thee badly, and no wretched life awaits thee. For thy food they'll give thee honey, and for drink of mead the freshest. When thou goest to a distance, whither with the staff they guide thee. From this place depart thou quickly, from thy little nest depart thou, from beneath these famous rafters, from beneath this roof so handsome. Glide along upon thy snowshoes, as on pond a water lily, then glide on among the fir trees, like a squirrel in the branches." Then the aged Väinämöinen, he the great primeval minstrel, walked across the plains loud playing, o'er the heath he wandered singing, and he brought the noble stranger, with his shaggy friend he wandered, in the house was heard his playing, 'neath the roofs they heard his singing. In the house there cried the people, and exclaimed the handsome people, "Listen to the noise resounding, to the music from the forest, like the singing of the crossbill, or a maiden's flute in forest." Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, then the house was fast approaching. From the house there called the people, and the handsome people asked him, "Have you brought the bright gold with you? Have you brought the silver hither, brought our darling money with you, gathered money on your journey? Gave the wood the honey eater, and a lynx to lord of forest, that you come among us singing, on your snowshoes come rejoicing?" Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, answered in the words which follow: "Singing would I bring the otter, give to Jumala my praises, so I sing as I am coming, on my snowshoes come rejoicing. What I bring is not an otter, not a lynx, and not an otter, one more famous is approaching. Comes the pride of all the forest, comes an old man wandering hither, with his overcoat he cometh. If it be a pleasure to you, let the doors be widely opened, but if you dislike the stranger, close the doors against him firmly." And the people gave him answer, shouted all the handsome people, "Welcome, Otso, be thy coming, honey pawed, who now approachest, to our dwelling freshly scoured, to our household now so charming. This I wished for all my lifetime, all my youth I waited for it, Tapio's horn to hear resounding, and to hear the woodpipe whistling, wandering through the golden forest, coming through the silver woodland, and our little house approaching, and along the narrow pathway. I had hoped a year of fortune, waiting for this coming summer, as for new fallen snow the snowshoe, or a path for gliding suited, as a maiden for her lover, or a consort for a red cheek. In the eve I sat at window, morning at the door of storehouse, at the gate a week I waited, and a month at pathway's opening. In the lane I stayed a winter, stood in snow while ground was hardened, till the hardened land grew softer, and the soft ground turned to gravel. Into sand was changed the gravel, and the sand at length grew verdant. And I pondered every morning, in my head reflected daily, wherefore is the bear delaying? Why delays the forest darling? Has he travelled to Estonia, wandered from the land of Suomi? Then the aged Väinämöinen answered in the words that follow: Where's my guest to be conducted? Whither shall I lead my gold one? To the barn shall I conduct him, on a bed of straw to lay him? And the people gave him answer, shouted all the handsome people, better lead our guest illustrious, and conduct our golden beauty, underneath these famous rafters, underneath this roof so handsome. There is food arranged for eating, there is drink poured out for drinking. All the floors have there been dusted, and the floors been swept most cleanly. All the women finely dressed them, in their very finest garments, donned their head dresses the finest, in their brightest robes arrayed them. Then the aged Väinämöinen spoke aloud the words which follow: O my Otso, O my birdling, O my charge with paws of honey, still there's ground for thee to walk on, and upon the heath to wander. Golden one, go forth to wander, dear one, range about the country, forth to march with sable stockings, wander in thy cloth made trousers, on the pathway of the titmouse, and the path where sparrows wander. Underneath 5 rafters straying, underneath 6 roof trees walking. Now be careful, luckless woman, that the herd may not be frightened, terrified the little cattle, nor the mistress calves be frightened, if the bear approach the homestead, and his shaggy jaws should seize them. Now ye boys the porch abandon, girls depart ye from the doorposts, to the house there comes the hero, and the pride of men approaches. Otso, apple of the forest, fair and bulky forest dweller, be not frightened at the maidens, fear not the unbraided maidens, be not fearful of the women, they the wearers of the stockings, all the women of the household quickly round the stove will gather, when they see the hero enter, and behold the youth advancing. Said the aged Väinämöinen, Jumala be gracious to us, underneath these famous rafters, underneath this roof so handsome. Whither shall I take my darling, and shall bring the shaggy creature? And the people spoke in answer, Hail, all hail to thee who comest, thither shalt thou bring thy birdling, thither take thy golden beauty, to the end of pole of pine wood, to the end of bench of iron, that his shaggy coat we gaze on, and his hair may well examine. Be not grieved for this, O Otso, neither let it make thee angry, that we take thy hide an hour, and thy hair to gaze on always. For thy hide will not be injured, and thy hair will not be draggled, like the rags of evil people, or the clothing of the beggars. Then the aged Väinämöinen from the bear stripped off the bearskin, on the storehouse floor he laid it, put the flesh into the kettles, put it in the gilded kettles, in the copper cauldrons placed it. On the fire the pots arranged he, in the blaze their sides of copper, filled them up and overfilled them, with the meat he overfilled them, salt unto the stew he added, brought from very distant regions, from the Saxon land they brought it, and from distant waters brought it, through the sound of salt they rowed it, and they from the ships conveyed it. When the meat enough was sodden, from the fire they took the kettles, and the booty then was carried, and the crossbill then they carried quickly to the long deal table, in the golden dishes laid it, where they sat the mead enjoying, and the beer they were imbibing. And of fir wood was the table, and the dishes were of copper, and the spears were all of silver, and the knives of gold constructed. All the plates were overloaded, brimming o'er were all the dishes, with the darling of the forest, booty of the golden woodland. Then the aged Väinämöinen spoke aloud the words that follow: Comrade old, with golden bosom, master thou of Tapio's household, thou of Metsälä sweet matron, gracious mistress of the forest, handsome man the son of Tapio, handsome red capped son of Tapio, Tellervo the maid of Tapio, all the rest of Tapio's people. Come ye to the feast of cattle, where the shaggy beast is eaten. Here is plenty to be eaten, here is food and drink abundant, here there is enough for storage, plenty too to give the village. And the people then responded, answered thus the handsome people: Where was Otso born and nurtured? Whence was formed his hide so shaggy? Was he born perchance in straw bed? Was he born near stove in bathroom? Then the aged Väinämöinen answered in the words which follow: Otso was not born in straw bed, nor was born on chaff in malt house. There was Otso brought to being, there was born the honey pawed one, near the moon in gleams of sunshine, and upon the Great Bear's shoulders, there beside the Air's fair maiden, near the daughter of creation. On Air's borders walked a maiden, through mid heaven there walked a damsel, through the rifted clouds she wandered, on the borders of the heavens, clad in stockings blue in colour, and with shoes most gaily coloured, in her hand a wool filled satchel, 'neath her arm a hair filled basket. Wool she cast upon the waters, hair she threw among the billows, and the wind arose and tossed it, and the air unceasing rocked it, and the breeze on water rocked it. To the shores the waves impelled it, to the edge of honeyed forest, to the edge of honeyed headland. Mielikki, the forest mistress, Tapiola's accomplished matron, took the wool from out the water, took the soft wool from the billows, then she wrapped it all together, with a handsome band she wrapped it, put it in her maple basket, and in a beauteous cradle laid it. Then she lifted up the bundle, and the golden chain she carried, where the branches were the thickest, and the leaves were most abundant. Then she rocked the charming object, and she rocked the lovely creature, underneath a spreading fir tree, underneath a blooming pine tree. Thus it was the bear was nurtured, and the furry beast was fostered, there beside a bush of honey, in a forest dripping honey. Now the bear grew up most handsome, and attained his perfect stature. Short his legs, his knees were crooked, broad his nose, both thick and stumpy, broad his head, and short his muzzle, and his handsome hair was shaggy. But as yet the bear was tailless, and with claws was unprovided. Mielikki, the forest mistress, uttered then the words which follow: "Now let claws be granted to him, and let teeth be also sought for, if he does no mischief with them, nor to evil purpose turns them." Then the bear by oath engaged him, kneeling by the forest mistress, and in Jumala's high presence, 'fore the face of him Almighty, never would he work a mischief, and would work no evil with them. Mielikki, the forest mistress, Tapiola's accomplished matron, went to seek the teeth he needed, and to seek the claws he wanted. From the wood of mountain ash tree, and from juniper the hardest, from the hardest roots of any, from the hardest rosinous tree stumps. But she found no claws among them, neither found she teeth among them. On the heath there grew a pine tree, on the hill there rose a fir tree, and the pine had silver branches, and the fir tree golden branches. With her hand she plucked the branches, and from these the claws constructed. Others fixed in Otso's jawbones, and his gums securely fixed them. Forth she sent the shaggy creature, sent her darling forth to wander. Let him wander through the marshes, let him wander through the forest, walk along the woodland's borders, step along across the heathland, and she bade him walk discreetly, and to march along demurely, and to live a life of pleasure, and upon fine days to wander through the plains and o'er the marshes, past the heaths where men are dancing, wandering shoeless in the summer, wandering sockless in the autumn, resting in the worst of weather, idling in the cold of winter. In a hollow stump of cherry, in the castle of the pine trees, at the foot of beauteous fir trees, mid the junipers close growing. Underneath 5 woolen mantles, 'neath 8 mantles was he hidden, and from thence I fetched my booty, there I found it on my journey. Then the younger people asked him, and the old folks asked him likewise, wherefore was the wood so gracious, gracious wood and forest lavish, and the greenwood's lord so joyous, so propitious, friendly Tapio, that he thus his pet has given, and resigned the honey eater? Did you with the spear attack him? Was he overcome with arrows?" Väinämöinen old and steadfast answered in the words which follow: "Very gracious was the forest, gracious wood and forest lavish, and the greenwood's lord was joyous, and propitious friendly Tapio. Mielikki, the forest mistress, Tellervo, the maid of Tapio, fair haired damsel of the forest, little damsel of the forest, went along the path to guide me, and to raise the landmarks for me. By the roadside posts erected, and directed all my journey, and the trees she blazed before me, marks she set upon the mountains, to the door of noble Otso, to the borders of his dwelling. When I reached the place I sought for, and arrived upon its borders, with the spear I smote not 𝑎𝑡so, and I shot no arrows at him. He himself lurched from the archway, tumbled from the pine tree's summit, and the branches broke his breastbone, others ripped his belly open. Then he spoke the words which follow, and in words like these expressed him: O my Otso, O my dearest, O my birdling, O my darling, now resign to us thy headland, lay aside thine eye teeth likewise, cast away the few teeth left thee, and thy wide jaws give us also. Yet thou needest not be angry that I come to thee in this wise, and thy bones and skull have broken, and have dashed thy teeth together. Now I take the nose from Otso, that my own nose may be lengthened. But I take it not completely, and I do not take it only. Now I take the ears of Otso, that my own ears I may lengthen. But I take them not completely, and I do not take them only. Now I take the eyes of Otso, that my own eyes I may lengthen. But I take them not completely, and I do not take them only. Now will I take Otso's forehead, that my forehead I may lengthen. But I take it not completely, and I do not take it only. Now I take the mouth of Otso, that my own mouth may be lengthened. But I take it not completely, and I do not take it only. Now I take the tongue of Otso, that my own tongue may be lengthened. But I take it not completely, and I do not take it only. He shall be a man respected, and as hero shall be reckoned, who the bear's teeth now can number, and the rows of teeth can loosen, from the jaws of steely hardness, with his grasp as strong as iron. As no other man came forward, and no hero would attempt it, he himself the bear's teeth numbered, and the rows of teeth he reckoned, kneeling down beneath the jawbones, with his grasp as strong as iron. From the bear the teeth then taking, uttered he the words which follow: Otso, apple of the forest, fair and bulky forest dweller, thou must go upon thy journey, leap along upon the journey, forth from out this narrow dwelling, from this low and narrow cottage, to a lofty house that waits thee, to a wide and pleasant dwelling. Golden one, go forth to wander, dearest treasure, march thou onward, on the swine's path march thou onward, traversing the road of piglings, to the firwood so luxuriant, to the needle covered pine trees, to the hills all clothed with forest, to the lofty rising mountains. Here for thee to dwell is pleasant, charming is it to abide there, where the cattle bells are ringing, and the little bells are tinkling. Väinämöinen old and steadfast after this his dwelling entered, and the younger people asked him, all the handsome people asked him, where have you bestowed your booty, whither did you make your journey? Have you left him in the ice field, in the snow slush have you sunk him, pushed him down in the morasses, buried him upon the heathland? Väinämöinen old and steadfast answered in the words which follow: in the ice I did not leave him, sunk him not among the snow slush. For the dogs from thence would drag him, likewise would the birds befoul him. In the swamp I have not sunk him, nor upon the heath have buried. For the worms would there destroy him, and the black ants would devour him. Thither have I brought my booty, there bestowed my little captive, on a golden mountain's summit, on a copper mountain's summit. In a splendid tree I laid him, pine tree with 100 needles, in the very largest branches, in the broad and leafy summit, as a joy to men for ever, and a pleasure to the travellers. Then I turned his gums to eastward, and his eyes I turned to northwest, not too high upon the summit, lest if they were in the summit, then the wind might perhaps destroy them, and the spring wind treat them badly. Nor too near the ground I placed them, lest if I too low had laid them, then the pigs might perhaps disturb them, and the snouted ones o'erturn them. Then the aged Väinämöinen once again prepared for singing, for a splendid evening's pleasure, and a charm to day departing. Said the aged Väinämöinen, and in words like these expressed him: keep thy light, O holder shining, so that I can see while singing, for the time has come for singing, and my mouth to sing is longing. Played and sang old Väinämöinen, charming all throughout the evening, and when he had ceased his singing, then a speech he made concluding: "Grant, O Jumala, in future, once again, O good Creator, that once more we meet rejoicing, and may once again assemble, here to feast on bear so fattened, feasting on the shaggy creature. Grant, O Jumala, for ever, grant again, O good Creator, that the posts be raised to guide us, and the trees be blazed before us, for the most heroic people, for the manly race of heroes. Grant, O Jumala, for ever, grant again, O good Creator, that may sound the horn of Tapio, and the forest pipe may whistle, even in this little courtyard, even in this narrow homestead. In the day may we be playing, and at eventide rejoicing, in this firm and solid country, in the wide expanse of Suomi, with the young who now are growing, with the rising generation. End of Runo 46. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 47 of Kalevala, the Land of the Heroes, by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844 to 1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 47. The Robbery of the Sun and Moon. Argument. The moon and sun descend to listen to Väinämöinen's playing. The mistress of Pohjola succeeds in capturing them, hides them in a mountain, and steals the fire from the homes of Kalevala. Ukko, the supreme god, is surprised at the darkness in the sky, and kindles fire for a new moon and a new sun. The fire falls to the ground, and Väinämöinen and Ilmarinen go to search for it. The Virgin of the Air informs them that the fire has fallen into Lake Alue, and has been swallowed by a fish. Väinämöinen and Ilmarinen try to catch the fish with a net of bast, but without success. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, on his kantele was playing. Long he played and long was singing, and was ever full of gladness. In the moon's house heard they playing, came delight to the sun's window. And the moon came from his dwelling, standing on a crooked birch tree, and the sun came from his castle, sitting on a fir tree's summit, to the kantele to listen, filled with wonder and rejoicing. Louhi, Pohjola's old mistress, old and gap-toothed dame of Pohja, set to work the sun to capture. In her hands the moon seized likewise. From the birch the moon she captured, and the sun from fir tree's summit. Straightway to her home she brought them, to the gloomy land of Pohja. Then she hid the moon from shining, in the mottled rock she hid him, sang the sun to shine no longer, hidden in a steel hard mountain. And she spoke the words which follow: "Nevermore again in freedom shall the moon arise for shining, nor the sun be free for shining, if I come not to release them, if I do not go to fetch them. When I bring 9 stallions with me, which a single mare has littered." When the moon away was carried, and the sun had been imprisoned, deep in Pohjola's stone mountain, in the rocks as hard as iron, then she stole away the brightness, and from Väinölä the fires, and she left the houses fireless, and the rooms no flame illumined. Therefore was the night unending, and for long was utter darkness, night in Kalevala for ever, and in Väinölä's fair dwellings. Likewise in the heavens was darkness, darkness round the seat of Ukko. Life without the fire was weary, and without the light a burden. Unto all mankind 'twas dismal, and to Ukko's self 'twas dismal. Ukko then of gods the highest, in the air the great Creator, now began to feel most strangely, and he pondered and reflected. What strange thing the moon had darkened, how the sun had been obstructed, that the moon would shine no longer, and the sun had ceased his shining. Then he stepped to Cloudland's borders, on the borders of the heavens, wearing now his pale blue stockings, with the heels of varied color, and he went the moon to seek for, and he went to find the sunlight. Yet he could not find the moonlight, nor the sun he could discover. In the air a light struck Ukko, and a flame did Ukko kindle. From his flaming sword he struck it, sparks he struck from off the sword blade. From his nails he struck the fire, from his limbs he made it crackle. High above aloft in heaven, on the starry plains of heaven. When the fire had thus been kindled, then he took the spark of fire, In his golden purse he thrust it, placed it in his silver casket, and he bade the maiden rock it, told the maid of air to rock it, that a new moon might be fashioned, and a new sun be constructed. On the long cloud's edge she sat her, on the air marge sat the maiden. There it was she rocked the fire, there she rocked the glowing brightness, in a golden cradle rocked it, with a silver cord she rocked it. Then the silver props were shaken, rocked about the golden cradle, moved the clouds and creaked the heavens, and the props of heaven were swaying, with the rocking of the fire and the rocking of the brightness. Thus the maid the fire was rocking, and she rocked the fire to brightness, with her fingers moved the fire, with her hands the fire she tended, and the stupid maiden dropped it, dropped the flame, the careless maiden, from her hands the fire dropped downward, from the fingers of its guardian. Then the sky was cleft asunder, all the air was filled with windows, burst asunder by the fire sparks, as the red drop quick descended, and a gap gleamed forth in heaven, as it through the clouds dropped downward. Through 9 heavens the drop descended, through 6 spangled vaults of heaven. Said the aged Väinämöinen, smith and brother Ilmarinen, let us go and gaze around us, and the cause perchance discover, what the fire that just descended, what the strange flame that has fallen from the lofty height of heaven, and to earth beneath descended. Of the moon 'tis perhaps a fragment, of the sun perchance a segment. Thereupon set forth the heroes, and they wandered on, reflecting how they might perchance discover, how they might succeed in finding where the fire had just descended, where the brightness had dropped downward. And a river flowed before them, and became a lake extensive, and the aged Väinämöinen straight began a boat to fashion. In the wood he worked upon it, and beside him Ilmarinen made a rudder out of firwood, made it from a log of pine wood. Thus the boat at length was ready, rowlocks, rudder, all completed, and they pushed it in the water, and they rowed and steered it onward, all along the river Neva, steering round the cape of Neva. Ilmatar, the lovely damsel, eldest daughter of creation, then advanced to meet the heroes, and in words like these addressed them: "Who among mankind may ye be? By what names do people call you?" Said the aged Väinämöinen, "You may look on us as sailors. I am aged Väinämöinen, Ilmarinen smith is with me. But inform us of your kindred. By what name do people call you?" Then the matron made them answer, "I am oldest of all women, of the air the oldest damsel, and the first of all the mothers. 5 times now have I been married, 6 times as a bride attired. Whither do you take your journey, whither, heroes, are you going?" Said the aged Väinämöinen, and he spoke the words which follow: "All our fires have been extinguished, and their flames died down in darkness. Long already were we fireless, and in darkness were we hidden. But at length have we determined that the fire we ought to seek for, which has just dropped down from heaven, from above the clouds, has fallen." Then the woman gave them answer, and she spoke the words which follow: "Hard it is to track the fire, and the bright flame to discover. It has evil wrought already, and the flame has crime committed. For the red spark has shot downward, and the red ball has descended from the realms of the Creator, where it was by Ukko kindled, through the level plains of heaven, through the void aerial spaces, downwards through the sooty smoke hole, downward through the seasoned roof tree of the new built house of Turi, of a wretched roofless dwelling. When the fire at length came thither, in the new built house of Turi, evil deeds he then accomplished, shocking deeds he then accomplished, burning up the maidens' bosoms, tearing at the breasts of maidens, and the knees of boys destroying, and the master's beard consuming. And her child the mother suckled, in a cradle of misfortune. Thither too the fire rushed onward, and its evil work accomplished, in the cradle burned the baby, burning too the mother's bosom, and the child went off to Mana, and the boy went straight to Tuoni. Thus it was the infant perished and was cast into destruction, in the red flame's fiery torture, in the anguish of its glowing. Great the knowledge of the mother, and to Manala she went not. Means she knew to ban the fire, and to drive away its glowing. through the little eye of needle and across the back of axe blade, through the sheath of glowing sword blade, past the ploughed land did she drive it. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, heard her words and then made answer: "Whither has the fire retreated? Whither did the pest take refuge? Was it in the field of Turi, in a lake, or in a forest?" Then the matron made him answer, and she spoke the words which follow: "When from thence the fire departed, and the flame went wandering onward, first it burned o'er many districts, many marshes, rushed at last into the water, in the billows of Lake Alue, and the fire rose up all flaming, and the sparks arose all crackling. 3 times in the nights of summer, 9 times in the nights of autumn, rose the lake the height of fir trees, roaring rose above the lake banks, with the strength of furious fire, with the strength of heat all flaming. On the bank were thrown the fishes, on the rocks the perch were stranded, and the fishes looked around them, and the perch were all reflecting how they could continue living. Perch were weeping for their dwellings, fish were weeping for their homesteads, perches for their rocky castles. And the perch, with back all crooked, tried to seize the streak of fire, but the perch was not successful. Seized upon it the blue poen. Down he gulped the streak of fire, and extinguished thus its brightness. Then retired the lake of Alue, and fell back from all its margins, sinking to its former level in a single night of summer. When a little time passed over, fire pains seized on the devourer, anguish came upon the swallower, grievous suffering on the eater. Up and down the fish swam turning, swam for 1 day and a second, all along the Poen's island, clefts in rocks where flocked the salmon, to the points of capes 1,000, bays among 100 islands. Every cape made declaration, every island spoke in this wise: "Nowhere in these sluggish waters, in the narrow lake of Alue, can the wretched fish be swallowed, or the hapless one may perish in the torture of the fire, in the anguish of its glowing." But a salmon trout o'erheard it, and the Poen blue he swallowed when a little time passed over. Fire pains seized on the devourer, anguish came upon the swallower, grievous suffering on the eater. Up and down the fish swam turning, swam for 1 day and a second, through the clefts where flocked the salmon, and the depths where sport the fishes, to the points of capes 1,000, bays among 100 islands. Every cape made declaration, every island spoke in this wise: "Nowhere in these sluggish waters, in the narrow lake of Alue, can the wretched fish be swallowed, or the hapless one may perish, in the pain of burning fire, in the anguish of its glowing." But a gray pike hurried forward, and the salmon trout he swallowed. When a little time passed over, fire pains seized on the devourer, anguish came upon the swallower, grievous suffering on the eater. Up and down the fish swam turning, swam for 1 day and a second, past the cliffs where flock the sea gulls, and the rocks where sport the sea mews, to the points of capes 1,000, bays among 100 islands. Every cape made declaration, every island spoke in this wise: "Nowhere in these sluggish waters, in the narrow lake of Alue, can the wretched fish be swallowed, or the hapless one may perish in the pain of burning fire, in the anguish of its glowing." Then the aged Väinämöinen, secondly, smith Ilmarinen, wove a net of bast constructed, which from juniper they gathered, steeped it in the juice of willow, and of sallow bark they made it. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, sent the women to the drag net. To the net there went the women. Sisters came to draw the drag net, and he steered and glided onward past the capes and round the islands, to the clefts where flocked the salmon, and along the Poen's island, where the red brown reeds are waving, and among the beauteous rushes. Eager now to make a capture, then he cast the net and sunk it. But he cast the net out twisted, and in wrong direction drew it, and the fish they could not capture, though with eagerness they labored. In the water went the brothers, to the net the men proceeded, and they swung it, and they pushed it, and they pulled it, and they dragged it through the deeps and rocky places, drew it o'er Kalevala's shingle. But the fish they could not capture, Not the fish so greatly needed, came the gray pike never near them, neither on the placid water, nor upon its ample surface. Fish are small, and nets not many. Now the fish were all complaining. Said one pike unto another, and the poen asked the eyed fish, and one salmon asked another, "Can the famous men have perished, perished Kaleva's great children, they who drag the net of linen, and of yarn have made the fish net, with long poles who beat the water, with long sticks who move the waters?" Old and famous Väinämöinen answered in the words which follow: "No, the heroes have not perished, Kaleva's great race has died not. When one dies is born another, and the best of staves they carry, longer sticks to sound the water, and their nets are twice as fearful." End of Runo 47. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 48 of Kalevala, the Land of the Heroes, by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844 1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 48. The Capture of the Fire. Argument. The heroes prepare a linen net, and at length capture the fish which has swallowed the fire. The fire is found in the fish's belly, but flashes up suddenly and burns Ilmarinen's cheeks and hands severely. The fire rushes into the forest, burns over many countries, and spreads further and further, till at length it is captured and carried to the dark dwellings of Kalevala. Ilmarinen recovers from his burns. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, he the great primeval minstrel, thereupon began to ponder, and reflected on the method, how to make a net of linen, how to make the 100 meshes. Then he spoke the words which follow, and expressed himself in this wise: "Is there one who flax can sew me, who can sew the flax and card it, and of this a net can make me, weave for me its 100 meshes, thus this wretched fish to slaughter, and destroy the fish unhappy?" So a little spot they found him, found a place not yet burned over, in the wide extent of marshes, there between 2 stumps they found it. Thereupon they dug the roots out, and 'twas there they found the flax seed, guarded by the worm of Tuoni, there protected by the earthworm. There they found a heap of ashes, dry the ashes that they found there, of a wooden burned up vessel, of a boat that once had burned there. There it was they sowed the flax seed, in the loose ash did they sow it, on the shore of Lake of Alue, there they sowed it in the clay field. Presently the shoot rose upward, and the flax grew thick and strongly, grew beyond their expectations in a single night of summer. Then they steeped it in the night time, and they carded it by moonlight, and they cleansed it, and they stripped it, and they beat it, and they rubbed it, with their tools of steel they scraped it, and with all their strength they stripped it. Then they took the flax to steeping, and it soon began to soften. And they hastened then to pound it, afterwards in haste they dried it. Then into the house they brought it, and they hastened then to strip it, and they hastened next to beat it, and they hastened then to break it. Then with diligence they cleansed it, in the twilight did they comb it, and upon the loom arranged it, quicker brought it to the spindle, in a single night of summer, thus between 2 days they worked it. After this the sisters spun it, and their brothers' wives were netting, and the brothers worked the meshes, and the fathers also aided. Quickly did they turn the netter, and the mesh with speed they twisted, till the net was quite completed, and the cords were fixed upon it. In a single night of summer, half another in addition. Thus the net was quite completed, and the cords were fixed upon it, and its length was 100 fathoms, and its breadth was 107. Stones for weights were fastened to it, likewise proper floats provided. With the net the youths were walking, and at home the old men pondered, whether they would make a capture and secure the fish they wished for. Then they drew the net and dragged it, much they toiled and threshed the water, drew it lengthwise through the water, dragged it crosswise through the water, captured many little fishes, many luckless perch they captured, many bony perch they captured, and a large gold red eye likewise. But the fish they could not capture, that for which the net was fashioned. Said the aged Väinämöinen, "O thou smith, O Ilmarinen, let us now go forth together where the net is in the water." Thereupon went both the heroes, and they drew it through the water, and upon one side they spread it, round the islands in the water, and the other side directed, round about the promontories, and the balance pole was guided, just as aged Väinö pushed it. Thus they cast the net and pushed it, and they drew the net and dragged it, captured fishes in abundance, and they captured perch in plenty, salmon trout in great abundance, bream and salmon too they captured, all the fishes of the water, only not the fish they sought for, that for which the net was woven, and the ropes were fastened to it. Then the aged Väinämöinen worked to make the net yet longer. Wider yet the sides expanded, perhaps 500 fathoms broader. Netted full 700 fathoms, and he spoke the words which follow: "To the depths the nets we'll carry, and will now extend them further, once again will drag the water, thus another cast attempting." To the depths the nets they carried, further did they then convey them, and again they dragged the water, thus another cast attempting. Then the aged Väinämöinen spoke aloud the words which follow: "Vellamo, O Water Mother, old one with the lavish bosom, do thou change the shift upon thee, do thou change thy dress completely, for thou hast a shift of rushes, on thy head a cap of lake foam, fashioned by the wind's fair daughter, which the billow's daughter gave thee. Now assume a shift of linen, of the finest flax that's woven, which by ℅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐿 has been woven. ℅𝔀𝐻𝐿 has wrought when spinning. Ahto, master of the billows, ruler thou of caves 100, take thy pole in length 5 fathoms, take thy stake in length full 7, thresh with this the open water, and do thou stir up the lake bed. Stir thou all the heaps of refuse, drive thou on the shoals of fishes, where the net is spread to catch them, and its 100 floats are swimming. From the bays by fish frequented, from the caves where hide the salmon, from the wide lake's seething whirlpool, and from the profound abysses, where the sun was never shining, undisturbed the sand for ever. From the lake a dwarf ascended, from the waves arose a hero, stood upon the lake's broad surface, and he spoke the words which follow: "Is there need to thresh the water, with a long pole to disturb it?" Väinämöinen old and steadfast answered in the words that follow: "There is need to thresh the water, with a long pole to disturb it." Then the dwarf, the little hero, lifted from the bank a pine tree, took a tall tree from the pine wood, and prepared to thresh the water, and he asked and spoke as follows: "Shall I thresh with strength sufficient, putting forth my utmost efforts, or as hard as may be needful?" Old and prudent Väinämöinen answered in the words which follow: "If you thresh as hard as needful, you will have to do much threshing." Then the man, the little hero, set to work to thresh the water, and he threshed as much as needful, and he drove the shoals of fishes, and into the net he drove them, in the net with floats 100. Rested now the smith his oars, Väinämöinen old and steadfast, now the net himself drew upward, at the rope as he was pulling. Said the aged Väinämöinen, "We have caught a shoal of fishes, in the net that I am lifting, with 100 floats provided." Then the net was soon drawn upward, and they drew it up and shook it in the boat of Väinämöinen, finding mid the shoal of fishes that for which the net was fashioned, and the 100 floats provided. Väinämöinen old and steadfast to the land then urged the vessel, to the blue bridge side he brought it, to the red bridge end he brought it, there the shoal of fishes sorted turned the heap of bony fishes, and the grey pike found among them, which he long had sought to capture. Then the aged Väinämöinen thus unto himself reflected: "Is it wise with hands to seize it, save with gauntlets made of iron, save with gloves of stone constructed, save with mittens made of copper?" And the sun's son heard him speaking, and replied in words that follow: "I myself would rip the pike up, venture in my hand to take him, if I had my large knife only, which my noble father gave me." Then from heaven the knife descended, from the clouds the knife fell downward, golden hafted, silver bladed, to the sun's son's belt dropped downward. Thereupon the sun's son seized it, firmly in his hand he grasped it, and with this the pike ripped open, cleft the body of the broad snout, and within the grey pike's belly there the grey trout he discovered, and within the grey trout's belly there he found the smooth skinned poen. Then he split the smooth skinned poen, and a blue clue he discovered, in the poen's entrails hidden, in the third fold of the entrails. Then the blue clue he unwinded, from the inside of the blue clue fell a red clue from within it, and when he unwound the red clue, in the middle of the red clue there he found a spark of fire which had once from heaven descended, through the clouds had fallen downward, from above 8 heavens descending, from the 9th aerial region. Väinämöinen then considered how the spark might best be carried to the cold and fireless dwellings, to the rooms so dark and gloomy, but the fire flashed up most fiercely from the Sun's son's hands who held it, singed the beard of Väinämöinen, burned the smith much more severely, for upon his cheeks it burned him, and upon his hands it scorched him. And it hastened quickly onward o'er the waves of Lake of Alue, through the junipers fled onward, burnt its way through all the thicket, then rushed upward through the fir trees, burning up the stately fir trees, rushing ever further onward, burned up half the land of Pohja, and the furthest bounds of Savo over both halves of Karelia. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, followed hard upon its traces, and he hastened through the forest close behind the furious fire, and at length he overtook it, 'neath the roots of 2 great tree stumps, in the stumps of alders hidden, in the rotten stumps he found it. Then the aged Väinämöinen spoke aloud the words which follow: "Fire, whom Jumala created, creature of the bright Creator, idly to the depths thou goest, aimlessly to distant regions. It were better far to hide thee in the hearth of stone constructed, there thy sparks to bind together, and within the coals enclose them, that by day thou mayst be flickering in the kitchen birchen faggots, and at night thou mayst be hidden close within the golden firebox." Then he thrust the spark of fire in a little piece of tinder, in the fungus hard of birch tree, and among the copper kettles. Fire he carried to the kettles, took it in the bark of birch tree to the end of Misty Headland, and the shady island's summit. Now was fire within the dwellings, in the rooms again 'twas shining. But the smith named Ilmarinen quickly hastened to the lake shore, where the rocks the water washes, and upon the rocks he sat him, in the pain of burning fire, in the anguish of its glowing. There it was he quenched the fire, there it was he dimmed its lustre, and he spoke the words which follow, and in words like these expressed him: "Fire, whom Jumala created, and, O thou, the Sun's son, Panu, who has made ye thus so angry, as to scorch my cheeks in this wise, and to burn my hips so badly, and my sides so much to injure? How shall I the fire extinguish? How shall I reduce its glowing? Make the fire for evil powerless, and its lustre render harmless, that no longer it may pain me, and may cause me pain no longer? Come, thou girl from land of Turja, come, thou maiden, forth from Lapland, frosty stockinged, icy booted, and thy skirts all frosted over, in thy hand the icy kettle, and the ice spoon in the kettle. Sprinkle me with freezing water, sprinkle me with icy water, on the places scorched so badly, and the burns the fire has caused me. But if this is not sufficient, come, thou youth, come forth from Pohja, come, thou child, from midst of Lapland, from Pimentola, O tall one, tall as is a forest fir tree, tall as pine tree in the marshes. On thy hands the gloves of hoarfrost, on thy feet the boots of hoarfrost, on thy head the cap of hoarfrost, round thy waist the belt of hoarfrost. Bring from Pohjola the hoarfrost, ice from out the frozen village. Hoarfrost plentiful in Pohja, ice enough in frozen village, lakes of ice, and frozen rivers, all the air with ice is laden. O'er the hoarfrost hares are skipping, on the ice the bears are sporting, in the middle of the snow heaps, on the edge of the snow mountains, on the rims the swans are walking, on the ice the ducks are waddling, in the midst of snow-filled rivers, cornices of icy cataracts. On thy sledge bring thou the hoarfrost, on thy sledge the ice convey thou, from the slopes of rugged mountains, from the lofty mountains' borders. Make them hoary with the hoar frost, with the ice, oh make them icy, all the hurts by fire occasioned, all the burns the fire has caused me. But if this is not sufficient, Ukko, thou of gods the highest, Ukko, thou the clouds who leadest, thou the scattered clouds who herdest, send a cloud from out the eastward, and a thick cloud from the westward. Link the edges close together, close thou up the gaps between them, send thou ice, and send thou hoar frost, send thou too the best of ointment, for the place is scorched so badly, and the hurts by fire occasioned. Thus it was smith Ilmarinen found a means to quench the fire, and to dim the brilliant fire. Thus the smith was healed completely, and regained his former vigour, healed from wounds the fire occasioned. End of Runo 48. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 49 of Kalevala, the Land of the Heroes, by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844 to 1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 49. False and true moons and suns. Argument. Ilmarinen forges a new moon and sun, but cannot make them shine. Väinämöinen discovers by divination that the moon and sun are hidden in the mountain of Pohjola, goes to Pohjola, and conquers the whole nation. He sees the moon and sun in the mountain, but cannot enter. He returns home to procure tools with which to break open the mountain. While Ilmarinen is forging them, the mistress of Pohjola, fearing that it may go ill with her, releases the moon and sun. When Väinämöinen sees the moon and sun reappear in the sky, he salutes them, hoping that they will always go brightly on their course, and bring happiness to the country. Still the sun was never shining, neither gleamed the golden moonlight, not in Väinölä's dark dwellings, not in Kalevala's broad heathlands. Frost upon the crops descended, and the cattle suffered greatly, and the birds of air felt strangely. All mankind felt ever mournful, for the sunlight shone no longer, neither did there shine the moonlight. Though the pike knew well the pike deeps, and the bird paths knew the eagle, and the wind the vessel's journey, yet mankind were all unknowing if the time was really morning, or if perhaps it still was night time, out upon the cloudy headland and upon the shady island. And the young men then took counsel, and the older men considered how to live without the moonlight and exist without the sunlight, in that miserable country, in the wretched land of Pohja. And the girls took likewise counsel, and their cousins too considered, and they hastened to the smithy, and they spoke the words which follow: "Smith, from 'neath the wall arise thou, from the hearthstone rise, O craftsman, that a new moon thou mayst forge us, and a new sun thou mayst make us. Ill it is without the moonlight, strange it is without the sunlight." From the hearth arose the craftsman, from beneath the wall the craftsman, that a new moon he might forge them, and a new sun he might make them, and a moon of gold constructed, and a sun he made of silver. Came the aged Väinämöinen, and beside the door he sat them, and he spoke the words which follow: "O thou smith, my dearest brother, what art thou in smithy forging, hammering thus without cessation?" Thereupon smith Ilmarinen answered in the words that follow: "Out of gold a moon I'm shaping, and a sun of silver making. In the sky I then will place them, over 6 of starry heavens." Then the aged Väinämöinen answered in the words that follow: "O thou smith, O Ilmarinen, what you make is wholly useless. Gold will never shine like moonlight, silver will not shine like sunlight." Thus the smith a moon constructed, and a sun completely finished. Eagerly he raised them upward, raised them to the best position, raised the moon to fir tree's summit, set the sun upon a pine tree. From his head the sweat was streaming, from his forehead sweat was falling, with the greatness of his efforts and the weight that he was lifting. Thus the moon was now uplifted, in his place the sun was stationed. Moon amid the crown of fir tree,
sun upon a pine tree's summit. But the moon shed forth no lustre, and the sun was likewise rayless. Then the aged Väinämöinen spoke aloud the words which follow: Time it is the lots to shuffle, and the signs with care to question, where the sun is hidden from us, and the moon has vanished from us. Then the aged Väinämöinen, he the great primeval sorcerer, hastened alder sticks to cut him, and arranged the sticks in order, and began the lots to shuffle, with his fingers to arrange them. And he spoke the words which follow, and in words like these expressed him: Leave I ask of the Creator, seek an answer that misleads not. Tell me signs of the Creator, lots of Jumala instruct me, where the sun is hidden from us, and the moon has vanished from us, since no more, as time elapses, in the sky do we behold them. Speak, O lot, and tell me truly, with man's reason speak unto me, speak thou faithful words unto us, make thou faithful compacts with us. If the lot should lie unto me, then its worth I hold as nothing, and upon the fire will cast it, and will burn the signs upon it. And the lot spoke words most faithful, and the signs made answer truly, for they said the sun was hidden, and the moon was also sunken, deep in Pohjola's stone mountain, and within the hill of copper. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, uttered then the words which follow: I to Pohjola must journey, on the path of Pohja's children, and will bring the moon to shining, and the golden sun to shining. Forth he journeyed and he hastened unto Pohjola's dark regions. And he walked one day, a second, and at length upon the third day came in view the gate of Pohja, and appeared the rocky mountains. Then with all his strength he shouted, as he came to Pohja's river, Bring me here a boat directly, which will take me o'er the river. As his shouting was not heeded, and no boat for him provided, wood into a heap he gathered, and the dead twigs of a fir tree. On the shore he made a fire, and thick clouds of smoke rose upward. To the sky the flame rose upward, in the air the smoke ascended. Louhi, Pohjola's old mistress, came herself into the window, and, at the sound's opening gazing, then she spoke the words which follow: What's the flame that's burning yonder, where the sound of Saari opens? For a camp too small I think it, but 'tis larger than a fisher's. Then the son of Pohja's country hurried out into the open, and he looked about and listened, seeking thus for information: On the river's other margin is a stately hero marching. Then the aged Väinämöinen once again commenced his shouting: Bring a boat, O son of Pohja, bring a boat for Väinämöinen. Answer made the son of Pohja, and in words like these responded: Here the boats are never ready, you to row must use your fingers, and must use your hands for rudder, crossing Pohjola's deep river. Then the aged Väinämöinen pondered deeply and reflected, Not as man should he be reckoned, who retreats upon his pathway. Like a pike in lake then plunging, Poen like in sluggish river, through the sound he swam right quickly, speedily the strait he traversed, and he moved 1 foot a second, and he reached the shore of Pohja. Then spoke out the sons of Pohja, and the evil army shouted, Go into the yard of Pohja, and on this the yard he entered. Then exclaimed the sons of Pohja, and the evil army shouted, Enter now the house of Pohja. And on this the house he entered, on the floor his foot he planted, grasped he the door handle firmly, forced his way into the dwelling, and beneath the roof he entered. There the men the mead were drinking, and the honey drink imbibing. All the men with swords were girded, and the heroes aimed their weapons at the head of Väinämöinen, thus to slay Suvantolainen. Then they questioned the intruder in the very words that follow: What's your news, you wretched fellow? What's your need, O swimming hero? Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, answered in the words which follow: Of the moon are curious tidings, of the sun are wondrous tidings. Where is now the sun imprisoned? Whither has the moon been taken? Answered then the sons of Pohja, and the evil army answered: Thus it is the sun is hidden, sun is hidden, moon imprisoned, in the stones of many colours, in the rocks as hard as iron, and from this escape they cannot, and release shall never reach them. Then the aged Väinämöinen answered in the words that follow: If the sun from rock ascends not, nor the moon from rocky mountain, let us join in closest conflict, let us grasp our trusty sword blades. Sword they drew and tried their sword blades, drew from out the sheaths their weapons. At the point the moon was shining, on the hilt the sun was shining, on the back a horse was standing, at the knob a cat was mewing. After this the swords they measured, and they thus compared their weapons. And the sword of aged Vainu was a little trifle longer, longer as a grain of barley, as the width of straw stalk longer. Out into the yard they hastened on the grass to meet in conflict, and the aged Väinämöinen struck a blow with lightning swiftness, struck a blow and struck a second, and he sheared like roots of turnips, off he shore like heads of flax plant, heads of all the sons of Pohja. Then the aged Väinämöinen sought for where the moon was hidden, likewise would release the sunlight from the rocks of varied color, from the depths of steely mountain, from the rocks as hard as iron. Then he walked a little distance, but a very little distance, when he saw a copse all verdant, in the copse a lovely birch tree, and a large stone block beneath it, and a rock beneath the stone block. And there were 9 doors before it, in the doors were bolts 100. In the stone a crack perceiving, in the rock some lines engraven, then he drew his sword from scabbard, on the colored stone he scraped it. With the sharp point of his sword blade, with his gleaming blade he scraped it, till the stone in 2 divided, and in 3 he quickly split it. Väinämöinen old and steadfast looked into the stone all pictured. Many serpents ale were drinking, in the wart the snakes were writhing, in the colored stone were hiding, in the cracks of liver color. Väinämöinen old and steadfast uttered then the words that follow: thus it is the hapless mistress has so little ale acquired, for the snakes the ale are drinking, in the wart the snakes are writhing. Off he cut the heads of serpents, broke the necks of all the serpents, and he spoke the words which follow, and in words like these expressed him: never while the world existeth, from this very day henceforward, let our ale by snakes be drunken, and our malt drink by the serpents. Then the aged Väinämöinen, he the great primeval sorcerer, sought with hands the doors to open, and the bolts by spells to loosen. But to hands the doors would yield not, by his spells the bolts were moved not. Then the aged Väinämöinen spoke his thoughts in words that follow: man unarmed is weak as woman, weak as frog without a hatchet. And at once he wended homeward, head bowed down in great vexation, for the moon was not recovered, neither had the sun been captured. Said the lively Lemminkainen, O thou aged Väinämöinen, wherefore didst forget to take me as your very trusty comrade? I had brought the locks to creaking, and the bars asunder broken, and released the moon for shining, and had raised the sun for shining. Väinämöinen old and steadfast answered in the words that follow: unto spells the bolts will yield not, and the locks my magic breaks not. Strength of hands will never move them, and no strength of arm will force them. To the smith's forge then he wandered, and he spoke the words which follow: O thou smith, O Ilmarinen, forge me now a mighty trident, and a dozen hatchets forge me, and a bunch of keys enormous. From the stone the moon to rescue, from the rock the sun deliver. Thereupon smith Ilmarinen, he the great primeval craftsman, forged the hero what he needed, and a dozen hatchets forged him, forged a bunch of keys enormous, and of spears a mighty bundle, not too large and not too little, but of middle size he forged them. Louhi, Pohjola's old mistress, old and gap-toothed dame of Pohja, then with wings herself provided, and extended them for flying. Near the house at first was flying, then her flight extended further, straight across the lake of Pohja unto Ilmarinen's smithy. Then the smith his window opened, looking as if the wind was blowing. 'Twas no wind that there was blowing, but a hawk, and grey in colour. Thereupon smith Ilmarinen spoke aloud the words that follow: bird of prey, what brings thee hither, sitting underneath my window? Hereupon the bird spoke language, and the hawk at once made answer: O thou smith, O Ilmarinen, thou the most industrious craftsman, truly art thou very skilful, and a most accomplished craftsman. Thereupon smith Ilmarinen answered in the words that follow: "But indeed 'tis not a wonder if I am a skilful craftsman, for 'twas I who forged the heavens, and the arch of air who welded." Hereupon the bird spoke language, and the hawk at once responded: "What is this, O smith, thou makest? What, O blacksmith, art thou forging?" Thereupon smith Ilmarinen answered in the words that follow: "'Tis a neck ring I am forging for the aged crone of Pohja, that she may be firmly fettered to the side of a great mountain." Louhi, Pohjola's old mistress, old and gap toothed dame of Pohja, felt on this her doom was coming, on her head the days of evil, and at once to flight betook her, swift to Pohjola escaping. From the stone the moon released she, from the rock the sun released she, then again her form she altered, and to dove herself converted, and her flight again directed unto Ilmarinen's smithy, to the door in bird form flying, lit as dove upon the threshold. Thereupon smith Ilmarinen asked her in the words which follow: "Why, O bird, hast thou flown hither? Dove, why sit'st thou on the threshold?" From the door the wild bird answered, and the dove spoke from the threshold: "Here I sit upon the threshold, that the news I now may bring thee. From the stone the moon has risen, from the rock the sun is loosened." Thereupon smith Ilmarinen hastened forth to gaze around him, and he stood at door of smithy, gazing anxiously to heaven. And he saw the moon was gleaming, and he saw the sun was shining. Then he went to Väinämöinen, and he spoke the words which follow: "O thou aged Väinämöinen, thou the great primeval minstrel,
Come to gaze upon the moonlight,
come to gaze upon the sunlight." Now they stand in midst of heaven, in their old accustomed places. Väinämöinen, old and steadfast, hurried out into the open, and at once his head uplifted, and he gazed aloft to heaven. Moon was risen, sun was loosened, in the sky the sun was beaming. Then the aged Väinämöinen made a speech without delaying, and he spoke the words which follow, and in words like these expressed him: "Hail, O moon, who beamest yonder, thus thy fair cheeks well displaying! Golden sun, who risest yonder, sun who once again arisest! Golden moon from stone delivered, fairest sun from rock arisen, like the golden cuckoo rise you, like the silver dove arise you. Lead the life ye led aforetime, and resume your former journeys. Rise forever in the morning, from this present day hereafter. Bring us always happy greetings, that our wealth increases ever. Game forever in our fingers, fortune at the points of fish hooks. Go ye on your path with blessings, go ye on your charming journey. Let your crescent now be beauteous, rest ye joyful in the evening." End of Runo 49. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Runo 50 of Kalevala, the Land of the Heroes, by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844 to 1912. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Runo 50. Marjatta. Argument. The Virgin Marjatta swallows a cranberry and brings forth a boy. The child disappears and is found after a long search in a swamp. He is taken to an old man to be baptized, but the latter will not baptize the fatherless child until after due consideration. Väinämöinen comes to inquire into the matter, and advises that the ill-omened boy should be put to death, but the child reproaches him for his unjust sentence. The old man baptizes the boy as King of Karelia, at which Väinämöinen is grievously offended, and leaves the country, but first declares that he will again make a new Sampo and kantele, and light for the people. He sails away in a copper boat to a land between earth and heaven, but he leaves behind his kantele and his great songs as a parting gift to his people. Concluding verses. Marjatta, the petted damsel, in her home long time was growing, in the home of her great father, in her tender mother's dwelling. And 5 chains wore out completely, and 6 rings she wore out likewise, for her father's keys she used them, which around her waist were hanging.
And she wore out half the threshold with her skirts as she was passing, and she half destroyed the rafters where she hung her silken ribbons, and she half destroyed the door posts as her fine sleeves rubbed against them, and the planking of the flooring wore away beneath her slippers. Marjatta, the petted damsel, was a very little damsel, and was always pure and holy, and was ever very modest. And she fed on fish the finest, and the soft bark of the fir tree. But the eggs of hens ate never, over which the cocks were crowing. And the flesh of ewe she ate not, had the ewe with ram been running. If her mother sent her milking, yet she did not go to milking, and she spoke the words which follow: "Never such a maid as I am udders of the cows should handle, which with bulls have been disporting, if no milk from calf is flowing, or from calf it is not running." If her father sent her sledging, in a stallion's sledge she went not. If a mare her brother brought her, then these words the maiden uttered: "Never will I set in mare's sledge, which with stallion has been running, if no foals the sledge are drawing, which have numbered 6 months only." Marjatta, the petted damsel, she who always lived a virgin, always greeted as a maiden, modest maid with locks unbraided, went to lead the herds to pasture, and beside the sheep was walking. On the hill the sheep were straying, to the top the lambs were climbing, on the plain the maiden wandered, tripping through the alder bushes, while their call the golden cuckoo and the silvery birds were singing. Marjatta, the petted damsel, looked around her and she listened, sitting on the hill of berries, resting on the sloping hillside. And she spoke the words which follow, and in words like these expressed her: "Call thou on, O golden cuckoo, sing thou still, O bird of silver, sing thou from thy breast of silver. Tell me true, O Saxon strawberry, shall I long remain unhooded, long among the flocks as herd girl, on the wide extending heathlands, and the far extending woodlands, for 1 summer, for 2 summers, or for 5 or 6 of summers, or perchance for 10 long summers, or the time fulfilled already?" Marjatta, the petted damsel, for a while lived on as herd girl. Evil is the life of shepherd, far too heavy for a maiden. In the grass a snake is creeping, in the grass the lizard's wriggling. But not there a snake was writhing, nor in grass the lizard's wriggling. From the hill there cried a berry, from the heath there cried a cranberry. "O thou maiden, come and pluck me, rosy cheeked one, come and gather. Come with breast of tin to pluck me, with thy copper belt to choose me, ere the slug should come to eat me, or the black worm should disturb me. There are hundreds who have seen me, thousands more have sat beside me, girls by hundreds, wives by thousands, children too that none can number. None among them yet has touched me, none has gathered me, the wretched." Marjatta, the petted damsel, went a very little distance, went to look upon the berry and the cranberry to gather. With her skillful hands to pluck it, with her beauteous hands to pluck it. On the hill she found the berry, on the heath she found the cranberry. 'Twas a berry in appearance, and it seemed to be a cranberry, but from ground too high for eating, on a tree too weak for climbing. From the heath a stick she lifted, that she might pull down the berry, then from ground the berry mounted, upward to her shoes so pretty, from her pretty shoes arose it, upward to her knees of whiteness, rising from her knees of whiteness, upward to her skirts that rustled. To her buckled belt arose it, to her breast from buckled girdle, from her breast to chin arose it, to her lips from chin arose it, then into her mouth it glided, and along her tongue it hastened, from her tongue to throat it glided, and it dropped into her stomach. Marjatta, the petted damsel, after this had chanced, grew pregnant, and it soon increased upon her, and her burden soon was heavy. Then she cast aside her girdle, loosely dressed without a girdle, secretly she sought the bathroom, and she hid her in the darkness. Always was her mother thinking, and her mother pondered ever, "What has chanced to our Marjatta? What has happened to our house dove, that she casts aside her girdle, always dresses loosely beltless, goes in secret to the bathroom, and she hides her in the darkness?" And a baby gave her answer, and the little child made answer, "This has chanced to our Marjatta, this befell the wretched creature, she has been too long a herd girl, with the flocks too far has wandered." And she bore her heavy burden, and the pain it brought upon her, bore it 7 months, bore it 8 months, bore it through the 9th month also, by the reckoning of old women, and for half the 10th month also. While the 10th month thus was passing, then the girl was filled with anguish. Grievous sufferings came upon her, and the weight oppressed her sorely. For a bath she asked her mother, "O my very dearest mother, make a warm place ready for me, and a warm room ready for me, where the girl awhile may rest her in the house of suffering women." But her mother gave her answered thus the aged woman: "Woe to thee, O whore of Hisi! Tell me now with whom thou restest, with a man as yet unmarried, or beside a married hero?" Marjata, the petted damsel, then replied to her in this wise: "Neither with a man unmarried, nor with any married hero, but I sought the hill of berries, and I went to pluck the cranberries, and I took what seemed a berry, and upon my tongue I laid it. Quickly in my throat it glided, and it dropped into my stomach. Thus it is that I am pregnant, thus it comes that I am pregnant." For a bath she asked her father, "O my very dearest father, give me now a well warmed refuge. Make a warm room ready for me, where the suffering one may rest her, and the girl endure her suffering." But her father gave her back a shameful answer. "Go thou forth from here, O strumpet! Wander forth, O wench for burning, to the bear's own rocky caverns, to the caves where bears are lurking. Thither forth to bear, O strumpet! Bear thy children, wench of fire!" Marjata, the petted damsel, then returned submissive answer: "Not at all am I a strumpet, neither am a wench for burning. I shall bear a mighty hero, and shall bear a noble offspring. He shall be a mighty conqueror, strong as even Väinämöinen." Then the maid was greatly troubled, where to go, and how to journey, where a bath she might provide her, and she spoke the words which follow: "O my little damsel Piltti, thou the best of all my handmaids, find me now a bath in village, find a bath near reed fringed brooklet, where the suffering one may rest her, and the girl endure her suffering. Go at once and hasten quickly, for my need is of the greatest." Then the little damsel Piltti answered in the words that follow: "Where am I to ask a bathroom? Who will help me to obtain it?" Thereupon did our Marjata answer in the words which follow: "Go and ask a bath from Rotus, near where issues forth the reed brook." Then the little maiden Piltti listened to her words obedient. Always ready, heedless never, always quick, avoiding gossip, like a mist away she hurried. To the yard like snake she hastened. With her hands her skirts she lifted, in her hands her dress she twisted, and upon her course she hastened, straight unto the house of Rotus. Hills re-echoed to her footsteps, shook the mountains as she climbed them. On the heath the cones were dancing, gravel scattered o'er the marshes. Thus she came to Rotus' dwelling, and the house she quickly entered. In his shirt sat wicked Rotus, eating, drinking like the great ones, in his shirt at end of table, in a shirt of finest linen. And he asked as he was eating, grunted, leaning o'er the table: "What have you to say, you beggar? Wretch, why come you running hither?" Then the little damsel Piltti answered in the words that follow: "Here I seek a village bathroom, seek a bath near reed fringed brooklet, that relief may reach the suffering, for the need is very pressing." Then the wicked wife of Rotus, presently with arms akimbo, slouched along upon the flooring, swept to middle of the flooring, and she asked upon her coming, speaking in the words which follow: "Who is seeking for a bathroom? Who is seeking for assistance?" Said the little damsel Piltti, "Needed 'tis for our Marjata." Then the wicked wife of Rotus answered in the words that follow: "Vacant baths are rare in village, none at mouth of reed fringed streamlet. There's a bath upon the clearing, and a stable in the pine wood, where the whore may bear her children, and the vile one cast her offspring. While the horses there are breathing, let her take a bath and welcome." Then the little maiden Piltti hurried back with rapid footsteps, and upon her course she hastened, and she said on her arrival: "In the village is no bathroom, none beside the rush fringed streamlet." And the wicked wife of Rotus only spoke the words which follow: "Vacant baths are none in village, none at mouth of reed fringed streamlet. There's a bath upon the clearing, and a stable in the pine wood, where the whore may bear her children, and the vile one cast her offspring. While the horses there are breathing, let her take a bath, and welcome." This was all she said unto me, this is truly what she answered. Marjata, the hapless maiden, when she heard, burst forth in weeping, and she spoke the words that follow: "Thither must I then betake me, even like an outcast labourer, even like a hired servant I must go upon the clearing, and must wander to the pine wood." In her hands her skirt she lifted, with her hands her skirt she twisted, and she took the bath whisks with her of the softest leaves and branches, and with hasty steps went onward, in the greatest pain of body, to the stable in the pine wood, and the stall on hill of Tapio. And she spoke the words which follow, and in words like these expressed her: "Come thou to my aid, Creator, to my aid, O thou most gracious, in this anxious time of labour, in this time of hardest labour. Free the damsel from her burden, from her pains release the woman, that she perish not in torment, may not perish in her anguish." When at length her journey ended, then she spoke the words which follow: "O thou good horse, breathe upon me, O thou draught foal, snort upon me, breathe a vapour bath around me. Send thou warmth throughout the bathroom, that relief may reach the sufferer, for the need is very pressing." Then the good horse breathed upon her, and the draught foal snorted on her, over all her suffering body. When the horse desisted breathing, steam was spread throughout the stable, like the steam of boiling water. Marjata, the hapless maiden, she, the holy little maiden, bathed her in a bath sufficient, till she had relieved her suffering, and a little boy was born her, and a sinless child was given. On the hay and horses' stable, on the hay and horses' manger, then she washed the little infant, and in swaddling clothes she wrapped him. On her knees she took the infant, and she wrapped her garments round him. There she reared the little infant, thus she reared the beauteous infant, reared her little golden apple, and her little staff of silver, and upon her lap she nursed it, with her hands did she caress it. On her knees she laid the infant, on her lap she laid the infant, and began to brush his hair straight, and began to smooth his hair down. When from off her knees he vanished, from her lap the infant vanished. Marjata, the hapless maiden, fell into the greatest trouble, and she hurried off to seek him, seek her little boy, the infant, and she sought her golden apple, sought her little staff of silver, sought him underneath the millstones, underneath the sledge while running, underneath the sieve while sifting, underneath the lidless basket. Trees she moved and grass divided, spreading out the tender herbage. Long the little boy she sought for, sought her son, the little infant, sought him through the hills and pine woods, on the heath among the heather, searched through every tuft of heather, and in every bush she sought him, roots of juniper updigging, and of trees the branches straightening. Then she thought to wander further, and she went upon her wanderings, and there came a star to meet her, and before the star she bowed her. "Star, whom Jumala created, know you nothing of my infant? Where my little son is hidden, where is hid my golden apple?" And the star made answer to her: "If I knew I would not tell it. He it was who me created, made me through these days of evil in the cold to shine forever, and to glimmer through the darkness." Then she thought to wander further, and she went upon her wanderings, and the moon came next to meet her, and she bowed herself before him. "Moon, whom Jumala created, know you nothing of my infant? Where my little son is hidden, where is hid my golden apple?" And the moon made answer to her: "If I knew I would not tell it. He it was who me created, always in these days of evil, through the night to watch all lonely, and to sleep throughout the daytime." Then she thought to wander further, and she went upon her wanderings, and there came the sun to meet her, and she bowed herself before him. "Sun, whom Jumala created, know you nothing of my infant? Where my little son is hidden, where is hid my golden apple?" And the sun made answer wisely: "Well indeed I know your infant. He it was who me created, in these days of finest weather, golden rays to shed about me, silver rays to scatter round me. Well indeed I know your infant, know your son, unhappy mother. There thy little son is hidden. There is hid thy golden apple, in the swamps to waistbands sunken, to his armpits in the marshlands. Marjata, the hapless maiden, sought her infant in the marshes, in the swamps her son discovered, and she brought him home in triumph. Then the son of our Marjata grew into a youth most beauteous, but they knew not what to call him, did not know what name to give him, but his mother called him Floweret, and the strangers called him Sluggard. And they sought a man to cross him, and to sprinkle him with water, and an old man came to cross him, Virokannas, to baptize him. Then these words the old man uttered, and in words like these expressed him: "With the cross I will not sign him, nor will I baptize the infant, not till he has been examined, and a judgment passed upon him. Who shall dare to come to try him, test him, and pass sentence on him? Väinämöinen old and steadfast, he the great primeval sorcerer, he alone came forth to try him, and to test him, and pass sentence." Väinämöinen old and steadfast sentence gave in words that follow: "As the boy from marsh has risen, from the ground and from a berry, on the ground they now shall lay him, where the hills are thick with berries, or shall to the swamps conduct him, on the trees his head to shatter." Then the half-month-old spoke loudly, and the fortnight-old cried loudly, "O thou old and wretched creature, wretched old man, void of insight! Oh, how stupid is your judgment, how contemptible thy sentence! Thou hast grievous crimes committed, likewise deeds of greatest folly. Yet to swamps they did not lead thee, shattered not thy head on tree trunks, when thyself in youthful folly gave the child of thine own mother, that thou thus might'st 'scape destruction, and release thyself in this wise. And again thou wast not carried and abandoned in the marshes, when thyself in youthful folly caused the young maids to be sunken in the depths beneath the billows, to the black ooze at the bottom." Then the old man quickly crossed him, quick baptized the child with water, as the king of all Karelia, and the lord of all the mighty. Then was Väinämöinen angry, greatly shamed and greatly angry, and prepared himself to journey from the lake's extended margin, and began his songs of magic, for the last time sang them loudly, sang himself a boat of copper, with a copper deck provided. In the stern himself he seated, sailing o'er the sparkling billows. Still he sang on his departure, and he sang as he was sailing: "May the time pass quickly o'er us, one day passes, comes another, and again shall I be needed, men will look for me and miss me, to construct another Sampo, and another harp to make me, make another moon for gleaming, and another sun for shining. When the sun and moon are absent, in the air no joy remaineth." Then the aged Väinämöinen went upon his journey singing, sailing in his boat of copper, in his vessel made of copper, sailed away to loftier regions, to the land beneath the heavens. There he rested with his vessel, rested weary with his vessel, but his Kantala he left us, left his charming harp in Suomi, for his people's lasting pleasure, mighty songs for Suomi's children. Now my mouth must cease from speaking, and my tongue be bound securely, cease the chanting of my verses, and my lively songs abandoned. Even thus must horses rest them when a long course is completed. Even iron must be wearied when the grass is mown in summer, and the water drops be weary, as they trace the river's windings, and the fire must be extinguished when throughout the night 'tis burning. Wherefore should our songs not falter, as our sweet songs we are singing, for the lengthy evening's pleasure, singing later than the sunset? Thus I heard the people talking, and again it was repeated: "E'en the waterfall when flowing yields no endless stream of water, nor does an accomplished singer sing till all his knowledge fail him. Better 'tis to sit in silence than to break off in the middle." Now my song remains completed, 'tis completed and abandoned. In a ball I wind my lays up, as a ball I cast them from me. On the storehouse floor I lay them, with a lock of bone secure them, that from thence escape they never, nor in time may be untwisted, not unless the lock be opened and its jaws should be extended, not unless the teeth be opened and the tongue again is moving. What would now avail my singing, if the songs I sang were bad ones? if I sang in every valley, and I sang in every fir wood. For my mother lives no longer, wakes no more my own old mother, nor my golden one can hear me, nought can learn my dear old mother. None would hear me but the fir trees, learn, save branches of the pine trees, or the tender leaves of birch trees, or the charming mountain ash tree. I was small when died my mother, weak was I without my mother. On the stones like lark she left me, on the rocks like thrush she left me like a lark to sing there, or to sing as sings the throstle, in the wardship of a stranger, at the will of a stepmother. And she drove me forth unhappy, forth she drove the unloved infant, to a wind swept home she drove me, to the north wind's home she drove me, that against the wind defenceless winds might sweep away the orphan. Like a lark away I wandered, like a hapless bird I wandered, shelterless about the country. Wearily I wandered onward, till with every wind acquainted, I their roaring comprehended. In the frost I learned to shudder, and I learned to cry with freezing. Even now do many people I encounter, speak to me in angry accents, rudest speeches hurl against me. Curses on my tongue they shower, and about my voice cry loudly. Likewise they abuse my grumbling, and they call my songs too lengthy, and they say I sing too badly, and my songs accented wrongly. May you not, O friendly people, as a wondrous thing regard it, that I sang so much in childhood, and when small I sang so badly. I received no store of learning, never travelled to the learned, foreign words were never taught me, neither songs from distant countries. Others have had all instruction, from my home I journeyed never. Always did I help my mother, and I dwelt forever near her, in the house received instruction, 'neath the rafters of my storehouse, by the spindle of my mother, by my brother's heap of shavings, in my very earliest childhood, in a shirt that hung in tatters. But let this be as it may be, I have shown the way to singers, showed the way and broke the tree tops, cut the branches, shown the pathways. This way therefore leads the pathway, here the path lies newly opened, widely opened for the singers, and for greater ballad singers, for the young who now are growing, for the rising generation. End of Runo 50. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. End of Kalevala, the Land of the Heroes, by Elias Lönnrot. Translated by William Forsell Kirby, 1844 to 1912.